In 2023, when not yet a year had passed since Ohev Sholom consolidated with Beth Shalom, Joe Levine, Barb Strauss, and I gathered together and arranged for videotaping of Ohev congregants and Ohev rabbis so that we could capture some memories of our 100-plus year past. Our first gathering was on March 12, 2023 at my home. We started by remembering how Meredith got the inspiration for Kosher Fest, and from there continued by remembering details of this signature event, plus so many other programs, as well as our devoted and lovable congregants, our inspiring rabbis, and lots of anecdotes that convey, I believe, how we continued to be the little congregation that could. We shared a lot of laughter that day. I hope you can share in the laughter as you watch this video. The participants were Ace Allen, Melanie Allmeyer, Mary Birnbaum, Rita Brown, Kelly Jackson, Laurie Klarfeld, Donna Oberstein, Mike Silverman, Naomi Silverman, Hannon Steinzig, Rob Tenenbaum, and yours truly, Audrey Asher.
That's that was the background.
Well, while you're on the subject of Kosher Fest, your narrative is a little bit different from my recollection. I don't know which is off, but I kind of remember her going down to some place in the South, like Charlotte,
Atlanta.
Oh, Scott.
to
I thought that was
check
Judy
out
Hoffman.
to check out a Kosher Fest, to see how it was being run.
Judy Hoffman.
That it was more than just her bringing back Moshe.
Mary, do you remember that?
I do remember that, and Donna said she thinks Judy Hoffman was there too, but I remember Meredith when they may have gone together. But
To someplace in the South.
Moshe came in the year before
Yeah.
for the dinner, for the Israeli dinner, which was very successful for Eucalyptus. And then Meredith got this idea of Kosher Fest, I think the following year.
So what year was that, Mary?
Well, I think it was 2007. I
Okay.
should have checked that out.
Okay.
We can look in the briefer.
Yeah. So Mary, you were the first chair with Lois?
Yes, that's correct. I still have vivid memories of Meredith recruiting me for that. She took me out to lunch. But it is, several things stand out to me about that first Kosher Fest. And one of them is Chris Kels standing on the wall playing Tradition.
That's a great memory, that he was the fiddler on the roof.
Yeah. I wanted him to get on the roof of it. So he stood on that wall, and then at the end, Marvin blew the shofar. And I don't think anybody really paid attention to that. But another memory is when Asbury Church was over, when their service were over, they came across the street en masse. And it was like, wow, okay, this is gonna work. And lots of memories leading up to it. And the day of, Judy Hoffman was very instrumental. She went to the police department and the fire department, all the places that we needed permits from. And then at the end of, when it was over, she took cookies to them and I don't know, hamantaschen and stuff to reward them. But it was a lot of work, but a lot of fun, and I think that it was popular in the community, and I have gobs of memories. I don't want to.
Okay, Mary,
Did you do two?
I did the first 2 years.
That's what I
Lois
thought.
and I did the first 2
Okay,
years.
so Mary, was it you who said that every member of OHEV has to volunteer unless you're in a nursing home?
Well, I think
Or
I
that even
included
if
the
you're
nurses.
Get special permission.
I know, well, we picked up people from Village Shalom and drove them. I have vivid memories of them sitting in Exeter Hall, stuffing envelopes, folding, and we determined at that time that 97% of the people participated. And everybody had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it was exhausting, but I'm thrilled that we did it. I wish it could have continued forever. But
Well, Donna, you were chair after they were. Who was your co-chair?
Well, the first co-chair was Kelly. Well, Ace and I, we were recruited by you.
I don't remember if we got it.
I don't think I took you
I
out
don't
to
think we
lunch.
took us out to lunch. I think we sat in the Ohev office. And we took up the mantle from from Mary and Lois, which was a heavy mantle to assume. And one of the first things that Ace and I learned was how to stay on our own side of the street so that we could work together. He took over the whole physical plant. What's that?
By the way, do you hear the
Is that
music?
someone's
Yeah,
Where's the music?
This is a classic Ohev occurrence here. That we're in the middle of something really magical, and then something like
Where's
this.
the gas?
It's a phone.
So I'd say for anyone's phones, let's go ahead and mute them.
So do you need your purse to be there? Here, which is your blue purse? The blue is blue down.
Thank you.
I was like, we're not in temple right
Okay,
now.
I'm gonna
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, since I'm doing this, two things if you're talking about kosher.
I won't tell your King Louis story.
You've got to tell.
That's the
me about
best.
it.
No, you tell the King
Well, I'm
Louis
kinda
story
sitting
because
there.
they'll when
Well,
we get to your house.
there'll be three of these, right? So
But I also think somebody here needs to say how Kosher Fest looks like this, but it really exploded with you two and Bob Magoon, and really, you guys really took it from here to
Yeah, I'm fine.
there.
How many years was it? How many years did we have?
all right, so everyone's phones are muted, right?
Yeah.
Or on vibrate. All right, so back to
Okay.
Kosher Fest.
Kelly and I co-chaired Kelly Jackson and I co-chaired the kind of all the detail stuff. Ace managed the physical plant, the parking, the tents,
And the fundraising.
the fundraising, yes, which was crucial. And we
And groundbreaking. Ace brought in those cars, the electric,
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
before anybody knew there was such a
the
thing.
kosher cars.
Yeah. Don't go ahead and impinge on your story.
no, go ahead. We
See,
can
we're just
bounce.
starting to stay in our lanes here. Yeah, no, it was really, in fact, I think, Mike, I'm glad you brought that up, because I think it's kind of emblematic about Ohev. That Ohev it's a small synagogue, it's very flat hierarchy. It depends on its members to do everything. We don't have paid staff to speak of, didn't have, and therefore we had to do everything, and therefore you got to do everything. So you could, whatever ideas you had, you could make them happen, and you didn't have to claw your way through a lot of bureaucracy.
And no sugar daddies.
And no sugar daddies, that's
No,
really
never
important.
had
part. That's right, so in that flat, so there was nobody in the background saying, no, you can't do this because I'm a big mocker or something. That just didn't happen there. But to Mike's point, yeah, we had an idea. We got a group of people called Kansas Electricity. It was 5 people who put together an electric auto show there, and we tied it in because it was as a kind of kosher, green equals kosher. The term was kiyum ha'adamah, or sustaining the earth. It had a Jewish tie in there. The other part of that was we brought in quite a bit of money from that, because there was a kind of pay-to-play thing for them. They got a lot out of it. They got good exposure, and we got some money, and plus it was a lot of fun. We all learned a lot. So thanks for bringing that up, Mike.
They also, it wasn't just all food, because if I remember correctly, there was a stage. And so you had dancing, and you had, music.
There was a mock wedding. Molly married Asher her bet, I think. really were able to grow it. Kelly brought, oh, there's Kelly.
Perfect time.
Kelly and Rob.
We were just talking about you.
Kelly got us
There's a chair over there, Kelly and Rob. There's one over there. Okay.
The supplement in the Kansas City Star. I'll let Kelly talk about that when she gets to her seat. We also, one of the significant things we were able to do was we brought in the Vod HaKashrut of Kansas City, and 2 of our booths were under Vod supervision, so that there was a broader support in the community. Kelly, we're talking Kosher Fest.
Kosher Fest.
What was your role in partnering with Donna? Because I know she worked you hard.
Donna did all the food, which is most everything, and I did the rest.
Which was?
And I'm trying to remember what it was.
I know that you were dealing with the leftovers, packaging the leftovers.
And the runners, all the
That's the
runners,
best part.
That's right.
staff, all the people helping.
Keeping everybody, always my
Volunteers,
biggest
coordinators.
worry was safety, because I didn't want anybody injured during Kosher Fest, so, and who was our caretaker?
Mike.
That was
Mike.
Mike was back then. He did a great job making sure it wouldn't be easy for people to trip or, just
Right.
taking care of all those things. That was always my biggest worry. Because you had the food and that was the,
Were you handling the finances, like the money coming in and the
Um,
accounting?
No, that was
That
me.
was-
I was locked in True Library
Oh,
from 10 in the morning until 5 at night.
Yeah, I
so all
remember
those
that.
little tickets would go back to you guys in the back room.
Yeah. I haven't thought.
Yeah, and every year we tried a
Pick it up
different way
stuff and
to
show
collect
it.
tickets.
Our car was always full of stuff.
Yeah, there's so many little things. Well, you had to find all the sponsors, and a lot of people helped finding sponsors,
Well, we had vendors.
vendors.
We had the cook.
oh, Kelly, what about the insert in the star?
Yeah,
You were
that's right.
responsible for that. How did that happen?
Good question, Audrey. Ace, I think you and I went up and
Yeah.
saw the people at the
Yeah.
Star.
Yeah.
And,
Back when they were
looked into
printing
how
and
much
stuff.
it would be
Yeah.
and all of that.
And included, and I just saw the insert recently, so I had completely forgotten about it, but there was an insert that Scott had written about a kosher car. And
Yeah.
and he was talking about
Oh, because we
driving
had
his
the electric
Prius.
vehicle,
Yeah,
that was your
He
first,
called it.
First Electric Avenue.
Yes.
Yeah.
the first electric avenue. That's
There
right.
was an ad book too, right? I
Yeah,
remember
that was-
selling ads.
That was the
Yeah,
cookbook.
cookbook, yeah.
I remember selling ads,
Then
but
we had a lot of stuff from the JCC. Remember, we made several trips that was fencing and gates and posts and,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, we borrowed from them a lot of stuff, that's right.
Yeah.
there's a lot of physical structure that we're just stuffing in the car. I just remember making several trips and
So the second Kosher Fest, well, all the Kosher Fest, we hired a tent company, they set up all the tents and tables. But the second Kosher Fest that we chaired, and I don't want to forget to mention that my food co-chair was Ruth Roth in blessed memory, and she was amazing to work with. But we also used Emily Goldman was in high school, and she had a photography business. I think it was like photography for a cause. She didn't take any money. It was all donation, but anything she raised, she took pictures for nonprofit organizations. And she photographed all week, the whole setup. And also Ace arranged for a camera on top of the building so that we were able to do
Aerial.
it was
time lapse.
one of those,
Time
a time lapse of from the moment that the tents arrived And after Havdalah, when all of the congregants who were working showed up to set up the night
So
before.
at what time in the morning would that have been? Because it was on a
It
Sunday.
was still dark.
Yeah,
It was still
It was
dark.
still dark.
And you had it in June? Was that?
It was always the first weekend in June.
Okay.
And it never rained, if I remember correctly.
No,
Poo,
no.
poo, poo, it never
Never
rained.
Well, and if you'll recollect, we had a dearth of electrical outlets. And we needed a place to store, as Rob said, tons of food and frozen stuff, and so we had an outbuilding there.
Right.
Called the Little House on the Prairie.
On the parking lot.
Very dental.
It's just an outbuilding
Yeah.
that we converted, and it became a storehouse, and we also, one of our congregants is an electrician, and he helped, he guided us in putting in, I don't know how many, must have been 36 outlets that we could use.
Was that Trent?
No, it was
The time, it's
The
like,
time.
Oh, the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we had all those extra refrigerators and freezers in there.
Yeah, that everybody donated.
And just the storage of grabbing this or that we're out of
All
stuff
the
and trying
inventory on
to figure out, you know, which
Well, there's,
refrigerator, freezer had the right food to bring back to the right table. And the kids stuff, we had somebody do the art.
Oh,
Remember
There was
we
like a
cut it
bar.
There was like a
Yeah.
playground.
Yeah, we cut out all the
Oh, yeah.
squares so they could do art
Barb
projects.
Jacobson helped with that.
Jacobs.
Oh, Jacobs.
Barb Jacobs. Yeah, it was kind of in response to the murder just happened that year in April. And so we had a Martin
Oh,
Luther
no, that's
King
right.
sign
2014,
up that
yeah.
said, what's the saying he has, the only thing to keep out darkness is love, or I can't quite remember.
Right.
That's like-
And so we had kids, or anyone who wanted to come do an art
Oh,
picture
Valerie
kind of based on that
Valerie
theme.
Herman was.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember we were cutting those square parchments
Mhm.
for that project.
The very first 2 years, we did not have corporate sponsors. And many people supported their own booth. We had it broken out into Jewish holidays. Donna and Ace did Sabbath, I think for the first 2 years.
Yes, and I had just had rotator cuff surgery, and I was in
Oh,
the
yeah, I remember that.
kitchen with my arm in a sling baking
Yeah.
chicken.
And several people.
It was all upside. It was all
Those chickens.
It was, and the food was delicious. And one of my most vivid memories is walking up and down the school wing hall, maybe 10,000 times. And I finally was doing it barefooted.
Oh God, the flea market was in the school wing.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did that, no, it was out
it
on
was
the.
outside.
Yeah, it was
Well,
outside.
part of it was
Secondhand
inside.
rose.
Secondhand rose, that's right.
And that was a lot of fun, and we did really nice business too. I kind of chaired that when Donna and Ace and Kelly were chairing the Kosher Fest. I took over Secondhand Rose, which is, I love doing that kind of stuff. But, and
I think we
also,
still have your old waffle maker that you
You've moved
From
it 3
secondhand
times
rows.
now.
the first 2 years, my son Aaron provided the generators and something else. And but that was before he took advantage of the little house. That's something Ace thought of, not me. I never thought.
Okay, so
Well, I
Mary,
think Mike was still living there.
No.
No,
Say no?
he was, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mary, you mentioned that the first 2 years you didn't have corporate sponsors, but later you did, and one of the sponsors was King Louis.
Oh, I know that.
Okay, so I think we have a King Louis story if someone can tell
Well,
us that.
They did the T-shirts.
Yes.
And we had to, I kept reminding people who would put a jacket on or something, just wear the t-shirt. We have to show King Louis. Yeah.
But
So, okay, so.
go ahead.
I
You wanna
don't
tell
know
us?
that story.
Okay.
So, part of the offering for Kosher Fest beyond food was tours of the sanctuary. And Joel was in charge of that. And there were tours like on the half hour or the hour, I can't remember when. Anyway, as Joel was doing one of the tours, because the Kosher Fest was open to the community, I mean, we had a few thousand people in the greater Kansas City area attending. It wasn't all Jews, so there were people touring the sanctuary, and one of them sees King Louis on the back of the T-shirt and says, "I'm not familiar with."
I know about King David.
Is that the Jungle Book?
You know, there's like King David and King Solomon. Who was King
That's great. That's great.
That sect of Judaism.
Joel did those tours, and he was involved in more than one incident where he got oddball questions. There was one year he was doing the tour, and I bumped into him afterwards. He was kind of laughing and shaking his head at the same time. And he bumped into me and he said, "You're not going to believe what just happened." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "Well, I took this little group on a tour, and we started out downstairs, and I showed them the physical plant in Waldman Hall and Asner Hall, and went upstairs to the sanctuary. There was one person in the group kept on looking all around for something, and I couldn't figure out what. And finally, I got my curiosity up, so I asked him what he was looking for, and he wanted to know where we kept the animals.
The sacrifice.
One of two refrigerators.
The tours were popular though, because most people, you know, the bulk of the community had not ever seen a tour open. And I don't remember if Joel, did you do that? Did you open them? I know that Scott did the first couple.
We did them together.
And it's very impressive.
Well, Kosher Fest was so big, and we could talk for hours about it, I think. But we also had something else that was unique at our synagogue, which was the Hamantash vodka debate.
Great latke hummus.
So tell us about that, Melanie.
I brought the book, which inspired the whole thing, actually. My aunt of blessed memory, Dr. Ruth Fredman Chernia, edited the book, and it's actually, it started back in 1947 at the University of Chicago. And she was a cultural anthropologist and was very interested in all these, you know, just whatever Jewish things that were going on. And she had worked at Hillel at the time and attended this debate and realized that this is really pretty amazing, that right after World War II, a number of, it was a Hillel rabbi and some professors at the University of Chicago came together and they wanted to do something fun for the students and the professors after World War II. So they had a ridiculous theme of having debaters debate whether the latke was better or the hamantash was better. So they had professors of different disciplines coming up with these amazing arguments. And another big thing was that they would always have a non-Jewish professor also be a member of the debate. And so from that, I'm just sad that my aunt couldn't see us doing this, but to honor her memory, I just thought it would be a really neat thing to have in Kansas City. We never had it before. So anyway, back in 2013 was the first time we had it, and we had 2 of them at Ohev, and I was so grateful for our committee, a lot of you on the committee, and just finding debaters that were not just Ohev debaters, but throughout the community. So it was really a community effort, not to the same magnitude as Kosher Fest, but certainly involving communities. So we had rabbis, debating. We had, let's see, Audrey, you were a debater, and
Audrey came out in her gown.
In her, right, she was an English professor, right, and, oh my gosh, we had, well, let's see, Chris was a debater the first year, I mean, I have it all these programs.
Mike was a debater, not Mike Silver, Mike Lerner. Was-
And Mike, of course, Mike Lerner, Mike Kolb,
We
you know,
had
we had a
great
lot of debaters, right.
So great.
And so that was really wonderful. We even, I mean, all different ages too. And not just Jewish people came to this. I mean, we invited people from the community, and we were, we were on television. We were on the radio. We were interviewed on KCUR. So, you know, the first 2 years at Ohev, but then we went on to the White Theater for the last 3 years.
So we did it 4 years total?
Five.
We did it 5.
2012 through 2017. And there's a very generous anonymous donor allowed us to go into White Theater. And we still have money left over, so maybe we could still do it at Ohev Sholom. But anyway, it was just a really, I don't know, I was really happy to bring it to, you know.
It was fun, it was funny.
It was very fun. It was,
It brought laughter, so that was really
Exactly,
fun.
and Chris Kell, I mean, Scott was our first moderator, Rabbi Scott. And then the next 4 years, Chris Keltz was. And then Maureen, his wife, she was the timer, but they had nice little repartees. And then we had a raffle. My uncle let us raffle books. And I just remember how neat it was that some non-Jewish people got the raffle, I got the books. And it was just a really neat way, I thought, to, you know, not just, again, to involve our community, Ohev, but also community at large.
Well, and to address a really important question.
And we never came up with the answer. We never did.
But we solved it.
No, but remember, I think was it the first time? I can't remember. But yeah, all 5 debates, we had a team Latka and we had a team Hamantash, and we had 3 debaters on each side. And then we would have the audience vote on which team, and I'll never forget this. My neighbor, my former neighbor, but very dear friend, Lauren Leifer's mother was there, and she was on team Latka, and she went and made, you know, she had all these necklaces made of potatoes, and she won. She was so competitive, and her mom was so upset that her team didn't win. You know, but we had musical renditions. Remember?
Oh yeah,
You know,
Rabbi
Yeah.
Remember how, Rabbi Sharon, how
Oh, yeah.
he ended he put on this hat like Leonard Cohen and sat
No,
on
that was
the
John
stool.
Lantos.
Huh?
That was John Lantos. John Lantos was Leonard Cohen.
I thought it was the rabbi.
No, the rabbi, he sang
Yeah.
Lady. Didn't he say Lady?
Okay.
Rather than say Lady, sing
Oh,
Lady,
yeah.
say Vodka. You
I
know?
have them mixed up,
But that was a very musical one. I think that was the most musical one.
yeah, it was very fun and
Plus, it was a
impressive.
great advertisement for Hamantash and sale.
It really was. I mean, of course, we served Hamantash and because afterwards we had a committee
Yeah, we
meeting.
did.
But the other thing is, it was really cool, is that John Lantos, Dr. John Lantos, actually, my aunt had selected his debate presentation because he was at the University of Chicago. And so it was so cool when a friend had said, oh, well, he's in town. And he agreed to present, but I told him he couldn't use the same presentation. And he was the one that came up with the Leonard Cohen rendition of Hamantash. Oh my God. I remember when I first received it, I was laughing so hard. You know, it was just so clever. It was just so neat that we have such creativity and humor. And anyway, but another original of Ohev.
Yeah.
Not an original, this is still going on. I mean, but all over the country, but,
Originally
for Kansas City.
New to Kansas City. Well, here's another original that Audrey and I did.
Okay.
Or do you want to try
Yeah,
that?
go
since
ahead, go ahead.
At the beginning of COVID, when we were all trying to figure out how we were going to find meaning in approaching the holidays, and that it was all going to be virtual, Audrey and I came up with the idea of enhancing Elul, a month of programs. Each week a different topic. I don't know if you want
Yeah,
to.
connected to the high holidays to get us prepared for the high holiday season. So maybe some some kind of learning that we could, because the high holidays comes and you just see that machzor once a year, unless you're a rabbi or a chazan. You're looking at it once a year. So this was our way of, well, let's just take something and see if we can
Get ready.
get ready. So
Oh,
that was,
it totally worked.
Mhm.
I enjoyed every one of them,
Yeah.
and the one I think you facilitated was the poetry with Maggie's brother.
yeah.
And that's the first time I have ever thought that I enjoyed or understood poetry.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It didn't last long,
Do it again.
but for that 30 or 40 minutes, I really appreciated it.
Yeah, and Anna and I did one where she did the musical part of Umatani Toketh, and I did the poetry part of it. And Donna, you did a poem, I think.
Well, Michael Hasselman and I did Psalm, is it 27?
I think so.
Yeah, we did Psalm 27,
Uh-huh.
which was, there was poetry in that too. That was really a great experience.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it was good for us who were doing it, so I'm glad it was good for the people who
And
tuned in.
Ace did an excellent program too with Chris White.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
right.
that's right.
That's right, I did. yeah.
That's right. That was talking about, was it talking about relations, race relations?
Race relations
Yeah.
and,
And I know it was the first time I heard the book about the crossing. That's not the right name for it.
Passing, or there was a book about the middle passage.
oh,
You
yes,
and Chris
yes,
were
that
both
was called
reading
yes,
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought maybe we could flip back a little bit earlier in time because I want to make sure we, there's sisterhood experiences like Rita and Naomi, maybe there's some sisterhood stories.
Well, I always think of the cooking as the kitchen ladies,
Yeah,
and you don't cross them. That's what I always say. If the kitchen ladies make a decision, that's it, boy. You're not changing anything. And so it was fun back there cooking. It was the group of women. I know Mary was there constantly, and Lois
Always
and
in
Carol
the
Brooks,
kitchen.
and they gave me the job. I was the one who had to separate. They were making cabbage rolls, stuffed cabbage.
Cabbage rolls.
Cheryl's Cabbage Rolls was
Yeah.
kosher fest.
Yeah, well, it might have been for Kosher Fest, or it might have been
Yeah,
for
for
other.
everything.
And I think you were the cabbage roller that Carol Brooks liked the
No,
best.
she liked me. I was the best separator of cabbage
Oh,
leaves.
that's right.
I don't know what I did, but I did it the right way, and I won her approval, and nobody was going to touch those cabbage leaves. Carol made sure that I was the one that separated the leaves. So, we froze them sometimes, we put them in boiling water sometimes, and we just had stacks of cabbage leaves. And everybody had their job. And it was tiring, but it was fun because
Oh, yeah.
we just
We had
enjoyed each other's company.
A lot of fun.
so Rita and Hannah, you worked in the kitchen a lot, right?
I did, not a lot, but I did work in the kitchen.
Yeah, do you have anything that stands out and that you want to?
And the one time I was working with Ruth Roth, and I had we were making something with egg salad, and I had to take all the shells. Oh, that was a job, but I was the one that got that, so.
Hannah, did you do Hamantash?
I did Hamantashes and with Alan Wasserman with the latkes.
Right,
We
right,
cooked a million latkes every Hanukkah.
yeah.
Big job. We couldn't have eaten without you guys.
And one project that I'd like to just mention is.
Well, I'm surprised you got anything to eat at all.
How about some memories of when Danny was our rabbi? Because he initiated a lot of programs as,
Yeah.
where
Breakfast
you and I are
club.
looking and Donna, we're creating a timeline for the memorabilia room, and we're thinking, gee, he initiated that walking up to the bima in front of the open ark during Vila.
Yeah.
And he encouraged us to wear kittles, which many of us continue to do for the high holidays.
And to do the great Aleinu.
The what?
Oh, right, the great Elena, where you actually, you prostrate yourself. during the later, yes.
But the Torah project also,
Well, I was
I
just
mean,
gonna say that.
Oh, so talk a little bit about that, Lori. What was that?
that was a year of writing a Torah. We had a scribe, Eric Ray, who came, I think, 2 or 3, maybe 3 times with his wife, and he was writing our Torah, and we had all of these wonderful Torah parties that the sisterhood actually put together. I mean, they were the ones who did a yeoman's job of putting these parties together, where people chose a part of the Torah to dedicate however they wanted to dedicate it. And I think there were about 5 couples or 4 couples that contributed a chunk of money for each book of the Torah, and everybody participated. Almost everybody, I think, in the synagogue participated in one way or another. And then at the end of the year, because it took a whole year, at the end of that year we had a big siyum, a big party.
Fabulous.
And Rabbi Horowitz, I think he wrote the last letters of the Torah. That was kind of an honor that we gave him, or that Rabbi Ray gave him, so that he wrote the last few letters of the Torah. And it was a great party. I mean, it was a great day. We had a photographer who was there to photograph each of the families or individuals or couples or whatever who, wrote part of the Torah. And then the photographer was pleased to be able to sell those pictures, I guess, some of them. And so he made a little bit of money, and then the Torah Project made some money. And it was a great year. Really.
I think one other thing, I wasn't able to go to it, but I think you went, Kelly, to the Truman Library, where Weitzman Weitzman gave Truman a Torah.
Torah, yes.
And Truman's famous line was, "I always wanted one of these." But our Torah scribe was able to say, looking at this, I believe this was written, probably in Poland around this time.
Right.
And really give again, I wasn't part of that, but I think you were there to really give a historical context of
That was a wonderful
a special tour within the Truman Library that nobody goes sees, and just to say, by the writing, this came from this part of Europe
Yeah, they
around
were
this
excited
time.
to have him there to look at it.
Right, because
Yeah.
it wasn't put away at that
It was,
point.
well, he
Yeah,
wanted
it
he expressed.
was in storage, and as
Right.
I heard the story, Rabbi Ray told them that it was stored upside down, and they had no idea that it was stored upside down.
Yeah, oh, that was a fabulous program. I'm glad you remembered that. That was
Yeah.
I
wonderful.
remembered I didn't go, but hearing
Yeah,
about
but
it
you
was just
remembered it.
just amazing.
And I hope now it's in, now
Dude,
it's
you
being
brought up
displayed
Rabbi
at
Horowitz.
the
No,
renovated
it is.
Truman Library.
I don't know if it is now or not. I haven't been to the remodel.
I was
Truman
just
Library.
The whole room
Yeah,
just,
I haven't
it's
been there
really
since it
amazing.
remodeled.
Mike, go ahead.
You brought up Rabbi Horowitz, and my memory is not what it used to be, but I kind of recollect it was under Rabbi Horowitz that we took 2 major steps. One was formally joining the United Synagogue,
That's right.
and the other was to go egalitarian,
Yeah.
which were 2 major steps
Yeah, he
for the
really,
congregation, both of which were under his
it was
leadership.
huge.
So one of the memories I have is I loved his sermons, and he really presented well. He spoke well from the pulpit. And I remember one high holidays, he started it by singing from Oklahoma. He just, there was no introduction. He just started singing Oklahoma, and that somehow led into whatever he was sermonizing about. But he always
You might mention that he's from Oklahoma.
he is from Oklahoma.
Don is from Oklahoma.
We have him in a home movie when he was 4 years old as King Ahasuerus at the porn parade.
And during my
He didn't change much.
He's a little taller.
And
Say hi.
I also remember during the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah.
Remember their judge, Judge Ito?
Uh-huh.
At Purim that year, Rabbi Horowitz came out as Judge Ito.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
And it was perfect. And when he walked out, everybody just started laughing because they knew, I mean, they immediately recognized Judge Ito.
Yeah. Well, one of the other things that happened during his time was Pizza in the Hut. That whole program during Sukkot, where we bring, I think the idea was bring in pizza, make it easy, and we'll do a little bit of learning while we, fulfill the mitzvah of eating a sukkah. But somehow it got more complicated because Sisterhood decided, I think, to cook.
I didn't cook, so.
There was food. There
There was always food.
There was always good food. Mary, you would know more about
Good food and good lessons.
Yeah, we did lentil soup and I think vegetable soup. You had two choices, egg salad and tuna salad. And the last day, we combined the egg salad and the tuna salad.
Well, I think we can't talk about the rabbi without also mentioning Toby and all the programming that Toby did. And what I remember most of all is how many Jeopardies she put together for us.
How many what?
Instead of Jeopardy, it was
Oh,
Jeopardy.
Jeopardy.
And after congregational, after those Friday night dinners, she would often lead us in a game of that. It was a tremendous amount of work.
She also did the Machane Sholom. There was a little summer camp that she
Yeah.
ran, and it was
Yes,
just really
yes,
sweet.
she
Yeah,
did.
just really sweet. It's based at Ohev, and they used to go to one of the local playgrounds, take the kids there. And it was just very
Very
sweet.
simple,
Very simple.
but that's all
Very
you
popular.
need. A
That's all you
playground
need,
for
yeah.
summer.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when Kelly and I came to town with 3 little kids and synagogue shopping,
Yeah.
and we were talking, we're doing the Ohev thing, just narrow it down to 3 things was, one, Danny's sermons were amazing.
Yeah.
They were brilliant.
Knockout.
They were just brilliant. Lights out. The second thing of how welcoming everybody is that he invited us for a Shabbat dinner like the second week, and other synagogues were more lukewarm. And then being egalitarian, I think the women in Ohev made it. The sisterhood, the food, amazing. Group of just really strong, brilliant leadership, innovative stuff. So I know that it really attracted Kelly and me. So, that combination of things made the choice of synagogue really, really easy.
So Rob, when
Good.
you walked in the door, were you asked if you wanted an aliyah?
Well, that was a
First
Friday
time
night
we
dinner
went.
you came.
I don't know that the first time we went, you were asked,
I'm like-
but,
Yeah.
but shortly thereafter, I'm sure you were.
Yeah, I think shortly thereafter, but it was just, very welcoming, very educational, a synagogue full of very curious minds wanting to learn more and dig deeper and questioning. And,
You know what Danny also did, I just remembered, is that he had a class on Torah trope. So he got a number of us congregants to learn trope. And that's when we started laming. That's when we started chanting Torah. Now, we never did a lot because he was, he could read the entire parsha without, any assistance needed at all. But it sure came in handy when the next rabbi,
Right.
needed a little bit of bolstering, and then the rabbi after that also did as well. So I really, I'm grateful to Danny that he had the class, and Ace, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
He also did Haftorah Trope.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Which I attended, and I chanted a Haftorah, and I still have a framed scroll portion. I never did it again though. But I want to go back to the tour project just briefly because Kelly and I were in charge of the home parties. I mean, we were the one that had the video. When we were discussing what to do, Kelly came up with this line from Deuteronomy where Moshe says, write for yourself this, I lost it, write for yourself this poem. And it was Kelly's idea to use that sentence as the thesis for all of our study groups.
Oh.
And we were and it worked, everybody talked about it, but we were at one at, I think Connie Camel's house, and Neil Deitch was there. And when we were wrapping up, he said, we've been here an hour and a half talking about one sentence in the Torah. And that, I mean, he was impressed by it, and I thought, that's really stunning. It really is. And I can thank Kelly for that, because she came up with that one.
Blow the shofar. It was one of the most powerful synagogue experiences I ever had. He understands something so profound about
Being
what
Jewish.
it is, well, being Jewish, and what that blowing the shofar it's not a performance, it's not pro forma, it's something so deep, and he has that ability to through the shofar to speak to everyone in the sanctuary, and it was such a profound experience. And year after year of that, when he stopped blowing the shofar, it was such a loss.
He was a wonderful bar mitzvah teacher, because
Yeah.
that's how I learned to do Musaf, basically, was from Steve, because he was teaching Adam, and I was going with Adam to his classes, before Adam was bar mitzvah, and Steve was just phenomenal. I mean, he taught Adam everything, not just the Torah reading and the Haftorah reading and Musaf, but also how to go around the synagogue and kind of be warm and friendly to people who were supportive of him in his bar mitzvah. I mean, he just taught him how to act. He was a wonderful bar mitzvah teacher.
He taught my two oldest boys too, and they didn't hate going there because Steve was such a cool guy.
A good, great sense of humor too.
Yeah.
He also taught them how to hold their hands for emphasis and use their hands.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
His drama.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I saw him in
Yeah,
high school
he
at
had
Shire
theatrical.
Mission South. He and my cousin were in the drama department.
So here's a Steve story. On Beanie's bar mitzvah morning,
Our son.
I had my list, and not on my list was Beanie's notebook. The whole service. So Beanie gets to shul without the notebook, and Steve is leading Shachrit, and so Ace hops in the car to drive home, and Noel is timed up for sprint traffic.
Going the other direction.
So Ace hit every red light between Ohev and our house. It was a long time. Anyway, Steve knew that Ace had left the sanctuary, the synagogue, to go pick up Beanie's notebook, because Beanie couldn't do it without it. So Steve was leading Shachrit, and he was making it
Very slow.
the longest Shachrit in history.
Delay of game.
And he kept
Really?
And he kept looking at me and I kept going, more. Until finally Ace came dashing into the sanctuary. So Steve saved the day.
I'd like to say a few words about the morning minion too, which was
Yeah,
very
yes,
special for forever at Ohev. And we had a whole cadre of minionaires, people who would come and be part, and people would take a particular day for their minion. We have some great pictures of our son when he was about 4. He was the pushki prince. He would collect it up at the time, and if someone gave him a quarter, he was trained to say, "Is that all?" And I want to bow here to the minion captains. The most remarkably, I think, was Marvin Denton, who only did it for 50 years. Only did it for 50 years, and did an extraordinary job. And it's one of those background jobs that makes a synagogue what it is. It's thankless is the wrong word, but it's not high profile. It has to be done. It took I don't know how many thousands of hours, how many tens of thousands of phone calls Marvin would make to make this thing work.
What about Breakfast Club? Did you go to that, Mike?
I was the cook at Breakfast Club.
Oh, tell us about that.
Well, it started out, Breakfast Club was very well timed for Ohev.
Okay.
We would have our morning minion on Sunday starting at 9 o'clock, which is right after the kids were dropped off at Sunday school. So we would have our Monday morning minion at 9, and by 10 o'clock we'd be downstairs having Breakfast Club. And over the years, rather than go home after dropping the kids off, I would stay for minion, and then I made eggs at Breakfast Club with Maureen.
So what year did it start, or about what decade?
It was there, when we joined in the 70s, Breakfast Club had been going on for
Yeah, it was going on at
I don't know exactly when they started, but I'm sure that had been going on for at least a decade.
Okay.
And then it used to be a good crowd, and we used to get as many as 20 or 25 people on a Sunday morning. And cooking eggs was a big deal, because you made regular eggs. Some people wanted just whites, so you had to separate them out. It was the only time I ever saw Marvin cry. And he literally did cry. Because one year I took all the yolks from the 10 people or so who wanted just egg whites, and I made myself an omelet that just Marvin, who was conscious of what he did, just literally cried watching me eat that.
Well, we had great speakers there too. We would have Breakfast Club speakers.
Cafe Ohev.
I think Rabbi Horowitz
Did he start?
He started Cafe Ohev.
Because he was always at Breakfast Club, and I guess that he thought that was a good time to teach something or learn something rather than just talk about the game.
Audrey brought up the subject earlier of rabbis, and to be very serious for a moment, one of the things or the people that I will almost surprisingly always remember is Rabbi Pador, because she came in just before the pandemic. And looking back at it at the time, I was very concerned. I was very upset over the ramifications I saw potentially to the synagogue by not being able to attend, and people just being confined to Zoom services, and whether they would question retaining membership in the synagogue, or question the wisdom of staying active. And even though she was only our rabbi for a total of 4 years, including this year, Rabbi Pador worked very, very hard in implementing some programs that I think served to keep the congregation together. And I don't know that we could have. I mean, she mastered Zoom so that we could have services, morning minion every morning, had services on Shabbos on Zoom. She had that one program she instituted, like a Havdalah program, but it was Schmooze and Booze, which was wonderful because you could get on there and sit there and just chat, more like
Right.
BS if you could be honest, with a bunch of people who you hadn't been able to see all week because you no longer you go to synagogue. And it really went a long way, I think, in keeping the synagogue together to the point where we could ultimately reach the decision we did reach, which is kind of ironic, but I don't know that we could have lasted long enough to get to where we ultimately got if she had not done what she did during the brief period of time she was our
I
rabbi.
think you're right. And remember, when she first came, like that first month, there were about 7 funerals.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Right.
And my husband was one of those. And she was wonderful,
Yeah.
really. And when, I just lost the name, Lori.
Marcia Temple.
No, I'm talking about Andy's.
Oh, Andy's mother.
Harriet. Harriet Creven.
Yeah, Harriet Freeman.
Yeah.
And I know this because Rory was up there with Andy, and Rabbi Pador didn't know those people, and she came up there at about 10:30 at night after
It was
having
more like
done-
11:30 at night.
and stayed until Lewis's came.
Yeah, she was very good.
Yeah.
And
She did.
also to build on what Mike said, for the high holidays, Anna Jaffe was wonderful in her. Anna's very skilled with the computer, and she's musical, of course. So she worked with Rabbi Pador so that those high holiday services, I think we did a really good job doing it on Zoom, and it was because the structure that was created by Anna and Rabbi Pador together. So I agree with you, Mike. We shouldn't overlook the difficulty. She never had an installation because COVID came, and so it really was kind of a bum deal for her as things turned out. But I think that it's nice to remember the contribution she made to keep us going. And with that, I think we should talk a little bit about Scott, because he was our rabbi for 14
Right,
years.
Shirley Shabbat. I mean, that's a good segue right there.
That was the big thing. That was
And we still do it.
we still do
So
it.
enjoyable.
It's
I was just going to bring up Scott
Yeah, go ahead.
because I I've said this a lot of times, but I met Scott when he was 17, and he had this big Jufro. And he was really cute, and the girls were crazy about him, which he took advantage of. And I always liked
The
him.
opportunity, not the girls.
Same for the best.
I clarify.
Not here to defend
I
it.
really meant he took advantage of how cute he was, Anyway, and I loved having him at Ohev. I always had a soft spot for him. I still look at him like he was 17 years old, and that's probably not too good for a rabbi, but I think that his devars, some of them were excellent, and following Danny, that's a lot to say. And I remember somebody complaining because he always used sports metaphors, and I thought, I like that. It makes me understand. But I have enjoyed being with him and having him for a rabbi. When my daughter died, was on a Shabbos morning, and one of my friends told Scott at services. And at that time, Scott was only driving to and from shul on Shabbos, and I don't know if he still does that, but he drove to my house after services, and he walked in through the garage, and he was hugging me, and I remember he had on a light blue dress shirt, and when I moved away from his entire shirt was wet. It was dark blue because I had cried on his shoulder. But that's kind of maudlin, but I miss him as the rabbi. I'm glad he's still hanging around.
Yeah, and a great Torah reader, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, Mary, I think that him being there for you, I think that was one of Scott's real strengths. When our family was in crisis, when Molly was ill, Scott was amazing. When Molly was living outside the home, he would take his guitar and entertain the girls in the dorm, and he would bring her kosher salami because there wasn't kosher food where she was. He was really there for our family at a time when we really needed him.
Well, and I should add, since I talked to Meredith, I mean, Scott visits her frequently. So, you know, he does a lot of those things that we didn't necessarily know about, that, you know, didn't get attention. And I think it's ironic that how he struggled with us as a congregation to get musical instruments into Shabbat. And there was such resistance, and it took so long. And finally, you know, something happens. And what's the one program that goes with us when we are no longer existing and we're part of another, you know, larger entity? Shir Shabbat lives on.
Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, it's still going.
Good point.
Yeah, and he's there playing, you know, he's part of the musical part, a piece of it.
And the impact you had also, you know, through Beth Shalom, because there's Tefillah Atenu that's once a month too.
Yeah.
And that they're really very concerned about keeping both of these musical.
And one of his strengths as a teacher is he's very knowledgeable about politics, particularly in Israel. And when he teaches Zionism, any class relating to the history of Israel, he's very good. And I think that he did that for us while we were a synagogue, and he did that in the larger community too.
When my mother died, we had a kind of a late Shiva because of Tisha B'Av. And so my cousin said to me, "Is your rabbi a really good friend of yours?" And I said, "Well, yes and no. I wouldn't say really close friend, but yeah, why?" And he said, "Because I've never seen a rabbi clear the table or serve people at a meal." He said, "Your rabbi was really helping everybody get their food and clearing things off." He said, "I've never seen that before, ever."
I think he's like that at home, Sylvia. She has good things to say about him, and that's it.
Well, don't forget Sylvia too. She played a big role.
Yeah, she's
especially with the kids and keeping
Because your kids knew she was the junior congregation person for high holidays where your kids were.
And I've been a mitzvah teacher. She taught several of the kids.
Well, and I think Scott's strength, and it's tough, like you say, following Danny with brilliant sermons. I think Scott's strength was appealing more to the younger crowd. I mean, Ohev was an older generation. So using analogies like sports or
Movies.
movies, or it was important when the kids did Maccabi games.
Right.
That was part of his sermon, or to come on in and talk about stuff when, you know, invited Jake, or there was a personal feel of always asking about my mom, my dad. So I think
I remember that.
his strengths were, you know, in that interpersonal stuff, or somehow trying to get the kids more involved. And of course with Sylvia there too, that, you know, that, you know, is trying to keep the synagogue, you know, younger is a hard hard thing.
I always felt that Rabbi Horowitz was shy, very, very shy, and a brilliant teacher, and if you approach him, very welcoming, but I felt that he was shy, extremely shy, and I remember when Scott, I guess, was auditioning, and on Shabbat he went around to every table and sat down and talked to people, and I think that you're right.
You needed that mind meld, right?
Yeah, it was, that's his strongest suit, is welcoming everybody.
He was really good with kind of maintaining the through line of Ohev traditions too, and just because of his own personal history of involvement since he was young. And I was sparking as we were talking about this, of Leah Ernstein was one of our congregants, a young woman at the time who, with Down syndrome, and but she had a place, by God, she had a place in the synagogue, and at the end, she would march up and, what was it for a lady?
I don't know.
Whatever it was, she'd march up and.
No, it was a Donala.
She would march up, and I can still hear her feet go pum, 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 pum. And I was just thinking that, because she was doing that from Danny and then through Rabbi White, and it was this kind of wonderful through line of a young woman who might not have had such a place in another synagogue, but she was everyone remembers Leah.
Audrey, I have one for you. Shaw Scholar.
Oh, well,
The Shaw
this was
Scholar.
another Danny idea.
Oh, excellent.
And he asked me to do it because he recognized that if you give me a discrete task, I can do it. I can outline the project. So I did that for quite a few years, but it was, I enjoyed the program. We brought in an array of speakers, one of them Reuben Hammer, and I was just recently looking him up and seeing that not only was he the guy who wrote a commentary on the prayer book, on the conservative prayer book, not Sim Shalom, well, maybe it was a commentary on Sim Shalom, but that was the reason that he came in. But he also was the founder of the Masorti movement in Israel. At least that's what Wikipedia said, so I was surprised. But that's the caliber of people we had in. We had some Zohar Raviv, an Israeli teacher who I met in Melton, and we shared expenses with another synagogue in Denver to bring him in from Israel. And we had Rahel Musleya, who writes for Hadassah magazine, and she talked about her background of being Indian, from family from India, and I think Iraq, and Carla Klausner, local, wonderful scholar who was who presented
Who
some.
was the one who talked about IBM?
Oh, and that one.
That was
His daughter was our cousin.
Yes.
I can't remember his name.
Black.
Black. That's right.
That was great. That was a great one.
Yeah. So I thought we had a good array of speakers, and so we started.
You
That
left
spoke
out the
about
vegan.
the
The vegan.
conversos.
The vegan.
Oh, from St. Louis.
Right.
Fran.
Yes,
Fran,
yes,
right.
St. Louis.
From New Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did it for a lot of years, and I guess we just stopped during COVID. Because, I didn't do it forever, I passed it on to the next chair of it. But we originally started by having Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday night, and Sunday morning. And we did that for many years, and then finally we were saying, we're not getting enough people for Havdalah. So we cut out the Havdalah service, but we maintained, good turnouts, and it was just really heartening that it was Ohev. We like to learn, and that's what it felt like. We come together, we like to eat good food that sisterhood makes, and we like to learn together, and that was, would make it a great program.
And underwritten by the Shaw family, just to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and
I think that kind of highlights how many programs have we talked about? And here, what's the size of the congregation? 110, 20 families. Yet
as a child growing up in the synagogue. And Lori, would you share the story about Rabbi Miller and Wednesday night bowling?
Oh, yes. Rabbi Miller, I guess he just loved to bowl. And so in the summer, we had a teen bowling league, or I think I was preteen at the time, and an adult bowling league, and we all went to probably King Louis to bowl.
What else?
Yeah, and it was so much fun. I mean, Rabbi Miller was just a really fun guy, and we just enjoyed having adults and teens, all of us in one place, doing something totally not religious, but just being together and having a great time.
I just love that story because it was, I'm thinking how he got the kids, preteens and teens into their league, and the parents, but they're in the same facilities. So this is great as a parent. I'm thinking, you know where your kid's at, it's okay, and you can have fun and bowl. And so everybody was having a good time.
Yes, and I think we probably took over most of the bowling alley. I don't remember any other people being there but us, but...
And it was a highlight of the week.
Oh, yes.
Not Shabbos. Wednesday night bowling.
Not Shabbos. At that age, definitely not Shabbos, but bowling, yes.
Another group activity we did was the installation dinners. For, what is it, every 2 years that we would have those, I guess.
You had the best.
Oh. You can tell that story. Yeah, that was a great one. But
Did you forget your notebook?
It was really fun, and we had tea dances. We had dances, and I remember Arnold and Mary were quite cut the rug. Quite cut the rug. But that was really, and that was completely manufactured and staffed and everything else by our little by volunteers. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons we were able to hold it together so long, even as our members were aging and dying and we weren't replenishing with young families, is that we had some leaders who were willing to step up more than once to be president. And so one of them is sitting next to me, Mike, who was president 3 times, right? 3 times, taking us through to the final negotiations of consolidating with Beth Sholom. And then Ace, who was president twice, and I was looking at some old records and I forgot, and it's reminded me that Ace, you used to write a lot, and you're such a good writer, and so I saw something I had never seen before. You wrote a letter to someone who was newborn. It was Debbie Rosenberg had a baby, and you wrote a letter to the baby. And you welcomed the baby, and you called, welcome the baby to our synagogue and all the programs the baby could participate in. It was so sweet, and I just thought, parents, you get a letter like that, it was just a lovely, lovely touch that you brought to it.
Thank you.
Audrey, will you tell us the story of Nate and Danny?
Oh, yeah, this is cute. When Nate was bar mitzvah, he was 5'6". And Danny, I don't think he wasn't 5'6". Danny was, maybe he was 5'5", 5'4". He was probably 5'4". So they're standing on the bima, and it's the time when Danny is addressing the bar mitzvah boy. And Danny, in his inimitable way, he looks up at Nate like this, and that draws a little chuckle. And then Nate squats down to the eye level with Danny, and then that draws another chuckle. And then Danny continues and gives him a little...
Typical.
But when Danny asked Nate...
Oh, that story, right. When Danny was meeting with Nate before the bar mitzvah, and he's having a serious conversation about, okay, so now Nate, it's becoming a bar mitzvah, what do you see as changing? What will your responsibilities be? And Nate pauses, and I'm sitting there listening to him, and he says, go to committee meetings?
And how many times were you president, Audrey?
I just that once. I took over for Sandy, of blessed memory. I finished her term.
And then did your own.
And did my own.
We can't forget about the gift shop. All those years.
Let's
that you
hear
were-
it. Rita and Hannah, and talk to us about that, the
Well,
gift
I
shop.
enjoyed it. I was like, here's a school teacher becoming a shopkeeper. I did enjoy it, and I tried, different people would ask me to order different things, and I'd look at the catalog, and I would do that. I really enjoyed that, so.
It was a sweet little shop.
Yeah, you did it for a long time.
Well, you kept it going.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I enjoyed it.
And Hannah helped you?
Only the hard work.
That's why you were needed. Someone has to do it.
Might as well be me.
Hannah, when did you join Ohev?
Well, the first time I joined Ohev was in 1964 when I married Pete Cohen's daughter, Joe Levine's first cousin. And I was a member there for maybe 4 or 5 years. We were also members of Ohev Sholom. And then I went back to the synagogue when Rita and I got married. Rabbi White married us. And I told him at the time I wouldn't want to belong to a congregation that would have me as a member. But they took me anyway, so.
Yeah,
It was Sally's fault.
she was membership chair.
Yeah.
When
She did a
when
great job
I
with
first
that, too.
joined Ohev, my family sat behind Hammond on the high holidays. And it was the Levine family, because Levine Cohen family, all of them.
I think I used to sit, well, Donna and Ace and I sat behind Arnold Levine and Shirley Levine. We always sat in the same row.
Right.
We
We
sat
never
behind Phyllis and Harold
Yeah.
Hurst.
That was at high holidays.
Arnold
Yeah.
Levine sat in front of me.
Yeah.
And we sat in the Asbury Methodist Church section.
Yeah.
Asbury's.
The Asbury,
Yeah.
the Asbury.
No, you're right. I just remember.
And it was that one little window, the furthest away, tucked in the corner. Mike was always hot, so he wanted to be by the air conditioner, and and one time they tried to move us up. They go, well, he's
I refuse.
all the way in the back, so let's move the family up. We have some spaces now. We can move everybody up. Mike said, don't touch my seats.
I measured it once. It was closer to Asbury Methodist Church than it was the Bema.
You know what Mike said to me one time? Do you know why Jews sit in the back, always in the back? And I said, why? And he said, because there are no seats on the driveway.
That's all right.
Melanie, do you remember when you joined Ohev?
Well, I wish Dan could be here. He wishes
Tell
he
us
could,
Dan's
but I'll
story.
tell you his story. Yeah, I mean, he could tell it much better than I'm going to say. But we brought our kids up at Beth Torah, and Dan's father passed away in 2004. And Beth Torah didn't offer place to stay cottage on, I guess it was on Thursday mornings or whatever. And so that's when he's like, I'll try a place that's a little closer to us, a lot closer to us. And so he started coming.
What year was that?
And I think 2004, 2005, yeah, probably 2004. So anyway, Marvin, I was going to piggyback when you were talking about Marvin, how he just so warmly welcomed Dan, sat right next to him, showed him, because Dan grew up Reform. And for a while, I knew a lot more about Judaism than he did. At least, I should say, I mean, historically, he always knew more. But as far as liturgy, service, following the service and so forth. So Marvin really helped him follow the prayers, and, so Dan really appreciated that. And he felt so welcome. And Dan always has done better with smaller groups. And that's why, you just welcomed us so nicely. We continued being associate members with Beth Torah because our son Josh was still in, I think he hadn't had his confirmation yet. But anyway, just so.
I remember
warmly
Dan
welcoming.
coming to morning minyan.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was part of the Thursday morning minyan, but he was coming every day.
No, he really, and he still does. He still feels very close to
I
everybody.
know. He's a
Dear
great
friends of
guy.
ours at Ohev. I actually had been at Ohev years before because my grandparents,
Elaine, what?
my Aunt Elaine and Uncle Arnie were there, cousins. My cousin Dale married Brenda Silver, Marvin and Harriet's daughter, dear cousins of ours. And then my grandparents, Mary and Jules Gruber, had also been members of Ohev Sholom. So I had spent some time there years ago. And one of the memories I have was this, one of the women had this beautiful carriage, baby carriage, that was like,
carriage.
oh, I was burgundy.
Yeah,
And she would reel it up and down during the services. I don't know why that's a memory I have. But always very warm and welcoming. So anyway, I'm very happy that we found a real home at Ohev.
Yeah,
But still,
I think we all feel that way.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say, you know, as a person, Mike and I, we came to Kansas City, we knew no one. I mean, nobody. And so when we finally joined the synagogue, you know, it became our home. You know, and we had our friends, we had our holidays, you know, the kids had their friends, and it really became a very important spot for us to be and to become part of a synagogue family.
I think that's
And
right.
I think that happened to many other, from what I hear,
Yeah.
that happened to a lot of people sitting here and elsewhere, you know, and we were very welcomed, and it was a nice feeling, so it was good.
Yeah, we're similar to, we're not from these parts. We felt not welcome from the very moment we stepped in the door.
Right.
What year did you join us?
Well, I was a member, actually. You remember these days.
Yeah,
This was back
I
in
remember too.
Like
yes,
1980 or 80, or
This
The
is
80s,
when we were out during Rabbi Fitzgerman's
Yeah.
tenure, and there was a little contretemps there about asbestos. A long story. There was a division in the synagogue, and some of the youngsters, and I was a youngster at the time, left. But that was a short time hiatus, and then I came back in 19 with Donna. We were shul shopping. Was it before we got married? I
It was
guess
before the first time that I was saying Kaddish for my dad, and in the Chronicle it said there was an early service at Ohev that Friday night. We didn't realize it was because there was a Shabbat dinner that Friday night. And Asa told me the rabbi's name, but I didn't know. So we came in and we sat down, and we're waiting for services to start, and all of a sudden Danny walks in. I said, well, that's Danny Horowitz.
And what year was that?
That was in,
Something.
it was 89.
well, fill in the gap for me. I thought he was from Oklahoma City.
He is. I was born in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
And I had family in Oklahoma City, and,
Okay, but I always associated you with Tulsa.
well, and I am in Tulsa.
But the BBYO groups.
Well,
Right.
Yeah.
yeah, we lived in Oklahoma City until I was 4, and because we had family there, we were always kind of associated with the Jewish community, the Emmanuel community in Oklahoma City. And the library at the Hilla House at OU was named, there's a plaque in honor of Danny's father at OU. So there were lots of Oklahoma connections. So I said, that's Danny Horowitz. And so after services, I went up to say hello, and there was a Shabbat dinner. And so Ace, who hadn't been there in a few years and had left, you know, kind of under these difficult circumstances, all of a sudden we're sitting at the head table with the rabbi. So then we came the next morning, and Audrey was our walking committee. Week after week, she was so happy to see.
She's the only one under 40.
Which seemed old at the time.
So they would come up and she would shake our hands enthusiastically. How could we say no?
and then did Rabbi Fitzgerman, he was from Tulsa, but then he moved
No,
to
he was
Tulsa.
from Detroit.
That's right. But then he's moved to Tulsa and became
Yeah.
the rabbi of your
Right.
parents.
That's how we met Ace.
Yeah.
He
That's right.
Did you
He's
see
your-
what's
I know.
So actually, Ace and Donna Ohev.
That's right.
That's right.
We're
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
We
that
did
is.
see.
You're the poster child.
Well, and from that, we had at that point, that was early on, Ohev was in some trouble then, some financial trouble.
How unusual.
I know. We were close, we were very close to going bankrupt, and we had to raise a whole bunch of money. At the time, it was $70,000. It was a lot of money
3
at
weeks.
the time, and we managed to do it. And in that process, somehow or another, I came to become synagogue president. But back to
That's right, when we joined.
back to Michael's observation. I just the installation dinner, because I was the I had been the team physician for the Marching Cobras, which is
Oh, yeah, that was
an
great.
inner city marching band. And so I
Fabulous.
as my little speech, I was talking about the changes in Ohev.
drums
And
have
if you listen carefully, you can hear the drums have changed and you get a little bit of it. And the doors burst open in the
It was
back, and they came
fabulous.
up, and it was
fabulous.
And here's one of my many memories from that. My memory was somehow or another they got Joey Tenenbaum up on the stage,
Well, that would be hard to do.
and Joey was dancing along
Oh,
with them.
yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for reminding us of that. That was a great experience.
So when did you join, Kelly and Rob? What year?
We moved to Kansas City in '95, and I think Donna took over your job, Audrey, and every time I came, it was like very welcoming.
Because then you were the only one.
Well,
For the end.
when my family came out for the kids, Jake's bar mitzvah, and they were obviously very impressed, and my mom and dad had been in a study group and everything else, and really loved Ohev, but my brother said, now I know why you joined Ohev, and I thought this is my twin brother, Steve, which is also Ace's twin brother, Steve.
Not the same.
Not the same Steve. And I thought he was going to say how welcoming and everything, he goes, no, I know why, you're a doctor and the Misha Barak list is longer than the number of people here. Now I know why you really joined. Thanks, Steve.
Lots of customers, was that the...
Yeah, right, exactly. Lots of customers.
Oh, I remember, speaking of which, there was one, actually this happened several times. Once at High Holidays, someone
Some
collapsed.
fainted or something.
Yeah.
Someone collapsed, and
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a synagogue, right? So immediately, there were two cardiologists and an oncologist right there, right at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, David Skolnick and I.
David Skolnick, yeah, took care of
And
business.
then Ace.
Yeah.
We're a small synagogue, not bad.
Not bad.
Shabbos in the park.
Not bad.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Those were good.
Sisterhood retreats.
Yes.
I loved
Oh,
Sisterhood
I
retreats.
forgot about retreats. Those were
That
fun.
We did
All
that for a number of
all
years.
women, yeah.
It was kind
It-
of nice Friday
it
night
was.
through Sunday.
I
Ernstines.
remember
When,
at Sisterhood retreat,
no, so we had a different.
one thing I remember is that Shirley Ernstine would chant Haftorah because it was all women there. And I at the time loved to play taboo, and we sat up till 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning playing taboo.
It was a big slumber party.
And Phyllis brought her gun,
Yeah, that's
her
what I
rifle.
was gonna say. We had this cabin, I think the cabin belonged to B'nai Yehuda.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
they allowed us either to have it for free or very nominal
It was a
charge.
retreat center,
right,
yeah.
And, so we had quite a crowd there.
Oh, that
And
was
then,
good.
and then somebody was nervous about being out in the country and Phyllis said, well, I'll bring my
Dorothy
rifle.
Catcher.
Yeah, well, her
That was
rifle.
Dorothy Catcher.
Dorothy Catcher was afraid, and Phyllis said, don't worry, I'll bring my rifle.
Oh, she did.
And she did.
She did.
I was open carrier.
She did. We have a good picture of
Yeah, I
it.
remember it used to be in
fact, we gave it to
Her daughter?
Sharon.
Sheila.
Sheila. We gave it to Sheila of her at the first retreat. Phyllis is standing there like this with a rifle.
On May 21st, 2023, there was a second gathering of former OHEB members gathered at the home of Neil and Michelle Deitch. All but two were members of the Deitch family, but everyone added to the conversation. The Deitch family history at Ohev goes back 4 generations, and you will hear memories of Ohev life at 7th and Sandusky and the special family atmosphere and volunteer culture that continued to characterize Ohev when it moved to Prairie Village. Lisa and Sabina Skolnick, not part of the Deitch family, added their memories from the Prairie Village years and shared what they appreciated most about the congregation and why it was such a good fit for them. The participants were Lois Clayman, Charity Deitch, Neil Deitch, Michelle Deitch, Sam Deitch, Marcia Fagan, Sherry Rabikoff, Janice Sandler, Mike Sandler, Lisa Skolnick, and Sabina Skolnick.
All right, well, okay, well, I just thought we would welcome all of you here and just get started with a little brief summary of your experience at Ohev, those things that were most meaningful about the synagogue to all of us. And I guess I could start, I've spent, my early days, 2 days a week and Sundays at Ohev Sholom ever since I was a little boy. So a lot of time spent in that synagogue. And so I do have a lot of memories that helped form who I am today. Friends that I've met through Sunday school and Hebrew school that I still have today. Learned how to read Hebrew and the traditions associated with our religion. And I think all of that has just been very formative to who I am. But feel free to jump in here. Anyone else want to talk a little
Well,
bit?
I remember Ohev when it was started in Kansas City, Kansas, and I remember sitting on the very top balcony, looking down because the women had to sit upstairs and the children had to sit upstairs. That's my first memory of Ohev, and then just thinking of Ohev as one big family. And then when they moved to Prairie Village, I always thought of it as Little House on the Prairie, just like the movie. Just from being at Ohev, it was just family oriented, and you always felt that you were always with someone who cared about you.
Ohev was like a second, I don't know if you'd say home to me. We went in my day to Hebrew school 4 days a week, and it was very social. We'd ride the bus to 7th in Minnesota, and then we'd walk down to 7th in Sandusky. And in between, we'd stop at the pharmacy, Harry Abrams Pharmacy, and get a candy bar. And we'd go, we had Hebrew school from 4:30 to 6, Monday through Thursday, and we would go back for Sunday school. But we had our group, and it was fun. We didn't feel that we were pushed into it. I mean, it was just part of our lives, and we never questioned it. And we knew everybody. When you grow up in it was basically a smaller congregation, and I was bas mitzvah, I was confirmed, my wedding was at Ohev. It was just, we learned about, of course, all the holidays, and in blessed memory, Rabbi Marshall Miller was our teacher all through the time, and it was just, and it was hard. It was a little change when we moved. I like that, Janice, on the prairie. And it was been very hard for us to combine with Beth Shalom, although they've been very warm and giving. But Ohev was our life. We all grew up there, and we were 4 generations there.
Yeah, I know the importance of Ohev and Rabbi Miller. I mean, he even named me, so, and the relationship our mother had with all the rabbis there was very close.
Yeah.
And,
That's true. I remember many things. Most of my memories are in childhood, because I moved away when the synagogue moved away to Prairie Village. So my memories are very fond and loving memories, same as everyone else. I remember Shirley Levine teaching us songs. I remember plays that we had, and I remember sitting upstairs in the balcony with my friend Felice and Leah Miller. And I remember just many, many good times. And I remember that the congregation would always comment when we all came in. For Janice putting the children, little, crawling on the floor at the synagogue. They sat in the front row.
Our
On the
kids.
benches. Yeah, remember
Yeah.
your children, I do remember that. And I remember going to synagogue every Saturday when I came home to visit the family and my mother. My mother loved the synagogue, and she was ready before I was. She was ready to go. And I remember wonderful times there, and she reintroduced me to all the family because I moved away when I got married, and I lived away for 50 years, so I don't have a whole lot of memories of the synagogue as I was a little older, except for the Saturdays when I came in with Mom.
I'll just never forget learning from Leah Miller. She was so patient and so good. And I always used to get in trouble for talking too much and being too social. And memories of just being together with family. We always got along. We really never argued. And to be there surrounded with our family was so special. It gave me a sense of pride and belonging. And I did move away for a lot of years, and I always knew I would be back here. And I have very, very good memories of Ohev family and getting together and all the programs they had. It was a wonderful experience. I feel very lucky to have had that.
I remember riding on the bus to Hebrew school, and Dad, my father, knew where we were, and when Janice was born, he drove by the bus and said, "You have a new baby sister?" And so we were all so excited. And we had Passover Seders. It was just a very warm congregation. And when you grow up knowing almost everybody, it was all like family. And we miss it.
So my question would be, we've got people who are lifelong members, whether you signed up for it or not, your parents joined there, but Lisa, what about you and Sabina? Because your perspective is a little bit different because you joined it. You weren't born into the synagogue, but you joined it.
So we joined when I was a pre-bat mitzvah, same with my brother, who's 2 years younger. And we were welcomed with warm arms, and I remember Sunday school down in the little classrooms on the lower level, and Orit would teach us the Hebrew alphabet and the prayers, and we sat in a little U-shaped desk formation, and there was about less than a dozen of us. And Sylvia White really helped mentor and guide me for my bat mitzvah. I recall us being in the sanctuary, just the two of us practicing the blessings, where I would stand and walk with the Torah. She was really helpful in that, and Rabbi White also helped mentor me for the big day.
And you also got to spend a lot of time with Rabbi Rudnick,
Rabbi Redneck, yes. We would do Ein Kel Heinu and Adon Olam every Saturday to a different tune, and it would always be somehow related to present day or what was going on or the season. And it was special because he would call up all the kids from the sanctuary to come and say the blessings together.
And I think one of the things that the older generation has talked about is being small and it feeling like a family. And we moved to Kansas City, David, my husband, and I, it's been 25 years. And we only joined a synagogue when our daughter was born because we needed to get her name. So, and we started our synagogue life at Ohev Sholom, and we just found over time that it was too big for us, and really felt like we were just a little bit, being new and not knowing all these families that knew each other for years and years. We were looking for a more intimate environment to raise our kids and have their Jewishness nurtured. And so about 14 years ago, we made the move, probably right after Rabbi Cohen left Ohev Sholom. We made the move to Ohev. We had met Rabbi White, and we're just, we clicked with him. And
really, we enjoyed coming to services on Saturdays and hearing what he had to say when it was time for him to speak. And I actually was never bat mitzvahed, so I went ahead and had an adult bat mitzvah. Within 5 years, I had mine, she had hers, and our son 2 years after had his. So we were like the Skolnick B'nai Mitzvot train, and just, had wonderful support, and really, it's sad for us to see Ohev lose its identity as a standalone entity, but Beth Shalom has been very welcome with open arms. And I think going back there, having started there, we are different. And that makes our experience there different because we've been so enriched by our time at Ohev.
Can I tell, my family, my father had 5 sisters, the Sandlers, and the sisters all were married, and some of them lived in Kansas City, Kansas. Some of them lived in Kansas City, Missouri. The Kansas City, Kansas members all went to Ohev in Kansas City, Kansas. That was the Fishmans and the Mallons. And we went to Beth Shalom. But, we were always pretty close with everything. I didn't have my first experience was when I started dating my wife, Janice, that I started going to services at Ohev Sholom. And we were the first function at the main sanctuary. Our wedding was the first wedding there. We got married in 1970. That was the first function that they had at the new sanctuary. The other thing I remember about Ohev, I volunteered to go to morning minions, and my uncle Harold was big into going to morning minions, and he kind of taught me about Harold Mallon. He kind of taught me about, how important it was to be there for other people. We had a really good group of people that came to morning minion to make sure there was 10. Marvin Denton always would give me a call. I hated that call at night. I had to show up for morning minion. But he was, he kept us going and he kept us together, and we were kind of go to the morning minion and we go out to breakfast afterwards. And it was a really nice experience.
Our mother used to bake. At that time, if you kept kosher, you could bring your pastries and whatever into Ohev. And I'll never forget the time that she had baked this cake, and she was going to, the person who bought the cake, or it was a raffle of some sort, was going to share it with Ruthine Simon. And so they went to cut the cake, and the knife wouldn't go through. And Mother said Sherry had helped her bake the cake, and they were missing a spoon. And that was...
Oh, I didn't realize that story.
Yeah.
I was a little mischievous. The synagogue used to have, I guess it was like a flea market, and everybody brought their wares, and on a Sunday, they would have a flea market for another fundraiser. And those were fun to have. And then, of course, they did the Kosher Fest.
Oh,
That Kosher Fest was amazing.
I was one of the first kosher fests that we had. Mary Birnbaum and I were in charge. Ohev was just a part of our family. And we all miss it, I know.
Ohev had a group that was just such hard workers. I've never seen that at any synagogue or temple where they've just, not a big group, a small group, and not young.
No.
And we all worked for that.
Yeah.
We did. We all had a part of it.
I wasn't here.
Did we make any money at Kosher Fest?
Yes,
Did we just work,
we did.
just work really
Yeah,
hard?
I remember you being a part of it.
Oh, it was a hard work. Also,
Did you do something with the Russians?
yes, I was in charge of the mitzvah committee and didn't realize it entailed welcoming the Russian people that were coming in. And we did 10 families, and they came with nothing. And we did from the kitchen to the towels to the furniture to, it was really, really a difficult time. And, but we did it, and it was so gratifying experience for me. And I knew that my family would all help. And whatever I signed up for, I was never worried because I knew that
Yeah, we were all
everybody
kind of
would help me.
drafted into service.
Yeah.
We were.
I did.
And Sam, I mean, you had your wedding there. I think the last wedding I had Ohev.
Yeah, probably, yeah,
You had the last wedding and I had the first wedding.
That's
Full circle.
Yeah,
Full
but,
circle.
yeah, growing, you know, I've always been so blessed with this close, warm Jewish family that I've grown up in, and Ohev was just a natural extension of that. It was same familial attitude, and everybody was very welcoming and kind. And it's always been kind of constant throughout life, you know, these big steps, these big, you know, bar mitzvah, weddings, birth of children, things like that. Ohev's always been tying those things together. So Ohev has been a big portion of who I've been and my life experiences, and it's been this kind, welcoming community, and it's affected a lot of people so positive, and the memory of Ohev is so important still.
You were on the board, weren't you? When did you get on the board?
Board for a few years.
Yes, he was on the board.
It's kind of interesting, your comment about you enjoy the warmth of Ohev, and it has transferred over to Beth Shalom
It was
now.
small.
You enjoyed that initially, and that seemed to form a bit of your attitude toward the other
I
congregation.
think when I walk into services at Beth Shalom, I look for my Ohev people, and you know, my Ohev people are there, and it's really lovely. It's like we haven't lost it. They're just in a different space.
That's a good way
That
of
is,
putting
yeah.
it.
That is very good.
So, what kept you at Ohev? Kind of, you got there, why did you stay? What kept you connected to Ohev and not join another congregation?
Are you asking me?
Anybody.
I'm just asking.
I wasn't allowed to ever go to another congregation.
Yeah, it was really not an option. It didn't feel like an option to go to another synagogue.
And I would argue for us who chose, you know, we didn't come from the family line of Ohev. When you found your place that you're comfortable and you're happy, why would you ever look elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
I often wondered now when I think back, when we were on 7th and Sandusky, there was no, of course, elevator, and there was all those stairs. And I thought about our grandmother Deitch, and how did she walk up all those stairs? But she did, and we all did. And my husband Alvin hadn't belonged to a synagogue till we got married, and he felt very much at home at Ohev and was close with the rabbis.
That was a special time with our parents.
Yeah.
Very special.
My two uncles were president of the synagogue, Mo Deitch and Harry Deitch, and my father worked in the stores, kept the store going so they could be active in the synagogue. And I was very proud of them, and
Yeah, you felt a real connection.
What?
There's a real connection, real solid attachment to the synagogue.
Yes,
as
it
a
was.
concept and as a place of.
And being the oldest, I am. My closest and dearest friends were still from the synagogue. And as I said, it was our social time. And they had, we had Saturday night, what do you call them?
get-togethers or
Well, they were
social
so, but
Havdalah services?
no, no, I love Havdalah. No, it was just mixers is what we called them in those days. And we'd have them, and others would come from other synagogues and join. And,
Well, it was the people that made Ohev, what
Yes.
it was. I mean, you might have been individual families, but then you were one whole community. It was just Ohev. And if there was something sad that happened to one part of the family, Ohev just was gravitated to you to make you feel more comfortable and warm. And then if there was a happy time, my gosh, they all knew and congratulated you for different things. I don't know, that it was the people that Ohev had that made it so special.
And I don't think I had ever seen in my life a volunteer corps that was, I mean, when you think about who the professional people were who were on the payroll, like there were like 3, 4 maybe. I mean, every event, and there were events every week. It was all volunteer run, all volunteer driven. And I think Beth Shalom now, you know, because like we're on the board of the combined entity now, and to hear the Beth Shalom people talk about how so incredibly engaged the Ohev people are, I mean, they just kind of came in and swept them off their feet.
Are there any programs, concerts, events that, besides Kosher Fest that come to mind?
remember that first concert we had? I think I was in charge. And then I had the night before the concert, the board members were at our house to a special. He was called the jukebox pianist, I believe. And
David Stein.
yes, that was his name. Were you there the night before at my house?
You didn't invite me.
No, we were on the board. Well, anyway, and it was really a lovely occasion. And then I think the concert brought in a lot of people. It was a nice moneymaker for us.
Yeah, that reminds us of the 130th you were just talking about, that we were co-chairs of the 130th anniversary at Ohev. Right.
Yes.
And what were you?
Well, I was just gonna say, I grew up at Beth Shalom, and then when we got married, we moved over to Ohev. And the people were so warm and welcoming, and the family was all there, so it's been a great experience with the kids going there and all their activities and events. It's been now we're back at Beth Shalom.
Our mother celebrated her 100th birthday at Ohev.
That's right.
And there were 250 people there. The whole synagogue came, and it was a
Quite a
wonderful
night.
time for her.
Well,
Well, boy.
I do remember these fundraisers now that you bring them up. You know, I remember, I don't know how long ago it was, but they'd have movies in those days, and they'd rent a whole theater out. And I remember seeing, that's where I saw the movie Soylent Green, and that was their fundraiser.
Well, that was kosher, wasn't it?
But it brought in a lot of people. It was at the, what was that place?
Was it the Glenwood?
Glenwood Theater, right?
Oh,
It was at the old Glenwood Theater.
I forgot.
I don't even know if we were married then. We may not have been married, are we?
I don't know, I can't remember.
I can't remember how many years ago
They
that
probably
was.
sealed the marriage right there.
There.
Ohev, bringing it together.
And our kids got their Hebrew names there, all of our
the
children.
naming.
The naming, got all their Hebrew names.
Yeah, all the livestock, all the life events.
All,
The naming,
especially
the bar
nuts.
mitzvahs, the bat mitzvahs.
Of course, they don't remember my
The
bar
bris.
mitzvah as much.
Bris.
Bris,
Yeah.
Did Rabbi Miller pick your Hebrew name
Yeah, he sure did.
for you?
How come he
Yes,
couldn't
it means
spell it right?
miracle. Does it not mean miracle?
Yeah, Baruch Natan.
Yes. After
Yes.
4 girls having one boy.
And just the importance of the synagogue and the community in our family was very intense. I mean, it was, you know, our parents' mother had a close relationship with Leah.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And Rabbi
They were
Marshall.
best
Right.
friends.
And then to look to the rabbi to help name one of the children. And it goes to show you the close attachment that synagogue created in the members during those early years. And has really continued to the present.
I think so. When I moved back, I helped out in the kitchen, and that was really a good experience for me to work with the women there.
The Homentations were
Oh,
fantastic.
yeah.
I keep thinking about it.
That's right.
Oh, that was a good. When our kids were young, they had a youth group, and you took them on a bike ride once. Do you remember that? Not on a bike ride.
I don't remember.
Oh,
And they had a good youth group, even though it was small. It was small. It was good.
we had bingo, and
Oh, yeah.
yes, and it was a very nice moneymaker, and I used to work in the kitchen. We made chili and pineapple upside down cakes and all sorts of cakes, and I did learn a lot from Phyllis Denton and Carol Offenbach, and it was fun when we all worked together.
When you mentioned Carol and Homentations, when our kids first came to Ohev, she introduced herself. She says, "I'm the frog lady."
Oh,
and
yeah.
she shows them her earrings, and she's, let them know she was the Homentashen lady as well.
That's how she was for me too. I remember she was the frog lady.
Yeah, the
always.
frog lady.
Yeah, the frog lady.
That's how we remember.
But it was food too. It was always wonderful foods, the kiddish luncheons. I remember we'd get cabbage rolls for years.
Oh,
Yeah.
Delicious. Yeah. Kosher fest foods.
Yes, kosher fest. It was, those cabbage rolls were hard to make. I only made, I don't know, a couple hundred. Oh,
We go for some right now.
I think the Kiddush after Saturday morning service was somewhat unique, isn't it? Among synagogues, I think that it started at Ohev from what I recall, and kind of started to spread. That was one way of food, bringing people together and celebrating
yes. It sure did.
It was a good hamburger place.
It makes me happy that the owners of Ohev now are a child care. I mean, it makes me happy that their kids there.
Yes.
and the building and the structure will still be there, which is nice.
It's probably one of the most unique child care buildings
And there's actually a cornerstone in the building that says Ohev Sholom, so there's a brick, a large area that says that, will always say that. So,
What'd you say?
so there's a cornerstone in that building.
Yes, we have that, don't we?
No, that's in that building. The only way you get that building is if you no longer have that building.
That's right, I just saw a picture of it.
Yeah.
I remember Rabbi Rednick chanting on Yom Kippur, kind of ascending the podium in his white robe, and his voice always filled the sanctuary, and that was a very poignant memory I had of High Holidays. And then a separate memory being that Rabbi White would always kind of call out special people in the audience when he would speak and give his sermon. He would say a congratulations or an accomplishment and acknowledge someone in the room. I know coming back from travels or college, making a special visit for Shabbat services, he always made a point to notice us and acknowledge what we had done and to make us feel welcome back.
Yeah, Rabbi Horowitz always had an excellent Devar Torah. He always gave a very nice
Who did?
sermon.
Horowitz.
Yeah.
Oh, he had the best sermons in town.
But Rabbi Horowitz was also probably one of the smartest rabbis we ever had.
Brilliant,
I remember we were doing morning minions we'd go on Tuesday and Thursday when they would read the Torah. And we had nobody to read the Torah, so we hired a kid from the Hebrew Academy and paid him every Tuesday and Thursday to read the Torah. And the first day Rabbi Horowitz shows up, he didn't have to come to morning minion, but he came his first day there. And this kid starts to read the Torah, and Rabbi Horowitz says, "It's not the section." And it turned out the kid was reading the same section every week and not doing a different section. He didn't know any better. And Horowitz picked it up and started reading the Torah right from the beginning, and of course we had to fire the kid from the Hebrew. Horowitz Rabowitz was a very, very smart guy.
He's in Houston now.
Yeah.
He's
I was pretty impressed with that. We were sitting there, we didn't know what the section was. We just showed up and did our aliyahs and left.
But Rabbi White could always engage you. I mean, there was really something about Rabbi White I always liked. He was always very, he could relate to a variety of people. I mean, regardless of their degree of observance, he was able to have a relationship with them, speak to their interests too.
And I appreciate his journalism background, and he would always speak about things that were current events. Like if something happened during the week in the news internationally, you could almost bet that he would in some way incorporate it into what he said on Saturday.
Right.
He had a great pulse on everything that was happening in the
He
world,
did.
especially with Israel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you had to be careful not to be too political. It was hard, I think, not to, but he was great in that.
You know, when I think of Ohev, I was thinking of my grandma Ann, because she was, and it's been mentioned already, she was a kind of a pillar of the community, though, in her life. It was, but one of my enduring memories of her is her standing during services and reading from the prayer book, and this is a very weekly important part of her life, and I picture her as kind of intertwined with Ohev.
Mother, that was true.
She learned Hebrew when she was 80.
No, she was in her 70s.
70s.
Well, she always took classes there. She
Yeah,
wanted
she was
to
very,
enlarge her understanding of everything. She took any classes. I took some classes with her too.
I remember sitting with Uncle Louie during Yom Kippur, and Mother, he would say, your mother made me come to services again.
Yeah, your mother made me cook.
Yeah, with Uncle Louie there, he would show me what he was doing, but she was able to kind of bring the family together around Ohev, really. The aunts or sisters, I mean, she kind of was a magnet. Really,
Yes. Oh, Michael, I remember on Yom Kippur, you would stay with Mother, would not come home till the very end.
Yeah, we had kind of a contest to see who could stay in services the longest and not eat until we got home.
That was,
We'd come in home about 8 o'clock and she would not eat until I ate.
Tell you what, that's true.
It was kind of a contest to see who could hold out the longest.
Charity and I got married in 2013, and we wanted it to be at Ohev, so we were planning on doing the ceremony there, but we didn't think Ohev was large enough to fit everyone, so we were going to have the party somewhere else. But then we were just talking with Steve Berman, who was the executive director, and we figured out that we could squeeze all 250 people into the sanctuary downstairs. We were just so happy to be able to do it there, but it was really neat.
It was, yeah. We were in Buffalo at the time because Sam was finishing his PhD, and so I was planning the wedding from afar, and it was supposed to be over at another synagogue. The party was the reception, the party, and so a month before, I told her, I said, I want to change my mind, my heart, and the wedding planner just freaked out. I was like, how are we gonna fit that many people down, downstairs, and I think. Yeah, and I think it was 275
But
people.
it was one of the prettiest, I mean.
Yeah,
it
we
was wonderful.
squeezed everybody in there somehow. We were able to fit, and I think actually the list somehow grew.
The kitchen down below.
But it worked easier because then everyone could,
Walden
after
Hall
the
was the
ceremony, go
place.
downstairs. So,
What was the room upstairs?
That was Waldman Hall.
Upstairs was Waldman, downstairs was Asner.
So when we got married, we had,
Asner.
after the wedding, we had upstairs at Waldman Hall, and then we went downstairs for the dinner and everything.
Well, we couldn't, in Sandusky, without air conditioning, June 30th, after the ceremony, we had to go to the Townhouse Hotel, which is now a retirement. Oh my, and we did.
I remember the women of Ohev were personal friends. I remember Mother setting up for a mahjong game, and all the ladies that came were from Ohev.
Well, yeah.
They had very definite friendships. So that's a lot of what Ohev brought. Friendships and
Extended family.
Extended family. We all felt a part of this large family.
So you guys talked a lot about the warmth and the closeness of Ohev, and the question really is, it's like, how did that get born? How did the warmth, how did the closeness get developed over time?
How did it get?
Like the warmth and development and the closeness of the congregants, how did that get developed over time? Like I mean,
We were welcome. Yeah, we were smaller, and we always welcomed everybody. Mother was really welcoming. Everybody there knew our mother.
Well, it was from the first generation of Ohev.
No, second. Grandma died.
Well, I'm saying the first generation of Ohev was so, the warmth and strength that they had, and it just carried on to the next and the next and the next.
We were all from a very small community in Kansas City, Kansas. I mean, we're talking about maybe a 20-block area. It wasn't like all spread out like it is today. They were all neighbors. They weren't that far apart. I mean, my uncle Harold Mallon and lived within blocks of the Deitches. It wasn't very far. Everything was close.
Oh, it was wonderful memories and good
I
times.
think they all had a similar goal too. It wasn't a large Jewish community, it was a smaller Jewish community, and they wanted to work together to enhance the strength of the Jewish community there. And I think that led to greater cohesion among the groups. So it made the families connect with each other, making for a more solid Jewish identity at that time. And then it just really persisted to the present.
And then children moved away, out of town, and and it just got smaller and smaller, back to small.
True. But looking at some of those photos, those pictures of the large Israeli bond dinners that they had.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember those.
You were honored at an Israeli bond dinner.
Oh yeah, we had the Israeli bond dinners. Mom was honored for a couple of things. And then Alvin and I were honored at the Israeli bond dinner. And we sold a lot of bonds that night.
Yeah, each individual person had responsibilities because it couldn't be shared. I mean, that could have contributed to the current cohesion of it.
I still have one.
Israeli bond?
Yes.
It could be worth some money
I
now.
saved it. Like I saved.
Could be worth some money.
I just saved it. I do. I couldn't do it. I just had to save it.
Well, talk a little more about this Israeli bond dinner. I mean, what came about of it? Why was it specifically just for Ohev to raise money, or was it something that the entire Jewish community was a part of? Can you elaborate a little bit more on
I
that?
think each of the synagogues did a bond dinner, and we had one, and Ohev Sholom had one, and KI had one, and all the different synagogues and temples had Israeli bond dinners. It was just we happened to have a really good one. Black tie, it was a nice affair.
And we used to dress up.
That's what I'm saying, it's
Yeah.
black tie, everybody was dressed up.
But Saturday morning services, we all dressed up.
Oh, yes, we wore heels and
Everything,
Hats
but
and
now
gloves.
it's changed quite a bit, which is fun. I mean, it's just how things change.
And too, at Ohev, you couldn't, if you were a stranger and you walked into services, you could not be left alone. People would greet you and welcome you and introduce you. And you would never, people would always notice you and want to welcome you to the community.
It's not always like that at the large congregations.
So, let's talk a little bit about the Kansas City, Kansas Jewish community and Ohev's impact on it. Because I mean, for me, I'm more familiar with everything coming out south. Just for me, and especially Ohev being at 75th and Null. So I'm not very familiar with with KCK and that 20-block radius or whatever that might have been up there. Let's talk a little bit about the history and how where all the Jews were, why they were there in Wyandotte, and then how it kind of moved out this way. Moved out south. Obviously, the Jews moved this way, but what happened?
Some of them originally come from St. Joe.
Yeah, a lot of families were from St. Joe. And
to Kansas.
a lot of the merchants were on Minnesota Avenue. And then,
Joel, your parents never lived in Kansas City, Kansas, though, did they?
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
did?
they did.
They lived there too, okay.
A lot of them walked to synagogue, so they had to live close.
Yeah.
It was more
It was
Orthodox.
Orthodox in Kansas City, Kansas, where they had divided women and men.
So the original Ohev synagogue was men and women divided?
Right.
Gotcha. And that was in Kansas City, Kansas?
Yes.
Yeah.
So was it Orthodox?
we were Orthodox, but like I said, you could bring, if you lived in a kosher home, you could bring into the synagogue. The rabbis allowed that, Rabbi Miller.
Yeah, originally it was Orthodox.
Yeah, my mother had 2 sets of, milk cookies.
Well, that's kosher,
I
yeah.
hadn't had a cheeseburger till I went to
Maybe we should talk a little about the relationship with Asbury Church, because they've been seems to have been very supportive of OHEV in terms of, facilities needs and parking and services, and even now Shir LaShabbat services are still held there to really keep a foothold in the Northland. The Northland being, some people say north and 95th, some people say north and 75th. And areas even more north than that. But I haven't had much experience with them, but they seem to have been really great neighbors, partners, spiritual
They were.
companions.
They are.
Yeah, they were great.
Didn't the synagogue dedicate a certain location for Asbury members if they ever wanted to come to our services?
Well, our synagogue used to invite didn't they invite
Yes,
different churches
different
to come
churches
in
and come
to
there.
see our
But I think they had
service?
such a strong relationship with the church.
Asbury, because
With
they,
Asbury,
Well, I think it was the rabbi
the
got
rabbi,
close maybe with.
with the
So why did you decide to join the board? What made you feel that was your calling?
Well, I think as always with OHEB, it's people ask for volunteers, and if I'm asked specifically, I feel obligated to help out in some way. No.
So how did the organization, why was it so volunteer driven? Someone mentioned that there was 3 or 4 paid positions, and that was it, and the rest of the synagogue was completely volunteer run, which is contrary to a lot of the other synagogues in the area. So why did that come around? How did it come around to be such a volunteer heavy organization?
I think people from Ohev just cared. They wanted it.
And the recruitment efforts were great. I remember even when after I converted and the sisterhood would call me, and it would be every couple of weeks someone would call from the sisterhood and check in and just say, how are you doing? How are things going? We're having an event. And there was, whether it be Carol Offenbach or it was Mary Birnbaum or Sally, everyone really cared about, all the different events that they would hold, but they would also bring in presentations that were timely and interesting and and I can't think of any off the top of my head, but the talks and the speakers that they would bring in were very intriguing and interesting, and I just think a lot of that is they wanted to nurture the community.
we had a wonderful sisterhood. But I think Beth Shalom has a very good working sisterhood too. But,
And you mentioned, because I didn't know that you converted, but one of the things I loved when I found out when I came to OHEB is that it was a high percentage of folks that were not born Jewish, but converted to Judaism. And it says a lot about a synagogue that is where those people are.
Actually, let's dive into that one because that's an interesting thing. So Charity, I'm gonna have to look back towards you on that to start that part of the conversation. But obviously, your husband is with Ohev. But can you describe anything that was part of the process of the conversion that Ohev drew you in towards, or why you went that route? And then we'll open it up. The rest of.
Yeah, I think just seeing Sam's family and his grandma and how it was such a tight-knit community and a synagogue, and I think with Rabbi White as well, I think Rabbi White's just captivating, and he's really engaging, and I just knew that I was like, okay, this is a good home that I could be at. And I think it's just that feeling of kind of like what Sam said, just very familial and welcoming. And when you kind of find that, I think you decide that, okay, this could be a place that I could be at for a long time. So the conversion process was great. It took, I think, about a year, but we had to do a half a year because we were getting ready to move to Buffalo. So I had to condense my courses and then go a lot faster through that. But the way that I think the Kansas City Jewish Federation sets it up is that when you do your conversion classes, you visit each synagogue to get a feel for the community, for everything that's there, and we would do different classes there. And the best ones were always felt like Ohev, and just bonding with Rabbi White, and he mentored me a lot through that process. So it was a great experience. It was a lot to learn, and it was I think Ohev just had a smaller group a close knit family feel that I hadn't felt in any of the other synagogues.
You know, I'm humbled by people who can like decide to do it, and then that's kind of was a little bit behind my adult bat mitzvah that I had. I kind of was like, wait, I'm about to turn 40, and I never had a bat mitzvah, although I did all those years at Sunday school, and my kids are right behind me, and I had the same kind of, I worked with Sivia, I worked with Scott, and you know, learned to read Hebrew, because in theory I was learning when I was little, when I was growing up in LA, but I didn't really ever learn anything, so.
And I think Ohev instilled a sense of Jewish identity too that was unique. Even my daughter Emily, when she was deciding to get married, her current husband, she wanted to ensure that he would convert to Judaism, which he eventually did. And so even though there was a lack of observance necessarily, there's an identity that I think the Ohev community created. It was unique.
I mean, if you say you want to do something.
For the 130th, we had a comedy treat come in.
Yes, the 130th.
And that was a fun event. It was kind of exciting to have an opportunity to provide the entertainment and at the same time create kind of a meaningful show for people celebrating a synagogue that has a history of 130 years.
You were in charge of that.
Yeah, Michelle and I were co-chairs of that group. But I think that's an interesting aspect of Ohev is that you can have people like myself, really, who have no real experience doing a co-chair of any event. You know, but if you don't have a lot of people who can step up to the plate to do things, then everyone has a certain sense of responsibility. And I think the size of the synagogue created that sense of responsibility to provide your input, and you learn new things by having that opportunity. Where in a larger congregation, you would get lost in the mix. I can remember, I mean, even in Hebrew school, I remember, as I think about this now, to address your question, like when I was studying for the bar mitzvah, I had no voice and could not sing. And so Rabbi Pillay said, just read it. That's kind of stayed with me over time. That I shouldn't just start singing. I need to just read things. But you know, then some of the lessons, you know, like learning Hebrew when you're young, and we would have competitions in class about who can find this word first. You know, and so I can see how that translates today. You know, when you're in services and they're reading along, you're trying to figure out where are they, you know, on this page. And the competition we had when we were even younger persists to today. I could remember the challenge of trying to find that word in that place. It was really brilliant teaching, actually.
I remember the very last thing that just came to mind. I remember how groundbreaking it was when Ohev announced that we were getting an elevator in the building.
That's right.
It was an announcement on the Bima during Saturday services. Folks were getting an elevator. It's happening, and then it got installed, and it was like, oh, a big, you know, almost like a ribbon cutting event. And it would take about 5 minutes for it to go up. And
That's
Yeah, it was in use, that's for sure.
The third and final gathering of former Ohev members occurred on May 28, 2023, at the home of Bev and Joel Levine. This group shared memories of growing up at Ohev, raising their children there, continuing the friendships that brought them into the congregation initially, and making new friends too, all which continue to be some of the most important relationships in their lives. They described the atmosphere at Ohev as not just one of warmth and friendliness, but also an atmosphere that conveyed the feeling that members were valued and that all the volunteer work performed was important and needed. They too talked about the rabbis, their wives who added much, and the wonderful programs that Ohev provided. These participants were Mary Birnbaum, Phil Braverman, David Friedman, Elaine Friedman, Sally Gordon, Larry Gordon, Randy Katcher, Bev Levine, Joel Levine, Mark Lichman, Carol Peltzy, Barb Strauss, Steve Strauss, Alan Wasserman, and Janice Wasserman.
I used to belong to KI when I first came to Kansas City many years ago. And after about 4 years of KI, we decided it was time for a change, so we joined Ohev, along with a lot of people that joined that time, because Marvin Denton was the membership VP. And so in 1976 is when we joined, along with, as I say, a host of other people that year.
And following that, Marvin Denton also brought my family in. I had small children, and he is actually a relative through marriage and one of the nicest people I ever knew. And he brought us into the Ohev family, and it was just a pleasure to do that.
The people here, David and I probably are the newest, we're the newest members of Ohev. I was looking for a rabbi to help me to convert, and we went to a Friday night service in, May of 2003. Or it could have been earlier than that.
It might have been 2002.
It might have been 2003. Anyway, we went to a Friday night service, and Warren Siegel and Louise Siegel were there. Louise was Sisterhood president at the time. And they welcomed us out in, because it was in the chapel. And so they helped us find which books, and we sat down and went to the service. And after the service, Rabbi Danny, was just like right over to us to greet us and say how nice it is to see you. But really, we need to come on Saturday morning, because that's really when most people come. And the friendliness of Warren and Louise was just amazing. And eventually I talked to Rabbi Danny about sponsoring me, and he was my sponsoring rabbi. So.
He married us too.
Yeah. When did you? David joined before I did.
Well, you couldn't join till your conversion was complete yet.
Right.
But
and we were married there in 2004. We were the last people that Danny married, because he left for Houston in July of 2000. August 1st, 2004.
I remember we moved up here in 1981, and we moved up here from Mississippi, y'all.
The Gulf Coast.
And most of the places that we've lived in between where we were from, New York and here, the city or the area, there was one or two shuls, either for the city or the area. And we come up here and look around and wow, there are 10 shuls, we can go shul shopping. That was a big excitement. And so we did go to a lot of shuls. And the thing for both of us was the people at Ohev were just so open, welcoming. It was just so different than every other shul that we went to. So it was like we found our home.
Our situation is different. I was raised and very, very active at KI. And then I found him and married him, and he goes, we're going to my synagogue. And his synagogue happened to be Ohev. And I really never looked back. It was a very open, welcoming group of people. And
and I was kind of born into Ohev because my parents, when they came over from Europe, they got together with my aunt, Millie Kritzler, who was a longtime member also. And so I've been a member since it was over at Sandusky. So, and I got bar mitzvah before the sanctuary in the new place, or now the old place, was even built.
Speaking of Sandusky, working up the Moynihan County, I taught in many schools up there. And I would pass by 7th and Sandusky and think that's what Ohev used to be, because that's what I was told. And now it's Go Chicken Go.
It's kosher chicken.
Right.
We have a different approach, even though what is said here we're very familiar with, joining Ohev for the same reasons. So Sally said this morning, why don't we make it in the form of a poem? Well, up to the challenge, it took me, all 5 minutes, but this is our approach, how we joined Ohev. Newbies out of college in 1972, getting close to high holidays, we were looking for a shul. We found our home at Ohev, the members were so nice. We joined in just a moment, we did not think it twice. But the real reason we joined up, Marvin Denton's pull was strong. It's here you have your Jewish home, it's here that you belong. Day and night he made his pitch, his recruiting pitch had no lack. We joined the team at Ohev just to get Marvin off our back. And everybody can relate to that, and that is to honor Marvin Denton, Mr. Ohev, our honorary president for life. And
We should get a copy of that to him.
Oh, yeah.
I have it on my computer, yes. But Marvin was, and still is, very strong in that regard, and we joined up and have been members over 50 years.
I was born into it like a couple others here. So my grandparents were very active. My grandfather was a past president of Ohev back in the 1930s. And then, of course, my parents, even though my father was from New York, my mother was born into it. And then here we are. So literally born into Ohev as a third generation.
My parents were from KI like Barb's, and Joel said we're going to join Ohev. Like
I was born in Ohev as well. I think my mother was born into Ohev as well. My grandparents belonged to Ohev at Sandusky, I'm pretty sure as well. I think I remember them just barely. And when we moved out to 75th, I know I had my bar mitzvah there. I've come, I've gone, I've come back, and I'm thrilled to be a continuing member now.
I have, I was neighbors with Barbara Goldansky, and she invited me to her daughter Sherry's bat mitzvah, and in those days girls were bat mitzvah on Friday evening. And I went, and it was up in Waldman Hall. Everybody was so friendly, and I knew a lot of the names because I grew up in Kansas City, Kansas, but did not belong to Ohev Sholom. So when Arnold and I first got married, we joined a Reformed temple where I had to introduce myself every time I went to anything. And so I felt very much at home that Friday night at Ohev Sholom. And then my sister-in-law belonged there, and so a few months later, she invited me to the Talmud Torah luncheon. And guess what? Everybody remembered me, remembered my name, and it was fabulous. So I've been there ever since for the same reasons.
I joined in 2005. I joined because Scott became rabbi, and at KU, Scott and I were roommates. At the time, Scott was finishing up his journalism degree, and this is before he worked for the Chronicle, before he went to rabbinical school. So I was kind of surprised years later, I didn't keep in touch with him, that he'd become a rabbi. And I just assumed he became a Reform rabbi just from knowing him at KU. But he had a very strong Jewish identity, loved Israel. And our connection was that we had both just gotten back from Israel independently at KU, and we had that connection. And but when I heard that he was interviewing for Ohev, I was there that weekend. And I can't remember, I was either there on a Friday night or a Saturday morning. And for me, it was just a done deal. I was going to join because of him. And he took me under his wing and made me feel very comfortable. And I was comfortable at Ohev from the beginning, not just from him, but from everybody else.
So now we're at Ohev. Why did you stay at Ohev? So you got pulled in, whether it was from Marvin or somebody else, but what made you want to remain there? What made it your congregational family?
For all the same reasons. It was family.
It's like the TV show Cheers.
When you walk in and everybody knows your name.
Yeah.
And you just, there's a comfort level there that it was a very welcoming place. It wasn't so big that you were just one of the other people. And that, makes it very special to be recognized and to be acknowledged. And that's important.
When you move here from somewhere where you have no family here and no history here, you need, the community helps, and Ohev was our family and our community, and also, like Barb said, comfortable. We raised both our kids here, and all those milestones. As soon as I moved here, a few months later, my mother died, so Rabbi Fitzgerald got me through that. A little bit later, we had our first child. Fitzgerald got us through that, and then the bar mitzvahs, and just all those life milestones. It was so nice to have that wonderful place to celebrate.
One of the things that was, I think, unique at Ohev, you could be as involved as you want, as little as you want, or as much as you want. Very often I'll have conversations with my mother, and I talk to her about, oh, this is what's going on, this is what the shul's doing, and she would always say, for a shul your size, I can't believe how active it is, how involved it is in so many different things. And she was up here for one of the first kosher fests. She was up here for the Siyum HaTorah. She saw how involved everybody was, and she was just amazed. And that's true. You look at the people here, and everybody here was involved in so many different aspects of Ohev, and that's what makes Ohev what it is, what it was.
One of the reasons that I stayed at Ohev is fulfilling a contract. Rabbi Danny did not convert very many people, and I had to sign a contract that I would keep kosher and that I would attend shul unless I was sick every Saturday or out of town. He would agree with that. And that at the end of 2 years, he would review my conversion. And at the time, I went ahead and signed it. I mean, I wanted to convert, I wanted to get married, and looking back at it, I thought, and then he left town, so, I didn't have to do that. But I wanted to, because it was a social opportunity as well, because people were so friendly, and they knew us immediately. It was easy to be a member of Ohev, because it was like you've been welcomed into a family. That's how I always felt.
I was going to say there's another factor for me at least, and that was the social aspects of the people that I knew. I mean, I knew Mary I've known Mary for 50 years.
School.
Shirley Musselman, do you remember? And so, I mean, I knew, and the people that joined with me, like Mike Silverman, Mike Carter, people like that. Mike Carter was my next door neighbor when I first moved to Kansas City. And, you know, Mike and I lived in Oak Park and along with a whole bunch of other people out there. And so we all kind of joined together and did stuff together. And that kind of social ties made a difference. I mean, once you got in, you were in.
Yeah.
And not only that, but I mean, they dragged me onto the board where I served for 40 years. But, you know, I think overall it was great because these are people that you made lifelong friends with that, you know, those friendships have withstood the test of time.
I think being in the kitchen, I know that I don't like thinking about women in the kitchen, but that is where I really was my base. I started, I can't even remember who dragged me in the kitchen. I think it was Phyllis Denton, and said, you've got to come in here and learn how to do things for the kiddish. So that drew me in, and I love to cook, so that was my home, away from home. I think Elaine and I probably spent more time in the kitchen together than anywhere else. We were always there.
Always.
It was the camaraderie that we had. So,
But Sally had several years on me before I came into the kitchen. But that, I was accepted and allowed to cook in a kosher kitchen without a blink. And I think that's rather unusual.
Yeah, and I was on the board, both the synagogue board and the sisterhood board for the whole time I was there, for the 50+ years that we were members. I was always on the board, and then I dragged my husband, and they made him president. So.
And that is a totally different story. But another reason, when we first joined, we did not have children, but we were about to have our first one, and you know, that's something that we were thinking about. Sally got involved right away. I belonged to the breakfast club after the Sunday morning minyan. We go down and have breakfast and schmooze and talk. And when the kids were born, Ohev had a very strong, very active religious school. A separate building, and like all synagogues, when you move from one place to another, the first building you build is for education. It's the religious school. And the sanctuary came a few years later. Well, all three of our children were born into Ohev and went through Ohev. Our two boys and our daughter were all bar and bat mitzvah there, all went through confirmation there, so they were part of the family. Now, one thing I must admit is that during the years the religious school was very strong. We'd be down having breakfast club when they were on their break. So you'd have dozens and dozens of kids running around, but they were not allowed to go into the social hall and join in because that breakfast was for the men. Well, I always managed to sneak a bagel or two out to our two sons. So I'll admit I probably went against the rules there. But how active it was with the kids, and it's not just the adults. In fact, we wound up pulling Sally's parents, Leonard and Esme Pate, into becoming members at Ohev because they belonged to another shul. It's just the closeness, the comfort, and all the facilities and all the religious and educational programs we needed to raise a Jewish family were there, and we took full advantage of it.
Speaking of children, some of my best memories there are after we had our two kids. Toby Cooper, Rabbi Danny's wife, they had 4, and she was so great at creating activities. She even did a summer camp. There was always wonderful children's activities going on that our kids could participate in, and she just made it a lot of fun for our children. So we have some good memories.
Yeah, I talked to Mark Slatkin yesterday, who couldn't be here. He's celebrating his birthday today. But he said he remembers when he was in charge of the school board. And that's when we combined with Bethel and KI to have our religious school. And he said there were certainly some challenges there with some staff leaving. And he remembers the education, particularly about the high holidays. And he also remembers his daughter and Lois Clayman's daughter always finding a way on Yom Kippur to find their way to McDonald's. To make sure I shared that memory that he wanted to express today.
I find that, I've belonged to several other congregations, but it was at Ohev that I was encouraged to really start participating. I got to end up leading services, and then I started reading Torah, which is something I never thought I'd do. Now it's a regular thing for me. So that was real important to me that I was involved in that way and encouraged to do so.
You know, when they were talking about the breakfast club, I remember when we used to put that together, and Mary was always very particular about how things were done and set up, and it always made it so nice. And
I think that was Cafe Ohev,
well,
we always had
right.
linen and dishes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because Breakfast Club goes back decades, back to my grandfather, and the part really goes back to Clarence Mallon, going way back, Mary may remember him, who always smoked while making the eggs. And on occasion, the eggs had that crunchy little feel of ashes that we ate.
Oh my gosh.
That was Breakfast Club.
Mary was right there. There was Cafe Ohev, which we had.
Oh yeah, that was great. Cafe. Actually, Rabbi Horowitz developed Cafe Ohev because he thought that the Sunday morning minyan, the Breakfast Club, just talked about sports and gossip. And he wanted to have one morning a month where we talked about serious things. And I thought that was a really great idea, and I enjoyed it. I think lots of us did the work and enjoyed it. I didn't like the shopping.
So Rabbi Horowitz was very good with adult education. He had us work on a lot of different projects for that, so that was very good. I learned a lot during that time.
Yeah, it was good. One thing is, I don't know if everybody else felt like this, but I felt like Ohev needed me, like I was an important part of the workforce there, or a hard worker, and they needed that. And but then everybody worked.
So Phil, stand up again and turn around. Yeah, because I think it's important to mention that we had bingo was a major fun.
Oh yeah, that's right, bingo's a big deal.
That's how I got to know Barb and Steve, Alan, I think.
That's right. Yeah.
That's how I learned how to make egg salad.
Well, I have a different take on bingo. I was not a member of Ohev at the time, and my mother liked to gamble, and so we went to the bingo, and we sat out kind of in the alcove, because at that time they had these big smoke eater things up on the wall in Astor Hall, because the cigarette smoke was so thick in there.
Because bingo
players were smoking. It's a wonder they didn't catch their papers on fire. I mean, there was such thick smoke. So we sat out kind of in the hall. We never won a big bingo. A little bingo here and there. But I didn't know any of these people at that time. Yeah, the bingo was an event. The chili that was made every week, the chocolate cake that was made every week. At that time, the riverboat gambling was just starting to get running, and we were concerned that was our big competitor.
Yeah.
But man, if we didn't have that chili one week, hell to pay.
That was a Phyllis Denton.
Right.
Yeah, I have that chili. I have the chili recipe.
And Frances Lerner is the one who was in charge of it. Every week, she would get together a crew. She was amazing how she could organize this.
Oh, Frances.
Everybody had their jobs, specific jobs.
Staplers as well, they had a week.
Oh, but Frances did it the entire time, up until the boats came and were.
And at the synagogue, there used to be what's called a bride's room, and we would take
Yeah.
over the bride's
I
room
remember that.
for the bingo. I remember Frances would hold court in the bride's room, and that's where we would get our assignments.
And Francis did the pen tournament too.
Yeah.
Remember?
But my mother loved your recipe for chili. I have that recipe.
Yeah,
That was one of the reasons she wanted to go play.
That's Phyllis's recipe.
Right, that's why we wanted to go play bingo at Ohev, because the food was so good.
Well, that was true for the life of Ohev.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody commented on the food. And by the way, we're talking about Frances Lerner, and she was King Louis. Her family owned King Louis. That's why we got the T-shirt.
Yeah, because Audrey and mine sponsored
Right.
and provided the shirts.
And then we would have a jacket sale.
Well, the jacket sale, right?
We still have
We
a
had the
jacket.
rummage sale, there was so many things that we
The
did.
flea market. Mary, you got to tell the story.
Oh, the flea market was so much
Garage
fun.
sale. Oh,
Sisterhood,
that was great.
Sisterhood did some unbelievable things that really, I mean, all the women, but all the men also participated.
Well, you gotta
Except for
explain,
one
we
thing.
took over the school building, and each
Yeah,
room was a different.
the whole building had different rooms with different items. So we had a whole room of electrical things. And we had somebody who would come in, Marilyn Cohen would come in, and she would work on, or Marilyn Lerner, will work on all of the electrical things so that everything worked, and we could say they worked. So when we sold them, they were workable. And then we had a whole clothes room, and we had all kinds of furniture, and we made big money on
Linens,
that.
linens.
We made so much money on that, and it was so much fun too.
It was great fun. And Judy's mother, Mary, was always working, always mad at the way we were doing.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
raising the prices or lowering the prices.
I have a really great flea market story, and this may have been the first one or second one, but Alan and Mike and Naomi Silverman were getting new bedroom furniture, and so they gave us their old bedroom furniture, and it was set up. We had an area really set up for a bedroom, and at the time we had one of those cloth sculptures that they're life-size sculpture of a woman. She had a wig on and jewelry and everything, and so somebody donated it to us, and we set her on the bed. So Alan, who is in the rag business, brought his racks and hangers for us to use. And so he was setting that up, and we called this gal on the bed Booby. Alan saw her and went over and threw her on the bed and had his way with her.
And her head flew off.
And Janice was in the corner yelling, Alan, Alan, Alan.
And her head flew off.
Oh my gosh. And then he got up and sat on that bed. Remember, and smoked his cigar. You might want to do
Well,
it.
after working many hours, we needed some relief.
Well, you know, Judy's mother was mentioned, and that reminds me of Hamantaschen, how if the Hamantaschen weren't ready to be packed in the boxes, she'd come by and wrap you on the hand with a wooden spoon. And we need to talk about Hamantaschen, and I think you'd be a good person to get into that, dear.
Major.
Well,
Yeah, before we do that, I do want to say, we talked about the fun of the rummage sales. I'll give you 3 names who didn't think it was so much fun. Arnie Birnbaum, Cal Cohn, and Keith Silvers, who rented trucks.
They rented trucks to,
And they
And
went
rented
around
trucks,
all
and
the
they
furniture.
worked their hearts out carrying heavy furniture.
yes.
Sandy Hips and
Well, then Sandy
Arnold
Hips, yeah.
and Marvin Denton.
Yeah.
You know that this moving company called Two Men in a Truck, they named themselves Two AKs in a Van.
They worked their hearts out.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Okay, so Kumantasha, that's,
You know what's amazing about OHEB, this is the best part, that I could count, if I went to a Saturday service, that the people, the congregation would prepare a kiddush luncheon. They would shop for it. There was no catering involved ever. It was all of our own people that made a great meal every weekend. And they did that for years and years
Yeah.
and years.
And delicious.
And then they cleaned it all up after.
Yeah.
And I was just, yeah, right.
I'd like to know where everybody put their plates.
Yeah. You know, it was just such an amazing, for these people to every week start worrying. Services were on Saturday. By Saturday afternoon, they were already planning the next kiddush luncheon for the next week. And who
With
was
the
going to shop it,
leftovers.
who was going to cook it, who was going to lay it out, how they were going to do. I mean, it was like a finely tuned machine.
Well, to go on in that manner, I'd like to talk about Scholar in Residence, which at OHEB was a wonderful, wonderful thing. And the people would do a Friday night meal, we do the Saturday kiddush, and we would do the third meal on Saturday night, and then cafe
Brunch in the
hotels.
morning.
And this was all volunteers, never catered. It was, Ruth Roth was a wonderful caterer, but she would come in and help. We would not, she would just help
No,
out.
she was just a helper.
And we would prepare all of those meals,
How did
and
you
they
do
were
it?
delicious.
Well, Elaine's hamburger steak was the best ever, and I've tried to duplicate it, and I can't.
Well, Mary, I'll have to have you over for
Did
this.
she give you the whole recipe?
She gave me the recipe.
She left out one ingredient, so he didn't understand.
One thing we haven't talked about that was so close to my heart was Shabbaton.
Oh, sisterhood.
Sisterhood
That was
Shabbaton.
fabulous.
We went to the Temple of B'nai Yehuda Retreat Center, which was near
In Cleveland, Missouri.
47th and
Holmes. In Cleveland, Missouri.
Cleveland, Missouri. And we went out there once a year, and it was the women. And I think the most we ever had was probably close to 50. And then by the time it was really done, we probably ended up with 35 or so. But we had every generation. In fact, Bev, I think your mother came out.
Oh,
one
sure.
year.
Spent the night.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah.
spent the night. We had all kinds of ages, clear down to newborn babies. And we would stay out there, we would do all of our own cooking. Mary and I would go and shop for all the food, and we would cook the Friday night dinner. It was always wonderful dinner. And then we'd have food all weekend. And of course, we always had to have a little bit of libation. Or a lot of
because
libation.
we
But-
weren't driving.
Yeah, but it was wonderful. We were out there during tornadoes, floods, you name it, we were there.
It was fun. I remember when I went. Booze, mahjong, and snakes.
Oh, yeah.
We played taboo till 2, 3
o'clock in the
o'clock in the morning.
I learned how to play Maj there
Oh,
from Lisa Siegel's grandmother. I can't remember what was her name. And she was from Poland, and she had managed to get over here before the Holocaust with her family. And she would talk about that. I can't remember her name.
I can't remember it,
Anyway.
but she was a friend of my mother-in-law.
Anyway, she and Shelley were sitting there, and they said, "You can come play." And I said, "I don't know how to play Maj." And she says, "Well, you have to learn." And so I said, this woman was very firm, "You have to learn." And so I sat down and learned how to play Maj. And that's what I got out of Shabbaton, not anything Jewish. Well, of course, Mahjong is, but.
Well, this country
And I have another thought about that Shabbaton, which is a little bit different. That part of the out there in that part of the country, my great-grandfather, Adam Brunker, had a farm not more than 10 minutes from there.
Oh, really?
And so I can remember going down there.
Two things about the retreat. One, Joy Quinn was very knowledgeable about Jewish religion and
yes.
reading from the Torah and the service. And when I went to Hebrew school, I learned how to write in cursive, and I learned how to conjugate verbs, but I never understood the Saturday service. And she taught me everything about the parts of the service so I would understand their Shachri and the Kut to Zimrat. She taught me how to, she stood there and worked with me so I could learn how to take an aliyah. And so there was a lot of learning that also went on at the retreats. It was enjoyable, but what I know about the synagogue service, I learned from Doré Quinn. And the traditions at eating, I never knew you had to have 2 challahs and you throw salt over your shoulder. From her kids knew all about Jewish traditions. I learned a lot, and I think the most important thing is that this was the brainchild of Mary. And she decided that instead of just having a regular sisterhood installation, we were going to go far out into the country, and we weren't going to charge anybody because we wanted everyone to go to the very first one. And she created this weekend retreat idea from, pulled it out of nowhere.
Thank you, but also Donna Oberstein.
And it helped you, but it was your initial idea.
It's called Miriam's Well, was really well.
Well, thank you. But one of the best stories about the retreat was Dorothy Catcher, who is Randy's mom, had worried about all of these women out there in the country with no security whatsoever. And so Phyllis Denton said that she would bring her her 22 rifle, which that satisfied Dorothy. And we have a picture of her out there holding, in fact Randy has it, holding the rifle. Or it may have been a 22, a BB gun, I don't know.
I think it was a real rifle.
It was a rifle.
Well, let me tell you, with the women in that group, any burglar would be out of his mind.
And Pearl Miller, who could beat anybody at ping pong. And she was very competitive.
Wow. She and Phyllis would play for hours.
I got in trouble once.
Once?
My family. I became president a lot. We were there during the Purim celebration, and our daughter Shira was, I guess, in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, and she was dressed up, and the kids would come up, and Rabbi Danny would ask who they were dressed in, and then ask a very simple question for them to answer. So I'm sitting in the back of the shul with Sally. You know, that sanctuary is rather big, and we didn't think the acoustics were all that good. We didn't think they were. So Rabbi Danny asked our daughter, Shira, who are you dressed at? And she said, Queen Esther. He said, that's fine. Now here's my question for you. Shira, who led the Israelites across the Red Sea? And I just turned to Sally in a very low voice and said, Charlton Heston. And Rabbi Danny looks up and yells out, no, Gordon, it was Moses. Sally goes under the chair, and our daughter saved the day by saying, it was Moses. And so, yeah, and I never heard the last of that one. One thing I do want to bring up about everybody talking about, definitely everybody coordinating things together. And when I was asked to and agreed to be president for my first tour, president of Ohev, without ever having come up through the chain. And, you know, I knew I would need a lot of help and assistance. And I did get it from anybody and everybody. And I think the synagogue survived at least my first 2 years as president. But one thing I did is I asked Joel, we went out, I think, to have some coffee at that restaurant right near us on 95th and Antioch, Johnny's Tavern. And I said, you know, I said, Joel, have you ever seen the TV show Blue Bloods? He said, no, I don't think I have. I said, well, it's Tom Selleck is the police commissioner in New York. And he had a chief of staff. And they argue all the time. And his chief of staff was a true chief of staff. He did not tell Tom Selleck what he wanted to hear. He told him what he needed to hear. And I said, Joel, that's what I need help from you. Guide me and anybody else who can. And Joel, having been involved in all areas of the synagogue for generations, I think it came down through the DNA. It wasn't. I said, anytime I need any assistance, you think, guide me. And boy, he did. And every time there was a phone call, I said, here we go again. But whenever he sent out an email with advice or recommendations, always as recommendations, and he's done that to many people here, he would always end it with this phrase, those are just my 2 cents worth. If he had given me 2 cents every time he said that, I could have funded my 3 kids' college education. But that's just the way he is, and that was to help. Anytime anybody needed any kind of assistance, whether it was doing a program or running the operation of the synagogue, he was there, and he's not the only one. Everybody else would help everybody else out. And that was an aspect of Ohev that all of us really remember.
And Larry, do you recall the most important piece of advice I gave you?
Yes, and I will tell you what it is in the 5 words. Stay out of the kitchen. And boy, oh yes, that was one of the first piece of advice he gave me, and I did. I might never
But that doesn't mean at home too.
No. I have a little sisterhood story about advice. A member of sisterhood, when I was very new to Ohev, I asked for a honey cake recipe. You know, how hard could that be? Well, I don't know if I should say her name or not. This sisterhood member who was a terrible cook.
Just give us initials.
RN. Anyway,
I don't know who that is.
I'll tell you later. Anyway, she gave me her recipe. Horrendous cook. I've eaten at her house. It's one of those eat before you go kind of things. And before I got home, I had 4 women stop me and say, I'll send you my recipe. I'll send you my recipe. Don't use that recipe. Don't use that recipe. Oh my goodness. And I still have Sally's recipe, which is, in my opinion, the best. I have Louise Siegel's recipe, which not so good. But anyway, the women at Ohev were so insistent that I would have a good Rosh Hashanah with a decent honey cake. And it was really, it's just so wonderful. They were great women.
So we kind of touched on Hamantash, but let's talk about Hamantash. That was a big deal.
Yeah. Well, the Hamantash Queen is not in our group right now.
Carol Offenbach.
But it was really Phyllis. And Alan. But Phyllis and somebody else developed all of those recipes we used.
Well, Mary knows more about it.
Mary, you know more about
Actually,
that.
in my memory, it was Carol Offenbach. Phyllis certainly was the cook of that pig.
Yes.
And she's the one that figured out how to make a prune filling.
Right, and the
apricot. But Carol Offenbach organized that.
She could calculate to the last cup of flour.
Absolutely.
How many cups of flour were used?
And I told her once that she should give up the synagogue work and go to work for a factory to organize them. And I was serious, but I think she took it as an insult. She knew how many ounces and how much a pound cost of sugar and how that broke down to ounces.
Micro minutia, she was into the
Well, Steph once said that he would give sisterhood $10,000 a year if she would stop doing it. It was driving him nuts.
It was good hamantaschen.
But the hamantaschen we made, and I ended up being in charge of it for, I don't know why, because I said I would. And anyway, Carol Offenbach was so particular about how everything would be done. Marvin Denton would sell thousands, literally thousands of these little cookies, which I know you're not supposed to say cookie. You have to say hamantaschen. Cookie is a shorter word. I explained that to her, but don't go on. And she would know exactly how much we would need and how many orders there were going to be. And she was just fabulous with that. But she drove her husband nuts because from about November through April every year was hamantaschen season.
Right.
And she would, she was just phenomenal about it, but she knew who would do what. And when I took over for her, she says, okay, now, when you do the dough, Steve and Keith Silverman will break the eggs. Keith Silvers will break the eggs. Shirley Ernstein will weigh the flour. Bev Levine will do, she knows how to stack it on the shelf so that it'll be in the right order. And then you can help with the mixer if you want to, but she would be there for that. And she had all of these.
Judy Hoffman's mother.
Mary would
was
be
a big helper, a big
yes,
partner.
and then you had to have the people to juice and run the juicer. David could run the juicer. She had all of these assignments, and she had them written down. And she says, "Now I don't mind you taking over, but don't change anything."
Hamantaschen was a sisterhood fundraiser.
Right.
And one year for sisterhood, I was the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. And so hamantaschen fell under my purview. Well, I wasn't worried about it, but Carol was. And she really took over, and I was glad she did because I was lost when I got into it, but there was no danger of not doing it properly with Carol.
You could always tell it was hamantaschen season because you could literally see flower footprints going from Asner Hall to the outside of the building. Literally.
And Alan's handprints on all the
Alan was
That's a tradition, right.
Alan was the best president.
That's the proof that you were there.
Well, the proof is you got home and you got flour on you.
You know, I know Steve and I, along with Mike Silverman and a few others, we were packers.
Yeah.
It was mentioned before, but we literally did get our hands slapped by Mary, you know, Judy's mother.
You had to sneak around.
Because,
Judy's mom.
oh yeah, if she didn't deem them ready to be packed, and we should accidentally on purpose grab one to be packed, she'd go, I mean, oh yeah.
And there were no samples. Every hamantaschen was to be sold. No samples whatsoever.
Well, the burned and misshapen poor things.
Well, yeah, but making them misshapen was...
And even those, you could serve those at a kiddush.
That's true.
You just wouldn't sell them.
You don't sell them, but you could serve them at a kiddush.
And it was surely a social event too, because when all the people came in
Yeah.
to process them and bake them, I mean, there was.
It was like a party. It was fun.
Another thing that I remember is learning how to make challahs, and one of our deceased members who I was very close with, Vicki Pullman, taught me how to make challah, and she taught me how to braid 4-strand, 3-strand, 5-strand. Vicki Pullman.
Oh yeah, she made the best challah.
She was the challah queen. And that's something that she was also very active with me on the Chabaton also, and she loved to do charades, and I still have all of her cards of charades. If anybody ever likes to do charades, we can do it.
Right,
The other person who was very instrumental in teaching me something was Shirley Penner. She taught us how to make vodka. One Sunday we all went in and she taught us how to make vodka. So it was a very educational.
You know, and I had my little square out, and I was sprinkling it with the cinnamon sugar, and she walked by and she says, I guess you don't want a lot of filling, and you know, you need to have it over here. She was very direct, very direct.
well, yeah, she still is.
But she made wonderful vodka.
Wonderful everything.
Vicki
Google,
Pullman
too.
also catered bar and bat mitzvahs. She got together
She and I, we-
women
SOS.
and huge bar and bat mitzvahs. She would get them together and would make tuna, egg salad, all these desserts.
The
Oh,
desserts.
sweet
Oh.
Yeah. That she could organize that, and there were a lot of bar and bat mitzvahs. One year when the Wasserman's daughter, and my son, there were 8 kids in that graduating class, and she went and catered, arranged.
I still have her shopping list for a regular Shabbat and how many cans of tuna you need for a Shabbat. The big ones from Marvin's. But I don't think we should conclude without talking about Shirley Levine, who was Joel's mom. But when I first joined Ohev, I was asked to be in this play. It was the year Sisterhood turned 10. And Ansley Swade and Barbara Goldansky and Ruth Diamond wrote this takeoff of a Broadway play. I can't remember what one at this point. And so they made up the words to the tunes, the Broadway tunes. And Shirley could adapt that, you know, those words to fit the original words perfectly. And I know Shirley's mother played for silent movies in Kansas City, Kansas. But that's when I first met Joel, was my first play, because I think he was 17. And he was playing in the kids' orchestra that his mother developed and managed, right?
Yeah, we were the only synagogue who had our own little orchestra where, you know, at least 2 members of that orchestra went on to play professionally. That's how they made a living. Stan Kessler, myself. So, you know, and then other things we did ourselves didn't get a lot of attention, but were necessary. I know, Phil, you spent a lot of time pulling together the history of Ohev. Randy, I know you spent a lot of time on roofs, fixing the buildings. I mean, those were the kinds of things that.
Keith and you did so much.
And Sheldon Jarevsky.
Yeah. And tearing up the sidewalk and pouring new concrete.
And building a new trash.
Yes, absolutely.
There was an old member, Blaine Asner. Now, the Asner family apparently was very important at Ohev. I came before, they were all pretty much gone except for Labe when we became members, but Labe Asner had a scrap metal company. And Sheldon and Keith asked Labe if he could donate some rebar or something to make that trash place in the back. And he was so thrilled to have done it. And he came and watched, even though at that point he was very, you know, old and not doing all that well. But, you know, that was something that was very important.
But Mark also had a nickname during the high holidays of the Grim Reaper because we had the presidents always sitting on the bima. And if you would see Mark coming up to the bima, you knew it was bad news. And that's the last thing you ever wanted to see at the high holidays was Mark approaching the
But he
president.
always had a radio in his ear. He
Yeah,
always had
you didn't want to see, you did not want to see Mark coming up to the bima.
something happened.
That was our security, part of our limited security plan with the walkie-talkies that we talked to the guards with and so forth. And actually, during the regular year, Steve says he and I used to sit at the back of the sanctuary. We were the first guard to get somebody coming in to cause some problems. Steve sat on the left-hand side as you look toward the bima, and I sat on the right-hand side. We sat in the back rows for that reason. Of course, Steve was gobbling a lot of the time too.
I just remember, Mark, one time when you were approached by one of the babysitters and said, we need a diaper change, we don't have a diaper. In the babysitting room, there were people, and they'd come to you for
Right,
to find
we had all
parents.
sorts of strange goings on in the background that people never heard about. I mean, we just kind of kept it beneath the surface so that it wouldn't disrupt anything.
Well, I just remember the 3 T's of high holidays that Joel would say. Time, temperature, and toilet paper.
You got all those 3 right, you had a big successful high
The
holiday.
temperature was not easy to control in that building.
Well, I think Meredith had to go out, or Steve Berman had to go out and buy toilet paper one year.
The porta potty bat mitzvah.
Oh!
My first few months, as my first term as president, we had rented the education building long-term to Al-Ayotzi. And we had to have, in order part of the renovation of the building, which hadn't been used in many years, unfortunately, was water and pipelines in there. A lot had to be done to renovate it and get it ready, and to meet the OSHA and requirements to have a daycare and a preschool there. Well, it just so happened that there was a bat mitzvah. In fact, the only bar bat mitzvah for the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years. And it just so happened that particular weekend that all the restrooms in both buildings were inoperable, not able to be used. So we called up very quickly to get porta potties out there in the parking lot, close by the west entrance, so people could use the facilities. Well, they dropped them off 2 days before. Sally and I went over to take a look, and where they put them was at the far end, at the end of the sidewalk, right next to 75th Street. About the furthest distance you could have from the entrance. So we went in there, knowing Sally, the fastidious housekeeper she is, we went in there the day before the high holiday started, and we brought our Clorox and Kleenex, and we just cleaned those things to a much greater degree than the company did, and even put signs out there for men and women, and crossed our fingers. Well, after the bar mitzvah, I got up, I actually gave an apology to the family because they were really incensed about all this. And I just hoped that the weather was nice and people didn't have to go out in the rain. Well, as it happened, everything was fine. The weather was great. It was sunny. And most people had very good bladders. Their big concern was not going out of the bathroom. It was going downstairs to eat all the food for the kiddish. Okay, but that was about, again, Ohev came through, and you never know what's going to happen. And that was about the worst thing. While we were cleaning the day before, a couple of trucks drove into the parking lot, and looked like cowboys got out and said, "Can I use these bathrooms?" I said, "We don't know. They're I think from one of them we said there's a gas station. And we let one of the people, one of the drivers used it because he needed to. He was very, very clean. We just cleaned up after him. But the one thing I remember about that bat mitzvah, we got through it. We survived. There was no issue. And nobody got cramps. Everybody got used the johns as they needed. As I say, whether you're a member, president, or anything with a synagogue, As if you never know, something's going to come up, something always has to be resolved.
Well, Mark, wasn't there somebody that got locked in one of the
Yes,
bathrooms?
I was just thinking of that, I can't remember who it was.
Harry Ruskin.
It was Harry. Yeah, yeah, it happened during high holidays, and the locking mechanism of the men's room was messed up. And as luck would have it, it came down and locked them in the room there. We had to call, I can't remember, somebody had tools. It wasn't Randy, but it was somebody on the house committee. I think was able to get him out of there, but he was in there for quite a while.
I can hear Adonai right now. Wait, my people.
That particular bat mitzvah, I was in the kitchen preparing along with, I can't remember who else was in there, but there were several of us. We were sloshing.
Yes!
In water.
Yes!
We just tried not to think what was in the water.
Well, earlier in the week,
and kept working.
Earlier in the week, it was backed up. And
Oh,
you know, we're just women. We don't know anything. We're just women, and we reported that it's all right. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Like, yeah, right. Oh, but I remember sloshing through that water. Oh my gosh.
Is anything swimming in it?
Well, I went home and scrubbed my feet.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness.
And then we had all the fundraisers and sold a lot of tickets to things that, especially Marvin Denton and Lay Bass
Oh, yeah.
would be the salespeople that would make our fundraisers. You know, everybody else worked hard too, but I remember taking tickets over to Lay. And I would say, we've got another fundraising coming up, Lay. I got tickets for you. This is a recording. I will not repeat what Lay told me. But of course, he always ended up by saying, I don't want to see you, don't come over. At which point I said, I'll be there in 5 minutes. We're very close to here, my other house too. And I took him the tickets, and then he always explained to me, he said, if I'm selling $2,000 worth of tickets, you know what that means? I said, of course it does. You've got to buy $2,000 worth of stuff from somebody else. And he always came through, and then Marvin sold hundreds.
And Hamantash.
Yeah, don't forget Bob Magoon. He sold
Bob Magoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, especially at Kosher Fest, he sold a lot of bags and they salad.
Oh, yeah. I would like to mention Keith Silver too, who was always in on this schlepping. I mean, he did lots of things, but always worked with the guys on schlepping furniture and
recycling for sisterhood.
And we developed a recycling program, and he offered, or maybe we asked him and he agreed to take all of that crap to recycling centers. And he did that until we moved.
Yeah, he did. The morning minions, maybe just a couple other topics. That somehow we did it.
Page 9. If you are a morning minion person, you would.
One thing this has all been so enjoyable with the memories, but there's one thing that Ohev members have always been a part of, and actually did help our Jewish War Veterans Post 605, which has many members in it. In fact, King Louis did provide the jackets we have now with our logo on them. But tomorrow, May 29th, 2023, is Memorial Day, which we all know started as Decoration Day to honor the deceased of, this was during the Civil War, both sides, and officially became a federal holiday only about 50 years ago, to honor those who died in serving our country. And in the education wing on the wall there, which many people passed by, after a while maybe didn't realize there was a big, huge, and very heavy bronze medal plaque of members of the Beth Horon Lodge. Many of it were associated with Ohev, who served our country in World War II, and it had even some who died in action. that particular plaque is now, we somehow got it over to the Jewish Community Center and had help getting it out, and it is now on display at the Jewish War Veterans Museum. But it is Beth Horan Lodge members, but really it's Ohev members who served. And you know, I just wanted to bring that up in honor of these people who served and those who lost their lives. Jewish members of Ohev Sholom who served our country in any kind of conflict, and their memories are still emblazoned and marked on that plaque, which was at Ohev Sholom and is now at the Jewish Community Center.
Yeah, and in fact, in the memorabilia room, we're going to display one of the Yorkside boards from Ohev. There'll be the board that my grandparents donated after their son, the uncle I didn't know, was killed in World War II. So.
One of the things I do want to talk about, though, that we haven't really talked about is what makes a synagogue also not only the people, but the rabbis through the years. And Steve would always talk about Rabbi Miller because I did not know him or interact, but he was your bar mitzvah rabbi. But through the years, we had a progression of different rabbis and how did everybody deal with them or not deal with them. And I would just like, I have very fond memories of Danny Horowitz because he was so good to my in-laws. He was very kind in several instances. He stepped in and he knew the right thing to say and the right thing to do, which was very intuitive of him.
He made me ask 3 times before he would take me to the mikveh.
Well, that's everybody.
No, not everybody does that, but I mean, that's one of the things.
I was just wondering if anybody else had any stories about
Well,
rabbis.
I actually thought it would be very important for us to, if we haven't had enough of a situation, to go through the lineage of the rabbis.
I would like to do that, yeah.
And, you know, I also remember Rabbi Miller, as certainly does Joel, and his wife Leah, who taught me in kindergarten, Sunday school. She was a very lovely lady. And their daughter, Felice, was married to David Pillay, who became the second rabbi that I knew my rabbi for my bar mitzvah.
He didn't last very long, did he?
10 years.
Yeah. Oh, did he? Was he there 10 years? Rabbi Pillay was there when I joined. And he, my assessment of him is he's very shy. He was also a CPA, and Ohev put pressure on him to come and be our rabbi because he was working as a CPA, which was his plan all along. You know, he was in an Orthodox communities where everybody gets a smekta, but I mean a degree to be a rabbi. But anyway, he came. I thought he was very, very shy. And one time he had adult education classes, and we were in different people's homes, and the subject was abortion. And I thought, oh, how is David Pillay going to deal with this? And he was fat.
How do we wrap this up? What?
So yeah, I mean, like I would say, I mean, think about anything. Is there any other stories that nobody knows about that you'd like to share and have on permanent record?
Permanent record.
Well, I have a story, and it's historical. And when I joined the synagogue, I was showing Rabbi White newspaper articles of early Ohev, 1870s, 1880s. Nobody knew anything about. That's my hobby, is newspaper research. And so he asked me to put something together which the synagogue published, a history of the synagogue in the earliest years, from 1877 to 1923. 1923 is when 2 small synagogues in Kansas City, Kansas merged and took on the new name of Ohev. So probably the most surprising story I ever found was that at one time, Ohev owned a cemetery. Ohev owned a cemetery. And it was not Ohev, it was Gomel Chesed. And what I found out was that what is today Mount Carmel was at one time 2 Jewish cemeteries next to each other. Yes. Gomel Chesed had 2 acres, and this Orthodox Burial Society, Bikur Cholim, had 10 acres. They were right next to each other. And then, okay, so Gomel Chesed bought their 2 acres in 1890. And within Mount Carmel is a little Gomel Chesed section that I found. There is a little section, yes. And then, but what happened was that when Sheffield Cemetery started in 1901, everybody started going there. It was too far to go out there. So that little section really, there was no more after about 1900 because Sheffield started. And so it was pretty much abandoned. There's only about 12 in the little section. But Gomel Chesed owned it and then sold it to Beth Shalom in about 35. I'm probably off 1 or 2 years. Sold it to what was then, Beth Shalom was called Knesset Israel Beth Shalom, and sold it. But Ohev had 2 acres out there at one time.
Wow. That's something.
And this discovery that I made, and I have it in my book that Ohev published, was an accident on my part, how I even found out about it. It was accidental, because what happened was that I was at the Mid-Continent Library in Independence, Genealogical Library.
Oh, I've been out there.
And I was looking at deed records, and I found this deed record for Gomel Chesed buying something in 1890. But I didn't know what the legalese was. And so I just assumed, well, that must be down in the West Bottoms. Maybe that's when they bought some land for a synagogue. But then when I did some research, I found out it was part of what is today Mount Carmel. And the reason it was an accident, and I didn't know this, was that in the early days of Jackson County, there were 2 separate records. You have the courthouse in Independence and the courthouse in Jackson County, and they have 2 separate records. And what I found was the records from Independence, which is separate from the Kansas City, Missouri records. So I found this out by accident.
I know you did a lot of research.
Wow, I'd love to know who's buried there.
Well,
The names.
Well, it's in the years from about 1890 to 1900. There's about 12 of them. And so what's interesting is that if you go out there, there is this oldest section, and then there's another oldest section. Usually you have the real old sections, 1880s, 1890s, they're all together, but they're not. There is a Gomel Chesed section, which is maybe a couple hundred feet away, and there's like 10 of them there.
And one away from the West Bottoms.
Yeah, so we were brought together with the merger.
Yeah, so right before Rabbi Miller was hired, is when it was now Ohev Sholom actually sold that to Knesset Israel Beth Shalom. Sold it to Beth Shalom. 2 acres.
Well, that's funny.
Wow,
That's something.
That's interesting.
And it's my understanding that the name Ohev Sholom was chosen because the 2 little synagogues that decided to combine were always arguing.
Yes.
And so the new combined synagogue called Ohev Sholom, lovers of peace.
Lovers of peace. That's what we are, lovers of peace.
But I think that that's true. I think that Ohev Sholom always takes care of their own people.
Well, they got the love part down. It was not always peaceful.
Yeah, like what we got there. Any other final thoughts or ideas or memories?
It's a wrap.
I have a memory of your father. We had a minor leak in the roof. It was an occasional leak. How hard was it raining? Which way was the wind blowing? And I remember when it rained on your dad, and he said, "We're getting that fixed." Do you remember that?
I do now.
Joel's dad was always part of my Friday morning minion breakfast too. And so was your mom.
Yeah. Good memories.
Yeah, good memories.
We interviewed 3 congregants who have the longest tenure as members of Ohev Sholom. Joel interviewed Joey Tenenbaum on June 24th, 2023. Joey's membership at Ohev begins with her birth. Her parents were members, and Joey went to the Ohev Sholom Sunday School in Kansas City, Kansas as a child. Joey remembers fondly the many plays and programs, holiday celebrations, and Shabbat services throughout her life she had at Ohev Sholom. Her love for the congregation continues through her years as a mother and wife, and it has never wavered.
So I am sitting here with Joey Tenenbaum. And Joey, we want to just talk about you and your memories of Ohev, what Ohev Sholom meant to you, and why were you a member of Ohev?
Because my folks were, it was such a natural thing to fall into, but I've never regretted it, you know. I've always felt like that's where I belonged.
Why?
It just felt home. It just felt good.
Good. Do you remember any of the programs you were in?
Oh, that's what I love. I love being in the programs for the holidays, and I do love being in those shows. That's probably one of the things I liked best, was being in shows.
Yeah. You like to dance?
Yeah.
You
And act, and you know.
And
Queen Esther.
yeah. What else? Do you remember any others? Because I remember a lot of shows that you were in.
As a teenager, we had a Sky High Rhythm that I loved that show. I was kind of directing it, and there were about 13 of us, and that was so much fun.
That's excellent.
It was on the upstairs, outdoors, and that was a fun program.
And I remember you also taught in the Sunday school.
Yeah, I did. I don't know that I was so good at that, but I got a lesson ready and all, but I don't think that was my specialty.
Yeah, but I remember you teaching. You were a good teacher.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I hope so. I enjoyed it. And teaching the youngsters.
Now, of course, I also remember the carpool we had going to Sunday school and Hebrew school. That probably wasn't fun for the drivers like you and my mother and Gloria Asner.
Oh my goodness. We were the drivers that...
You took us there while we fought in the cars. So I remember you driving us to Hebrew school. But that That was a while ago.
Did we ever have problems with neighbors because our cars were taking up space?
I don't remember that.
I don't
I don't
either,
remember
but
that.
I just wonder, since there wasn't any parking.
I don't remember that. And what about, I know you were very close with Rabbi Miller and Leah Miller.
Yeah, we enjoyed them so much. And when Leah first came, we were shell-shocked. She was so cute. And not what we thought was going to be a Rebbitzin at all. And she sat on the desk with her legs crossed. And she was adorable.
And I know you and Harold were, Harold was a past president.
Yeah.
Very involved, both of you very involved in Ohev.
Yeah, I guess whatever was important to us.
Yeah, sent your kids to Sunday school and Hebrew school?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Well, I don't know about, I don't think I ever taught Hebrew school.
No, you didn't. But you taught Sunday school, I remember that. I remember that.
I'm getting a lesson prepared, because that wasn't something that came natural to me. I had to work at it to get it together. But I felt like I did okay.
I think you did okay. What about sisterhood? Do you recall any of the things you did in sisterhood?
Some, but not all that much.
I remember all the programs and the plays that were made for
Was that sisterhood?
That was a lot of the sisterhood, yeah. Yeah, my mother played piano, you were on the stage.
Oh, Shirley was remarkable. She was one of a kind. I don't know anybody like that now that can just transpose music and play in whatever key we needed. She was great.
Yeah, you guys made a good team.
Yeah.
And when it came to feeling like family, is that what Ohev made you feel like? It was a big family? How would you best describe it?
Not a family, but a unit that it was a main thing for me. And I had grade school and high school, but I never felt as in with those folks as I did with the Jewish kids.
Mm-hmm.
The kids that came from not Argentine, but where they came.
Well, do you remember when they moved from Kansas City, Kansas to Prairie Village? When Ohev moved?
Oh, let's see. I do remember it now that you mention it. I think that was kind of a shock.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I remember where you and your family always sat in the same place, in the sanctuary.
Yeah.
And you were never happy if somebody else was sitting in your seat. You let them know.
What a nerve.
I remember those.
Did I have a nameplate on my name?
You did.
Yeah.
You your name, and if somebody else sat in your seat, you didn't like that. So,
Mark, do you remember us being possessive about some of the seats in Ohev? I don't, because...
I wasn't possessive, but Do you like sitting in the, most people do like sitting in the same
Yeah,
place. It just
yeah.
makes you feel
Yeah,
comfortable.
and it's mine.
So you're very unique.
But
You're very unique because not only did you teach Sunday school, but as a child, you went to Sunday school
yeah,
at Ohev Sholom. What was it like going to Sunday school?
I liked it. I remember in what we said at the beginning of Sunday school, and our supporters are happy. The only supporters I knew were attachments for a sock. And I didn't understand why they would be happy, but I thought, I guess so. If they want them to be happy, our supporters are happy.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing to be happy there. But yeah, not many people taught Sunday school and actually went to Sunday school there. That was your.
Is that right?
Yeah, you're very unique.
To grow up, you mean?
Yeah, you grew up from
Yeah, I remember being there.
many years ago.
Yeah.
So you're one of the elder statesmen of Ohev.
How many children were there when I was beginning in Sunday school?
You know, I don't know. I don't know.
I remember the Shalinskys and Shirley.
Anything else? I think you've done great, Joey. So you are now 96, right? 97. 97. And still growing.
Yeah. Yeah. 97.
You're doing great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
That was very special. That was very special.
Barb Strauss interviewed Marvin Denton on June 26, 2023. Marvin describes Ohev as his second family. He remembers the many people he has known since joining in 1963. Marvin recalls the 50 years of Breakfast Club, the many years of Minions, Club 52, installation dinners, and other dinners. Marvin recalls with love all the time he spent at Ohev and worked for Ohev as president, mitzvah co-chair, kitchen volunteer, and daily Minion caller.
And we are talking with you, Marvin Denton, about Ohev Sholom and the memories that you have of the synagogue. So can you tell us about being a past president? Who was the rabbi that you worked with? And tell us about being a president of the synagogue.
We joined Ohev, Phyllis and I, in 1963 because of Rabbi Miller and the people that was there. And at that time, we sat at the old sanctuary. Mrs. Miller, the Rebbitzin, we were in the what am I going to call it, the section that with the chairs. And Ohev Sholom has been Phyllis and mine, our family's second home. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, there's about, from the original Sandusky group and so forth, I imagine there's only about a half a dozen of the original group that is there. Ohev Sholom was a special place. Pardon me while I get the tears out of my eyes. It is so missed by everybody. I was able to go back for services about a month ago, and wasn't able to visit with everybody because there was a lot of people and my ride was so-so. But I plan to go back. If it hadn't been for Octave or whatever 19, which took Phyllis's life with I guess it was you'll have to forgive me, my brain cells
It's okay.
are,
I want to ask you about Club 52. No, I want to ask you about Breakfast Club. Can you tell me about Breakfast Club?
Breakfast Club was at a time when Rabbi Pillay was leaving and Miller, can't think of his first name, was head of Breakfast Club and came up and said, Marv, I can use some help. And that started almost 50 years with Breakfast Club. There were so many women that were there helping.
Did Shirley Penner help you?
Shirley Penner?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And one thing about Shirley Penner that probably nobody knows is that Ohev never paid for a dime for the food at Ohev Sholom.
Really?
Shirley. And, well, of course, Harold Penner paid for everything. And Shirley would always bring something extra, whether it was Valence's or anything. And she was the last one that we worked together at Ohev.
Is there anybody else that worked at Breakfast Club that you remember?
It's trying to remember the names. Himmelstein, she worked with me, and
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
It's the memory.
You know, we're talking about food. Do you remember Bob Magoon used to bring food?
Bob and I were buddies. Bob got interested in Ohev and not only Ohev, but also the women's
Sisterhood, maybe. Sisterhood?
Well, also sisterhood. He used to buy all the gefilte fish and buy the other stuff and pay for it himself and so forth. When you talk about memories, there are so many memories, so many beautiful memories, so many beautiful people as I'm sitting here talking to two of them. Phil and I joined 63 years ago, and I guess when we joined, they dragged Phyllis into the kitchen. Then Annisman, Gloria, Asner, Axe. I'm not sure if it was Gloria Axe, but they dragged her in the kitchen and said, we now have somebody to replace us. In all these years, Phyllis, she just loved it. And of course, Helen Tiber is another one which was with Hyman's girls. Hyman Lansky had a bakery on 5th of Minnesota. And when he retired, he came over to Ohev, and they were Hyman's girls. And that's another memory coming. About
over the years, you planned a lot of installations. Do you remember when the new president would come and you would plan the installation of officers?
About 70 years.
Yeah.
It was about, I think it was around 1970 when I started.
Yeah.
Yes, doing the Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club.
And that's with the people at Sandusky and the people over here then when Sandusky moved over here.
Okay.
Yeah, Breakfast Club was 1970 and what else, there were so many other things. I didn't take time to write anything down.
It's okay. It's okay. Do you remember calling people on the telephone to go to Minion? Tell us about when you would call people every day, right?
When Phil and I joined in 1963, Joe and Jackie Firestone pulled me in for Minion, and that started my 50 years of, well, let me backtrack a bit. Sammy Hayes' father passed away, which I was friends with, and I told Sam, if you'll go to Minion, I'll be sure that there's 10 people. Knowing Sam's family, he was there every morning, and that started. His father passed away, and I think it was around 45. I had been going to Minion before then. So in other words, it was 45, 50 years.
Wow.
And that was with Ross, I can't remember his first name. That was Joe Press. That was with myself. And there was a couple of others. But
over the years, you called a lot of people.
That was just breakfast, after Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
It was Rabbi Horowitz that grabbed a hold of me and said, Marvin, we can't depend on anybody else. How about making the phone calls? So when Sammy Hayes' father passed away, I started organizing the names for 6 days, because 7 days I didn't have to worry. So what I would do is certain people, I didn't have to call, a couple, and the others, I think Rabbi Scott White said one time, Marvin, you made over 200,000 phone calls.
Wow.
And that's what I remember. The thing that, I don't know what drove me to making the phone calls. It was just something I felt I had to do, or possibly it was something that I was giving back to the congregation. And it may sound crazy, but I miss doing it. It gave me an opportunity to know a couple hundred people.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Is there anything about Ohev Sholom's legacy? Anything about a memory that you want to make sure people know about the synagogue?
Ohev Sholom was so many people's second home. We had people from 7th and Sandusky up until the present time. Ohev, for myself, our daughters, Sharon and Sheila, our twin daughters, I'm not positive if it was us or if it was the Hearsts that were the first B'nai Mitzvahs at the new congregation. What I remember is being with Rabbi Miller and being with every rabbi we've had, Miller and Weisenberg and the names and Palais and so forth. It's been such a joy.
It was a joy.
It was.
Really was. And you're a joy to
It
be
was-
involved for
it
so
was
many
a
years.
joy. And it wasn't only that, it was working on committees of doing things. The committee of the money for Bonds for Israel, the installations. I'll think of so much after we turn
You're
off.
doing fine. Do you remember some of our dinners that we would have there? The dinners?
We would have Friday night dinners, Carol Offenbach, TV Christmas. Whoops, they slipped there for a second.
It's okay. It's okay. I think you told us a lot.
Well, the thing of it is, I am surprised because on April 4th, Phyllis, with the COVID-19, passed away September 23rd, the day before her birthday, which she turned 93, and my birthday, April 4th, I turned 95.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
Okay. Well, you've done a great job to remember so many things for us.
there are
We
so many
appreciate
things
it.
I'll think of afterwards,
It's okay.
but it's the experience that Phil and I had up until just recently, that of being with all the rabbis, Jonathan Rudnick included, with services and so forth, and being with everybody. Afterwards, there was about half a dozen of us. After the morning service, we would go to Wade's, we would go to Tibbetts, half a dozen of us, and have breakfast.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, within the next 2 weeks or so, there's going to be a few of us getting together and having breakfast and recalling old times.
Sounds like fun.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very
And
nice.
there is about a half a dozen of us from the original Ohev in Sandusky. On my right side, Joel Levine, his family has been there since that time also, and Phyllis and I, and that's been, Phyllis and I joined in 63. So,
A long legacy. Very nice. It was wonderful. And that synagogue would not have been what it was without you and Phyllis. It was really, you're a cornerstone of that synagogue.
she loved being in the kitchen, cooking with Shirley Pinner and cooking with, I called his name with the bakery, but it just missed me. The problem is the COVID-19 put me in this.
Yeah, the
And
COVID-19. Yeah, it did.
Thank you. I knew I'd remember.
Close enough.
With a little help.
Close enough. Okay, very good. Well, you have so much knowledge and we really appreciate talking with you today.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
In 1944, I confirmed from Beth Shalom Synagogue, 34th and Paseo, Rabbi Hannes and Rabbi Ann Kenner Rothblatt. And it seems now I'm making a circle.
That's correct. It is a full circle.
Yes, and it's been such an experience with my father. Kerem Israel Synagogue, 39th in Prospect, or 39th in Paseo, right next to the deli, Shankman's Kosher Deli.
Amazing.
So the Jewish population.
Everybody moved south. Everybody kept moving.
Yes, we kept moving south.
Yeah.
And sitting there right next to Rabbi Miller's wife in the old sanctuary. What can I say? I probably can dribble on for some time.
You did fine.
You
You're
did
doing
fine.
Barb Strauss interviewed Barbara Goldansky on June 27, 2023. Barbara Goldansky shares many wonderful memories of her involvement at Ohev as co-chair of Club 52, co-chair of the Mitzvah Committee, sisterhood president, and author of so many Purim spiels, plays, skits, and roasts. Barbara credits Ohev as the place that was so welcoming to her and Sandy when they joined as a young couple, and that gave her a place to use her energy and all that creativity.
And we are talking with Barbara Goldansky about her memories of Ohev Sholom Synagogue. Can you tell us when you joined?
Well, actually, my affiliation with Ohev Sholom went long before we joined. My parents lived in Kansas City, Kansas, at 6th and Barnett. The shul was at 7th and Sandusky. My dad didn't believe in joining, but he wanted to go play poker with the guys. Probably played with your dad. And Mama wanted to get acquainted with the women in Kansas City, Kansas, because we moved there in '46. So she joined Beth Hearn chapter, B'nai B'rith Women, which served as a sisterhood to Ohev Sholom congregation. So from there, I don't know if you want me to go through all that stuff with my mom and Gwen Dupash. Do you remember her, Joel?
Absolutely.
Sandy and I decided we wanted to get married at Ohev instead of a hotel. So my mom and Gwen prepared the meal, and my husband had eaten at his mother's all day long, evidently thinking there wasn't going to be another good meal that I was going to cook. And anyway, he passed out twice during the ceremony. Some of the old timers may remember.
Wow.
There's a few.
Whoa.
And then he threw up at the end of the aisle. So that was how our marriage started. And then Mama they laid him out on the desk, and then my mom passed out. So they said, okay, Sandy, you go back upstairs where the reception's going on, and we'll let Ruth lie here. So not one time was there a complete reception line. And if I remember correctly, wasn't your mother-in-law Rose Cohn?
My grandmother was
Grandmother. And she played the piano.
Yes.
I think she played at my wedding.
Wow.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I've had an association with the Levine family for as long as I can remember. My dad bought furniture from Arnold, and Shirley, God love her, played the piano for me.
Of course, of course. I want to skip through the years a little bit. Let's talk about sisterhood, and we're going to talk about some other things. But let's focus a little bit on sisterhood.
Okay.
You used to write parody songs and Purim spiels and all kinds of things. Where did you get the inspiration for all of that? Or did you just take it on by yourself? And
No, my mom told somebody at B'nai B'rith Women that I knew how to write. I wrote during high school, and I was pretty good. And my instructors then and later said that I gave a twist like an O. Henry ending So I guess it was just fed to me from the time I was like in 5th grade.
Do you remember how many years you wrote skits and songs and things for the synagogue?
Probably started in 1962.
And kept on going.
And I wrote the, let's see, put glasses on and I can tell.
Here's some glasses here.
Well, those are a different pair, but that's
Okay.
all right. I made a lot of notes, and here's, that goes there. All right, I think it was Jackie Firestone that was the first Sisterhood president. And I wrote a play for her, or a little skit, and Marcia Temple. I don't know if Marcia followed Jackie, I can't remember some of that stuff, but there's plaques,
Right.
Sisterhood plaques.
Right.
And so that was how I first started writing for Sisterhood, and then I went up through the ranks, you know, became president, actually 3 times.
Wow.
First time by myself, and then when the women were not as active, they went back to work. So we had 3 of us presidents a couple different times. So whatever strengths we had, that's where we fulfilled our
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's just such a great many memories of all those skits and songs and Purim spiels and all of that stuff. Let's think about Club 52 for a little bit now.
Okay.
Do you remember when it started?
Yeah, let me go back and tell you. Ruth Diamond, Ohev Sholom. I'm only going to say Ohev Sholom once because
Okay.
almost everybody is in that category.
Right.
There's a little lucite thing on the table there.
Okay.
From Club 52.
Okay.
And
Now
that
this
was
thing, I think.
Sandy and I served as chairman
Yeah.
for 26 years.
26 years. Wow.
And Ruth and Myron Diamond were the, if you wanted to, you could copy what was on here.
Okay, well,
You
we're
know,
just
you
looking
take it-
at it. Club 52 chairs retire after 26 years. Wow.
So Ruth and Myron were chairman, and I guess Ruth got a little tired of all the bookkeeping because Club 52 meant they paid $1 a week. Well, that's a lot of bookkeeping.
It sure is.
So anyway, I took over from her with her blessings, and Sandy started doing the what he used to call it, the dinner that was full of cholesterol and sodium, and he loved, you know, getting all the pastrami and the corned beef, and you remember, and he loved doing that, and had to take a picture of each.
Oh, sure.
Each, you know, table, and so we collected I'm thinking it was around $35,000
over the years.
Because if you remember, we paid $25 for each U.S. savings bond that was given, and we gave out 12 of those a year. And then at the culminating deli dinner, we gave out 3 cash prizes. So it was all money coming from the members. So each year we were able to give the synagogue at least $1,000. Sometimes it was more. We did lose a few members towards the end, but mostly it was just a once a year get together, and we had fun. And since I always wanted to be a stand-up comic, now I'm a sit-down comic. You know, we acknowledged people and things, and Jack Blackman even told some stories. And,
Oh, yeah.
So, and then at the end of the evening, Sandy would sell what was left over. So, what can I tell you? Then he passed away July 16th of 2012. This was given to me, if I can, yeah, actually about a month later.
Okay, I can hold this up, and it says, Barbara Goldansky, in appreciation of Barbara and Sandy Goldansky for their many years of service to Club 52 and Ohev Sholom, August 29th, 2012. That happens to be my son's birthday, by the way.
Oh.
So this is a lovely piece that is in
Yeah.
appreciation. And let's talk a little bit about Sandy and those Friday night dinners and those briskets that he would make.
Nate Klarfeld and Sandy prepared the Shabbat dinners about once a month for 15 years.
Yeah.
And of course we became, you know, friends as well. And they got along fine. And they would try out new recipes and whatever. Nate was really very clever about that. And he enjoyed being in the kitchen so much. Both of them did.
Mm-hmm.
At one time, we thought maybe we could open up Sandy's Sandwich Shoppy, but we never had the funding to do it. You asked before about when we joined Ohev.
Mm-hmm.
We belonged to Temple B'nai Yehuda for a short time, a year or so. Never felt comfortable. Nobody gave us eye contact. Sandy had a cousin, Jerry Cohen, who was very active there, but we had to make our own way. I says, I'm not comfortable here. I said, why don't we try Ohev? Because, you know, I've been active with B'nai B'rith and all that. So it was 1962, I believe. Harold Tenenbaum was president at the time. And we went in to be interviewed. And I told him, I says, Harold, we're not money people, but we're service people. We'll do everything we can for Ohev, but, you know, we're not the Asners or...
Yeah.
So that's how we started there. All of our 4 daughters were confirmed. 3 were bat mitzvah. 1 didn't want it. And so, you know, through the years, I started becoming active in sisterhood as my kids were growing up. So,
wow.
What else did you ask me?
Oh, you're doing fine. Is there any, over the years we had many rabbis, is there anybody that stands out in particular?
Well, of course, Marshall Miller.
Mm-hmm.
And I was president of, I think, B'nai B'rith Women at the time when Marshall passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the hardest thing that I had to do, was to write something about him. And I remember that Leah, she was a perfect, what's the word they say for the Rebbitzin? And he was so kind to us. He was one of the rabbis that married us. The other one was Rabbi Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Sandy figured if we had 2, maybe it would be better. Anyway, then there was the time when we were without a rabbi. I guess it was maybe after... It was well after Marshall Miller passed away, and then Pillay came, and who came after him?
Schoenwald, I think. Either Weisenberg or Schoenwald.
Okay. Then after that, we were without a rabbi for about 9 months, as I recall. So Joanne Studna and I always loved planning. She was the planner for New Year's Eve parties, and Sandy and I made briskets, Elaine Shareskin made turkeys. So Joanne and I decided that we needed to have a social club to keep Ohev members together, because there was nothing that was real cohesive except the people that were going to services.
Right.
And to be honest, you know, there weren't that many. So we started the social club, and we had different programs each month. During that time, Mark Lichman approached me. He was social action chairman, I think they called it. So we combined forces so that there would be programming not political, but
Yeah, topical stuff.
yeah, besides the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Whenever I did anything with like Ruthie or Mark or Joel, they had to fill in the Jewish stuff because I never went to Sunday school. I had to learn about my Judaism through B'nai B'rith and then sisterhood, so I had to learn on the job.
Sure.
Yeah, I knew to separate milk from meat, but there was a lot I didn't know and a lot I learned. So Mark Fitzerman came, and God love him, he told me one of the reasons that he came to Ohev was because of the mitzvah committee. Now Marvin Denton and I started the mitzvah committee in the late 70s. And I don't know if he told you any of this stuff or not. And I don't remember the name. I think he said it was Robino. But somebody was in the hospital. And Marvin thought I would be a good person to go visit. And as it happened, I didn't have to. I don't think they passed away, but something else changed that. So Marvin and I decided, well, why don't we start a mitzvah committee? I think we were the first ones in Kansas City that started a mitzvah committee.
Quite possible, yeah, very possible.
And that was the late 70s, We had a contingency of 40 members, which was wonderful. They divided themselves into what they felt they could do the best. Marvin was always in charge of the Shiva services, calling men, and then later women, to come to make up services every morning. Even after he was sick and living at atriums where I was too, he would still be making his calls.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I know he's been honored and he is certainly deserving. And so what I did was got a group of women to take care of the Shiva meals. I think Mary Birnbaum may still be doing that, I'm not sure. But we got the committee together to do the Shiva meals, and then through the years we did different things like picking lice out of kids' hair. I wrote letters for Lil Kreichman. Her brother had passed away, but she was legally blind, so I wrote letters for her. There was a number of things we did, and aside from the mitzvah committee, I cooked and took food to families who were coming home from the hospital or who were not going to make it, and so it was very self-satisfying.
Oh, absolutely. If there is one memory of our congregation or legacy, what do you think that is?
Well, we were small, but we were serving. And personally, it gave me the opportunity to express myself. I wanted to do something creative. My dad said, you better learn how to type and play and take shorthand because you're never going to make it as an artist. I said, thank you very much. He was right. So the creativity in me came out with the song parodies and I roasted, I don't remember how many past presidents as they were going out of office. What could they do, kick me out then? And Joel, I did you. Ace Allen, Bob Kuhlman, Mike Silverman, Les Schwartz, yourself, Harold Kasich. And of course Harold and I became very, very close friends, and we still keep in touch. And I worked with him on fundraising later on. But there may have been, I don't remember how many past presidents, but I also got to roast Danny Horowitz when he left the congregation. And I remember a conversation Joel and I had, which I'm not going to repeat. But Joel was always my go-to guy. Back when Sisterhood was doing, not flea markets, what do they call it, Barb?
Rummage sale.
Rummage sales. I had just been diagnosed with 4-stage non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I needed to have transportation. Well, the ladies were all busy working. The mitzvah committee was on the wane. So many of the younger women had gone to work. I don't know how I happened to call Joel. I think about something else, and I mentioned to him that I was having a problem getting transportation for my, because they wouldn't let me drive. I was in a test program, and something that was new, and almost didn't make it through the first treatment. But my oldest daughter Cheryl took off from work and took me the first time, and then that night I called Joel, and he says, "Bev will take you." And she did. She took me for my next 3 appointments.
Wow.
I have never forgotten how touched I was, and still am. That's why I say I've always felt such a connection with the Levine family. You know, and I know what they both had to go through with their mothers, you know, at Village Shalom, and I can empathize with all that. But they're such good people.
Lots
So,
of good people. You're good people too. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there is. Do you still have that brisket recipe from Friday night dinners? I'm just wondering if you do. You still
Yeah.
have Sandy's recipe?
Would you like me to send it to you?
Eventually, sometime we'll get it.
Yeah, I have it. Well, in fact, it's in the kosher.
Kosher Fest?
Oh,
The
Kosher Fest cookbook.
One of those cookbooks.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And unfortunately, Sandy was starting to go through dementia and then Alzheimer's. But he still wanted to cook. So he went to the synagogue and he cooked all the briskets. Then he wanted to come back. I guess it was because they had to freeze them, take them out, slice them, and then put them back and keep them until that weekend.
Right.
So he went there, and Mary called me in the meantime, and she says, "Tell Sandy not to come." And I says, "Honey, he's all yours. He's already left." And he never carried a cell phone, so I couldn't, you know, stop him. So when he got there, they told him, you know, and Mary had Hipsch. What was his name?
Oh, Sandy.
Sandy Hipsch. I should remember Sandy and Sandy. Tell him, we don't want you to do this now. I don't think people realized how sick Sandy was getting. And this is my sermon now. He came back home extremely upset. And he never cries, but he I mean, you know, he was really pissed off.
Yeah.
I called Harold Kasich and I told him, you know, what had happened. And the next thing I know is, he called me back. He says, "I'm bringing Rabbi Scott over to talk to Sandy." So he and Scott came over, and Sanford was very hesitant to even speak to them. And so he told him, you know, I really felt like I wasn't being needed, blah, blah. So Scott at the time was very empathetic. And he said, I want you to come Sunday, and I want you to work in the deli like you always do and make the sandwiches and all that. So they shook hands, and Sandy says, "Okay, I'll come." So come Sunday, we're there, and I'm selling tickets or something, and he comes over to me, and I said, "What's the matter?" He says, "They won't let me do any of the deli stuff." I says, were you putting too much meat on the sandwiches or what, you know? He says, well, they told me they didn't need me. So he says they told him to go to the soda department. He goes over there and they say, we don't need you.
Ooh.
Well, someone with Alzheimer's, very, very sensitive. We went back home shortly after that, and he says, I'm never walking in that synagogue again, and he didn't. So for at least 4 years or more after that, I mean, I kept going, but he was so hurt. And at that time, people weren't as aware of what's going on now, and with mental problems and all
Sure.
that.
Well, that's a real bittersweet memory, yeah. I mean, it's very...
Now, I don't know what Beth Shalom is doing. They have prayer works.
They do.
Which was, you know, a lot like our mitzvah committee had started. I don't know if there's any desire on their part to do something to educate people. And I guess I get frustrated, you know.
Well, we're all still kind of getting into the groove over there and still learning about it, and it is a completely new environment. We're just all trying to get together, but I want to thank you so much.
Oh, wait, I gotta tell you about the Torah.
Then you do that.
Were you president when we wrote the Torah, or you were chairman? Or,
I was in,
chairman.
Yeah, Nate and Lori were the chair people. Harold may have been president at the time.
What?
I know Harold may have been president at the time. I'm not sure.
Oh,
it's either he or me, but I know I was heavily involved because we used a consultant that I had in Dallas when we lived there.
Because you came and asked me if I would work and do the all the paperwork. It was a year project.
Yeah.
I was retired from Beth Shalom. I haven't even gotten into that stuff yet. So anyway, we created the Torah, which I believe is now ensconced at Beth Shalom in the wooden cabinet that had been built for it. And not for the Torah, but the
that's going to be
portions
prominent
from each week.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I have typed up, and we have a roll. And are you on a timer?
No, it was a phone call that I missed. It's okay.
And so I was very pleased with that, and I sent over the Torah scrapbook that I kept from the very beginning. And Lori Clarfeld came and got that and some other stuff that pertained to sisterhood and the synagogue for them to be putting in this room that they're going to dedicate for us, right? So that album, I hope, is still intact.
If Lori has it, then it's intact.
Well, I don't know if she passed it on. I understand there's an archivist.
Yeah, but they haven't even gotten that far. They're still, so she's got it.
Okay, but I was very proud of that project. Joel set up a spreadsheet for me, because even though I could use the computer, I didn't know how to do that. So see, Joel's been my go-to for so long.
For a lot of people, yes,
Yes,
that's for sure.
yes.
That's for sure.
And I was very humbled and honored that they had me walk down the aisle when they presented the Torah to the congregation so that we could put the last word in, or the last dot. And I tell you, I get chills when I think about it.
It was quite a project. It was really meaningful to many people.
And I think
Very
we
meaningful.
made around $70,000 clear.
It was quite a bit.
It was quite a bit. It was a major fundraiser.
And, okay, let me tell you about Beth Shalom.
If you'd like.
I had been working for Israel Bonds as a volunteer, and then they closed that office, and Monty Bergman was the executive director, and we used to go to Beth Shalom to sell the bonds. So evidently, Larry Trope must have been impressed with me because of all my details, I guess. But he hired me to come work at Beth Shalom.
Wow.
So I was there for about 9 years, and until I retired when I was 65. And I sent out the yahrzeit notices. I sold cemetery lots. I told people, I'm glad to sell it to you. Don't use the reservation too soon. You know, my affiliation with Beth Shalom was good, and then after I retired, they had me come back part-time for another year or so. So they were very good to me, and I enjoyed working with them and their presidents.
That's great.
And did the publicity and all
Well,
that
you have so
stuff.
much talent over the years, and I'm so glad they recognized it, but Ohev certainly recognized it. And we thank you for all of
you're
your
welcome.
service.
You're welcome. Yeah, I can't remember if there was other stuff. Oh, sure. Our centennial. You see the plaque there, Joe? Ruth Diamond and I wrote the centennial, which was presented in 1977. We were 100 years old then.
And this plaque says, in appreciation, Barbara Goldansky, writer, director, Hallelujah, Ohev Shalom, 1877 to 1977. So that's another really nice piece.
And Marvin Denton and Mary Birnbaum did a skit. Oh, how I hate to get up in the morning. Oh, how I hate to go to the Minion. I had so much fun writing that. 10 years later, we reprised it. We did 120th anniversary.
Wow.
We reprised the music, and it was written so that now women were being recognized.
Right.
They were wearing a talit. So Mary came out with her song about, oh, how she, liked to get up in the morning. And she was taking the rollers out of her hair, and putting the talit on. And Marvin was going across the floor with a push broom. And Jeannie Mallon played the part of the 2,000-year-old man.
I remember that.
I mean, we had such fun. And then 10 years later, I think Ruth was gone by then, that I did the 130th, and it was just a little.
3 of the past rabbis of Ohev Sholom were available for interviews. Rabbi Danny Horowitz lives in Houston, Texas. We held our interview with him on Zoom on June 13th, 2023. In the video, you will hear Rabbi Danny reflect on his 18 years as a rabbi from 1986 to 2004. He remembers his congregants well and reflects that Ohev members were particularly open to adding ritual that he introduced. He also recalls the expansion of Shabbat morning kiddushes and sees that as important in building community. He talks about the birth of the Cafe Ohev program as an outgrowth of the Scholar in Residence weekend, which was always so well attended. Rabbi Horowitz concludes with philosophical thoughts about the conservative movement.
Yeah. Well, what I have here is that you started at Ohev as the rabbi in 1986.
That's correct.
So that was a year before I came. So relying on what others told me, one of the most significant occurrences was in 1986 that Ohev became egalitarian and affiliated with United Synagogue.
Well, it affiliated with United Synagogue before I was there.
Okay.
Because I would not have known about the option of coming to Ohev Sholom if they hadn't joined United Synagogue. And I think that was one of the things that pushed the congregation leadership into conservative movement. Joel, you were probably there for those discussions, but they wouldn't have been on the rabbinical assembly list if they hadn't been members of the Senate, at least not at that time of year. I think they wouldn't have opened it up to RA members until June. So, and I'll tell you that I was offered 2 jobs on the same day. And I chose Ohev. I was offered the position that Alan Cohen was leaving in Charleston, South Carolina. Okay? Rabbi Cohen was leaving. That's actually where I met him when I interviewed in Charleston. Okay? Charleston was a fine congregation, and certainly it was a little more stable than Ohev Sholom was in that time. But it just wasn't a great community. It was not the place that we wanted to raise Jewish kids. You know, if we could have gone there, we would have probably left after a few years. And that's why Rabbi Cohen was leaving, because his kids were, getting past the, the age that they could go to day school. So I picked Ohev Sholom, and I've never been sorry. Well, maybe there were days, but
Overall, you would say overall.
What I tell people is that I was in Kansas City for 18 years, and they were 16 of the happiest years of my life.
Okay. And the other 2 years?
That's not bad.
Okay.
Hey, the other 2 years I've just, blocked out. So.
Okay. Well, I was recalling so many things that happened through your leadership, and I'm just going to name a few, and then I thought maybe you could talk about some things that meant a lot to you. But we received the Shaw Endowment, which made a big difference in our life.
Oh yeah.
And that happened, I think, in 1988. But
I think it was later.
Later?
I think it was when Stefan was president. So it was more like 91 or 92.
Okay.
It was either when Stefan was president or when Ace became president, but it was right around that time.
Okay.
You mentioned the whole business with becoming egalitarian.
Yeah.
To me, it was obvious that the congregation was going to do that. The question was, could we avoid any unnecessary rancor over it? We lost 2 members, and neither of them got real hostile about it. It was just, they accepted that they weren't going to be comfortable with it. One of them went to KI, one of them went to BOV. It was fine. And, I wrote them both nice goodbye letters, wished them well, as I did whenever we had a resignation. Because you don't want to be too territorial about your congregation, and you don't want to leave with a lot of hard feelings.
So it was not controversial.
Not particularly. I had already done that in my congregation in Galveston before. So I had a pretty good idea how I was going to proceed and how everybody would respond.
So, getting back to the time when we did receive that endowment, that really gave us the opportunity to do more programming. And I know that you talked to the Shaws and they agreed to have a scholar in residence program.
Yes.
So that became a really important program that we had practically every year. I mean, I think every year while you were there and almost every year afterwards.
Well, I remember that was the last time I was at Ohev Sholom.
That's right. You were one of
I was the Shaw Scholar. But there, we did have some terrific people. I remember when Danny Siegel came. And Danny was just here in Houston this past weekend. We had a USY reunion from our region, from all of us baby boomers who were in it back in the day. And Danny had worked for many years with USY Israel Pilgrimage, and he was once upon a distant time was national president of USY. So, you know, you know, I remember we had Rabbi Ruvain Hammer from
Yeah,
Israel.
yeah.
And, you know, you're lucky if you can get a scholar like him to come and teach. He was really a major figure in our movement, and I thought he was pretty well received. I
We
can't
had some,
remember all of the people
we
who
had
came.
some Melton teachers because Zohar Raviv and Johnny Blackman, I think, were both Melton people who came in. And
Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, they were remarkable teachers for the weekend. I remember, and I think this is while you were our rabbi. We had locally, we had Carla Klausner. That may have been during Rabbi White. If
That probably was during Rabbi White.
yeah, okay. But we had, you know, and that weekend created the program of Cafe Ohev.
Yes.
So then Cafe Ohev became a program in itself.
Yes. I had sort of been pushing for that for a while. And the people who came on Sunday morning, generally speaking, you know, they were reluctant to make a big deal out of it. I mean, you know, if they would have loved to have had new people come in and do exactly what they were doing. But when you tried to change the nature of it so that it would be more attractive, there was a little bit of pushback when we started doing that. But eventually it took on.
It was a little bit different from solely a Jewish focus. It was social, you know, just social topics that interested us, you know, living in the community, living in.
Yeah, it was just, you know, an attraction to, you know, to do something interesting, to educate, to talk about community issues, and to bring more people in.
Yeah. Well, people loved it. You know, I think it remained very popular, continued, you know, continued after you left. These are the programs that stayed there, that, you know, you initiated them, and we kept them going because they were such good programs.
And they were popular.
Yeah.
People wanted it to continue. So, you know, the hard part was getting it started.
Yeah, always. Did you initiate the Sukkot program of Pizza in the Hut?
I'm not sure if that goes back, but the thing that I remember most about Sukkot was that one of the things I realized when I came there was not a lot of people had Sukkot. Okay, so the first year, or maybe it was the second year that I borrowed Bob Cuman's Polaroid camera, and I went to every household that had a sukkah, and we put those pictures up on a bulletin board that we had outside the synagogue, so that when people came for Yizkor on Shmini Atzeret, when people came with kids for Simchat Torah, they saw this bulletin board with Chag Sameach from the Sukkot of Ohev Sholom. Well, you know, over the years, that led to more people building Sukkot. So that was very gratifying.
Well, and did that lead to a sukkah crawl?
Oh, probably. I remember at least one that I was part of.
Well,
So, you know, but you have to have a certain number of Sukkot in order to make a sukkah crawl.
Now, all these programs, of course, involve food. So food has always been central to Ohev. The kitchen.
Yes, we're a very good eating congregation. You know, we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And breakfast.
One of the things I've discovered is that a lot of other congregations are like that too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Breakfast Club was an old program. I mean, that existed way before you came, but
Yes.
it continued, you know, as long as we were.
Yes. Yes. But, and you know, this was one of the things that I remember from my time was when Harry Lerner created a big kiddish fund.
Uh-huh.
Now, I had actually known Harry. I'd met him before I came to Kansas City. Why? Because his brother was a member of my congregation in Galveston.
Okay.
His brother was a judge and was president of the congregation while I was there. So I'd met Harry for, you know, something in the family that was happening. And so we got to be very friendly, and he understood very, I think instinctively, that would be a really good thing if we had a serious kiddush where people could sit down, eat, visit for half an hour, maybe more. Then we added a Talmud class afterwards. So some people stayed longer. You know, the longer you keep people talking to each other, and you know, with the more time they spend within the congregation, the more attached they will be to it and the more they will do for the congregation.
Yeah, that was, there was always an issue of, it's a lot of work to make a kiddush. And from time to time, the people who did the work said it's too much work, but there was always tremendous pushback. We can't give up, we can't give it up, we can't give it up. So people.
I remember hearing a little of that.
Yeah, a little rumbling.
But I think in the long run, certainly the leadership of the congregation and the majority of the workers understood that it was really to the benefit of the congregation as a whole. People spend a lot more time in the building and they got more attached to it.
For sure. There was one big celebration relating to the building. That was the mortgage burning.
Yes.
And I think there was, there may have been a play, you know, when you know, some of our members, it was like Mary Birnbaum, maybe Joey Tenenbaum, I think Donna Oberstein, they were dancing on the stage. They were doing some kind of.
Ask Ace about that. He would remember more,
Yeah.
I would guess.
There were a couple of rituals that you initiated that have stayed with us. So one was approaching the ark during Nila.
Mm-hmm.
And we continued to do that, and we brought that custom with us to Beth Shalom. And I think Beth Shalom, we did it last year, but it was our first time as a joint congregation. I think they said, oh, we do that. But when the time came for Nila, a majority of the people who walked up to the ark were the Ohev Shalom people, because we were used to doing it. That was our custom that, you know, dated back to our years when you were our rabbi. So it was a very sweet custom, to a very sweet memory we had. And the other,
I have to tell you, it took hold at Ohev in the minyan where I am now and where I still officiate on high holidays. It's never really taken hold. Maybe I still mention it every year, but maybe 2-3 people out of over 100 will come up to the bima. Maybe. Yeah, it was different.
Yeah, different energy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
The other ritual that you initiated was you encouraged us all to either wear white or to get kittles for the high holidays, for Yom Kippur. And so there are still a group of us who have our kittles from those years, and we wear them religiously every Yom Kippur.
Well chosen word, yes.
Yes, yes. So
yeah, and that was a little bit later on, I think. That was probably at least halfway through my term at OHIV that I encouraged that.
yeah.
And yeah, because OHIV was much more participatory on the average.
We did have
I mean, we always had a lot of people who were not going to do that kind of thing. Who were just, you know, it was a little too much for many people, but a lot of people were open to trying things and to participating in that way. And so it became very personal for a lot of folks.
There was also your teaching trope, and I know that that's generally something offered at every synagogue all the time, but there were people who took you up on it, learned trope, and even though we could always rely on you to read the entire parsha every week, some of us could take a little bite of it because we had learned trope from you.
Yeah. And of course, you know, I remember two people in particular who did a lot of Torah reading, sometimes when I was away, sometimes when I wasn't away. And that was Charles Shikroon, who really had an extraordinary impact on the congregation, and Larry Moldo, Ohev Sholom.
There's another program that occurred during your time, and that was when we had the scribe come for the writing of a Torah.
Eric Ray.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Ray.
Yeah.
He died, I think, a year or two after he came to us. But he was such a wonderful teacher, and he had been referred to me by all kinds of people. So he was just great.
Well, it was a good project for the congregation. It was a lovely way to bring people together, and was meaningful to see to actually do the writing, and there was a learning component. I think that he went to the Truman Library with people.
Yes.
So yeah, that was an experience that well, we kept it alive because we had a cabinet with a replica of a Torah in there and people's names in there. So we always remember that was a lovely project that occurred, and
yes,
good participation.
Yes, and we needed it.
Yeah.
We needed another Sefer Torah. So it was educational, it was fundraising, and it was also community building. And all of those things were important, and all of those things were big components of this project. And I'm glad it worked out so successfully.
You know, what stands out maybe as like really strong memories of the good years at Ohev?
Oh, I would say, the 16 good years.
Yeah.
Well, I would say the Beit Midrash classes that we started, the evening programs. You know, I didn't think that people would commit to more than a 6-week class. So that's basically how we did a fall session and we did a spring session. And we brought in local people. I remember one of the first years, Rabbi Margulies came and taught a class. And, you know, I'm sure there are some people who would not have come to, who would dafka not have come to a class by Rabbi Margulies. But for the people who came, it was super. And most of those classes went very well. A lot of it, you know, what I taught in those classes was stuff that I was working through in my doctoral program. So, I was excited about teaching stuff that I had just learned. And so maybe I had a little more enthusiasm for that than I would have otherwise. But it was never a huge program, but it was well received. And when I look at what happens in the congregation where I'm working now, which is a congregation 3 times the size of Beth Shalom, okay? And that's after they join with you. So 3 times the size of that, and the number of people who come to adult classes is, probably about the same number as came to our Beit Midrash classes. Some congregations just don't have that culture, and we didn't have that culture initially, but we developed it. And also, I think, people like you, Audrey, you came to the congregation after I came, and some of your enthusiasm helped to build that up too.
Well, thank you.
And others who came who didn't start out.
I think
people
there was
like
a cadre. Yeah, there was a cadre of people who really wanted to learn and were interested in it. And that did make it a special place. I mean, Ohev, for Joel and Barb and I, we all have our experiences and
sure,
and they're different experiences. So
I want to mention one other program that we had, which looking back on it, it might not seem like a big deal, but at the time, I think it was very important and very effective. And that was when we did a weekend for the 30th yahrzeit of Rabbi Miller. There was a lot of stuff that must have happened at that time. When we were, I guess this was 95 or 96, but it was the 30th yahrzeit. And because of the nature of his death, which was very sudden, I think a lot of people had never really processed that. And I think that contributed to some of the problems that plagued Ohev over the years afterwards. But that weekend was so important for so many people, even some people that hadn't known Rabbi Miller, but who maybe sensed that there was a little bit of a cloud that was still hanging over. And I think we took that away. We helped people process something that had been really a traumatic event for the congregation. And we processed it a little bit, and that was good.
So if I can ask a question, Audrey.
Please.
When you look back at Ohev, how would you describe it?
Well, there were wonderful people, all in all. But I think, Joel, it was a process sort of trying to build a mission for the congregation. I think, and all the people who were involved on the executive board right at the beginning. And I think a lot of those people were there mainly because they hated the other congregations. And I mean, that's a number of them told me exactly that. I said, okay, that's not really a positive for the congregation that we have, but I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you're working with it. And, gradually we'll figure out what the mission of this synagogue is going to be. And we did. And we, it also, I know that the period around Rabbi Fitzerman's time was a little bit traumatic for the congregation and certainly for some of the people who were like you in the leadership corps. So, you know, it took a while just to kind of calm things down so that we could focus. And I think, you know, it was really after the mortgage burning that not only were we more financially stable, but we were able to focus on, you know, what this place is all about. And I think, you know, we were very successful at that.
Well, I think that we look back on the years when you were a rabbi, you know, with a lot of warm feelings, because there were so much that I think that you gave to us and that stayed with us. It wasn't just, you know, something that happened and then disappeared, but it really affected us. And so if I haven't ever said this to you before, I want to say thank you. Thank you for what you gave to us during those 18 years.
Well, I appreciate that, and I feel like we did some good work there. It was a long process. You know, when I came to Ohev Sholom, before you were there, Audrey, we had like 20 people on Shabbat morning. People didn't realize yet that the late Friday night service was dying.
Yeah.
I mean, it was already dying. It was dying everywhere, not just at Ohev Sholom. Okay. But I knew that it wasn't going to last forever, and that we had to build a Shabbat morning crowd. And it took years. You know, we went from about 20 people on Shabbat morning when I first came there. And what did we have in 2004? 50 or 60?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, you know, people don't realize, but that's enormous progress, even though it took a long time to build, you know, to triple the number of people who come to synagogue on Shabbat morning. And it's not just me, it's a tribute to all the people who got involved and who had an impact and who brought other friends in and other new people. By the way,
well, listen, I want to thank you for your time tonight. I mean, if there's anything else you'd like to add, please feel free. But I think we've really, you know, gone through topics that we wanted to hit on. And you've corrected some of the notes I had taken on that timeline. So I'm really glad I had the chance to talk to you tonight and get my dates straight and get a little bit more detail. But it's good to see you. And it's good to catch up with you a bit.
We interviewed Rabbi Scott White in person on June 15th, 2023. Rabbi Scott served as our rabbi from 2005 through 2019. He recalls the entire process of introducing instrumental music to the congregation and enjoys seeing it live on as Shir LaShabbat today. He recalls feeling great satisfaction at seeing the congregation implement signature programs like Kosher Fest and sees Ohev Sholom as having been a model in the community for volunteerism. He considers the most fulfilling part of his work to be in personal relationships when he could support congregants at times of joy, sorrow, grief, or crisis. Rabbi White hopes that the strengths of the congregation continue on in its new consolidated format. Good morning, Rabbi White. I'm so glad you could meet with Joel and me today so we could talk a little bit about Ohev and your experiences that you want to share with us about the congregation. Thought maybe we'd start with just recalling, you know, what were the years that you were there, and just lay that out for us.
Okay, I became full-time after a part-time year in the summer of 2005, and I retired in the summer of 2019.
And before you were full-time, we in the congregation knew you because you did some part-time.
Right, in that year before, which was between rabbis, I did the high holidays and the pilgrimage festivals for the congregation, rabbinic.
And Joel reminded me that you were most remembered, probably were the number one candidate for the position because you had the outstanding Purim costume when we had our celebration at the synagogue.
Well, that's as it should be.
Yes. And I will say that you were consistent in that for all those years. Your Purim costumes were always, a great matter of what will he be wearing this year.
I knew that would be the case, so
Yes.
I put a lot of effort and thought into that.
Good. I think there's many ways in which congregants remember you during those years. Many people had very important relationships with you, where you were there for counseling in crises. You were there for people who were going through, different kind of challenges.
Right.
And also for bringing, at last, music into our Shabbat services. And I thought, well, maybe you want to talk about any of those or all of those.
Let me start with the music.
Sure.
Because in typical Ohev fashion, we processed it very methodically and very thoughtfully through the governments.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that we had a pilot program for 6 months
Yes.
where we had the Shir Shabbat once a month.
Uh-huh.
And at the end of the 6 months, the worship committee met to revisit the notion, how it had been going, and it was unanimous that we would continue. So it became an institutional part of our structure, as it remains in the newly consolidated congregation. So I'm very pleased about that.
Since I was part of the governance, I remember well that this was not an easy matter for the whole congregation to accept. There were some people
Right.
who didn't want music, and so it was a very deliberate process to reach a decision about having that. But now that it's part of a regular piece of what we did and continue to do in the new consolidated state, it's become so much a signature of that congregation that we have that special Shir Shabbat service.
Truly, and Tefillatenu is very much the same model.
Uh-huh.
The liturgical lineup varies a little bit between the two,
Uh-huh.
but the music is, for all intents and purposes, the same. So, sometimes down to the musical setting of the prayers that we use. So really twice a month now, because the Shir Shabbat across from Ohev and Tefillatenu within the consolidated Ohev Sholom, and we have both that are very well attended. And I noticed lately, and I said this to Sivia, maybe it was a couple of months ago, the previous Shir Shabbat 2 months back, that I'm noticing more and more people are singing, and there's more participation than I'm hearing from the front among the performers.
And
which
people come up to me afterwards and just say how much they enjoy that service.
That's nice to hear.
So it's
very nice to hear.
We had the occasion to talk to Rabbi Horowitz the other night.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's doing quite well.
Right.
And he, on his own, brought up the fact of music. And he said, I was never opposed halakhically to music. He said, I just didn't have, it wasn't something that I could take on. He said, but Rabbi White had the skill set to take that on. So I thought it was great to know that you were going forward on that path.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're fortunate to have congregants who have the musical skills as well that have come forward, not only for the musical accompaniment and the singing, but for the organization as well.
Yeah.
And we have rehearsals, and obviously the publicity has to go out with who the lineup is and what we're going to be doing, communicating among the performers, so we're ready.
It's really a program that has your signature on it.
Thank you.
So we thank you because it has outlived your tenure.
Thank you.
And goes on with us as the congregants.
Absolutely. Let me just address the first part of the question, which was the relationships that I had.
Yes.
And, how can I put it? Sort of facilitating is a term that I've used in the past. Either the grief or the joy, and it was a role that I always enjoyed, although no one looks forward to having grief in the congregation. I thought that was an important role for me to be able to play, to set the right tone, give people guidance in fraught situations as to how the ritual can help them to process it, either celebrating or commemorating. And so that was very fulfilling. Yeah. I think the most fulfilling part of my rabbinate.
I was going to ask you what exactly that question, so I'm glad you got to it. And besides the grief and joy, there were crises that people were going through that I think they called upon you for.
Right. Yeah, I can remember a few of those. That's
Yeah.
right. That's some late night visits to hospitals, and sometimes it was the psychiatric unit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And those are really challenging.
Well, apparently, you provided help because the family shared with me that there was a lot of comfort from your visit. So
thank you.
As
really nice. You just made my day.
Yeah, well,
Nice to hear.
yeah, I think it's important to know because the congregation, we don't always let you know all the things that we did experience and appreciate. What would you say were some highlights? Are there any special sweet spots, like sweet experiences of like, this is just so nice the way Ohev does it? This is a very self-serving question.
Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind was Kosher Fest.
Okay.
You know, because and Hamantashen, you know, the community events where we had not only volunteerism, but we had you know, our large core group relative to the size of the congregation that just put in untold hours of sweat equity and thought, you know, and consideration on how to build the program. And then we got to have the satisfaction of being the little shul that could on a sunny June afternoon in our parking lot, having hundreds and hundreds of people come through and get to enjoy the day. And Joel, you can remember there were many occasions where we had interested non-Jewish people in the sanctuary to hear about Judaism and learn about the congregation. I thought that was really, those were extraordinary events to have, you know, several dozen people in the sanctuary and being able to tell them, maybe people who knew very little about Judaism, who drove by the congregation, you know, maybe on their way to work every day for years and just knew that it was an interesting looking building, and they got to come inside and enjoy it and ask a lot of questions, and I got to orient them a little bit, so that was fun. Overall, those events really, I think, were emblematic of what the congregation was capable of.
And Rabbi, you may recall the time that you and I went and gave the tour.
Yeah.
And that was the time, I love this story, when we were wearing the t-shirts that Michael and Audrey donated, and on the back it had King Louis.
Right.
And you were asked the question, what is the significance of King Louis in Judaism?
Right. I remember that. And I also remember an occasion where someone asked, I don't know if you were there at the moment, where do we do the sacrificial offering?
Yeah.
Good question, but 2,000 years late.
Yeah, yeah. So good. We did disseminate some information to dispel misinformation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. We were ahead of our time.
Right. There were a lot of little small groups that we had at Ohev. We had the Breakfast Club, and I know that was a special clique of people who you had friendships with, relationships with.
Right.
Did that was that something that you saw as a significant piece of the synagogue? It was a small group. But
That's right. That's right. Sometimes we were only 6 or 8 on a Sunday morning at the table. And so, yeah, I mean, that was important. First of all, it was continuity from a time when there were probably 5 times that. And we were blessed with people like Shirley Penner and Charles, who would come in and make us these wonderful breakfasts, and we'd have a chance to connect with one another after Sunday morning services. So, yeah, I mean, even something on a smaller scale like that was a part of our culture that had its own momentum because there were people who were committed to it. I mean, the minyan in general, the morning minyan in general, I would put in the same category as Kosher Fest as being something that we really, really did an extraordinary job with. And of course, you have to give a lot of credit to Marvin Denton for making all those phone calls over however many decades.
Now, did you go out to breakfast after minyan? Was that part of?
I did. Once or twice a week, we had a regular group that for a long time with Sandy Hipsch of blessed memory, who was a big fan of Village Inn over off of Metcalf and Johnson Drive. So we used to go there, I think it was Tuesdays. And then we had a group that also would go to First Watch at Corinth. And so, yeah, it was fun to participate in that.
There were other groups. Let's see. You had a Beit Midrash that you kept going ongoing, and I know anything about Zionism and Israeli
Right.
history of Israel. That was something that I know you
Sure.
love to teach, and
One of my abiding interests remains so.
yeah, and it showed in your teaching. So it was always good to be in that class with you.
Thank you.
I'm also thinking about other programs like we continued with the Cafe Ohev that had started with Rabbi Horowitz.
Right.
And I think you helped us get some speakers because we were
Indeed.
looking for people who would, it wasn't necessarily religious. It could be it was usually secular. You want to talk a little bit about some of those people who you helped bring in?
Okay, I remember Dan Margulies coming in and giving a very interesting talk. I don't remember about what. It's funny. It may have been, he has so many varied interests. He may have been talking about his experience at the crossword puzzle tournament. That's the kind of thing Dan does.
Right.
Eric Morgenstern, raised in the congregation, but no longer involved, came and talked about just a healthy lifestyle. He had lost a lot of weight and was talking about, how he did that and how others can benefit from some of the things that he did.
Were you there when Chuck Haddock?
Yes, I brought Chuck in. My
I thought
neighbor
you
right
brought
up the
him
street.
in. Okay.
Yeah, Chuck came in. He had just composed a book about Charlie Parker. And so he came in with his wares and talked about it. And I remember we had audio set up, and he actually introduced famous pieces that Charlie Parker played and talked about them, and then he signed his books, sold the books. So yeah, we did.
Yeah, and then in addition to Cafe Ohev, we had the Scholar in Residence program.
Right, the Shaw Scholars.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember who some of those scholars were during the time you were there. We may have brought in some Melton teachers then.
Yes, I believe. I don't remember his name. He came twice.
Zohar
Raviv. Yes, excellent.
Yeah, he was excellent.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We had Edwin Black.
Yes.
Talk about the Farhud, which was the riots against the Jews in Arab communities that led to their mass migration to Israel in its early days.
And the Mr. Black who wrote the book about IBM.
That's Edwin Black.
Edwin
right?
Black.
Yeah, right. I remember he had sort of a three-pronged, because he's an author of diverse interests and subjects. Yeah, he talked about the Farhud. He talked about IBM.
Yes.
We read the book to prepare about that.
Yeah.
And I think he talked about the status of the West Bank in international law, making a case that Israel is not in violation.
Yeah. And Carla Klausner was there.
Carla came and talked about the Jews in the Middle East, in particular Turkish Jews, right?
Yeah, and Rabbi Mandel.
Yep, who had been at the Vatican to do research and met the Pope, right?
I used to feel like we had high caliber programming for a little congregation that we were we were able to pull some things. Do you have a sense of Ohev's place in the Kansas City Jewish community? Do you think it's no longer a standalone congregation? So while it was there, did it have anything special that it offered to the community? Or
It's a great question, which I have to think about for a moment. The answer is definitely yes, and I would say it's more than one thing. People noticed, going back to Kosher Fest, Jews in the know, community active Jews, knew how we're a modest congregation of modest means, of modest numbers. Yet we pulled off these really impressive programs, right? Because we had such a high level, I know I'm repeating myself, high level of volunteerism. And I'd have people who would remark to me, who came from much larger congregations, how unique it was that we were able to accomplish what we did with the meager numbers and the means that we had. And so I think not only was that noticed, hopefully it provided some inspiration. And one of the things I'm hoping in the consolidated congregation is that our volunteeristic spirit will fuse into larger consolidated congregation. I always liked the fact that we had so many people who stepped forward time and again. I mean, that kitchen was always in action with these wonderful kiddushs they didn't make themselves. We didn't hire caterers. So the consolidated congregation, in my perception, for better or for worse, has not necessarily had that approach. And I know we have, since the consolidation, some of our volunteeristic people are regularly at Beth Shalom. And so I hope that culture will influence, our culture will influence the larger congregation. And we'll have the benefits that come from that because it's fulfilling.
One of the aspects that I am aware of with the Ohev congregation is that people were, it was close-knit. We were a small group, and whether we were friends, whether we liked each other, it didn't matter. We were family. And so we came forward for each other, for Shiva Minions, for Simchas, for, being in the kitchen whenever help was needed.
Right.
And I remember the first time Kosher Fest occurred, I think Mary Birnbaum must have said something like, everybody has to volunteer unless you're in a nursing home. And that's about how it was. Everybody did volunteer.
Truly. Yeah, and even some of our members who weren't necessarily part of the quote-unquote regular crowd, I think someone like Susan Ehrenberg, who's just a lovely person, when it was Hamantasha time or Kosher Fest time, she was there, every day of the preparations. So it was the specialized mitzvah that even our non-regulars got involved with.
We're doing this taping for the memorabilia room, which we hope to have as a place not only to see something of the Ohev history, but also as a place where we have speaker programs so that, the whole congregation comes and can see the surroundings and know that here's a piece of the congregational history, congregation as a whole.
Right.
I'm wondering if you're in this unique position because you are both our rabbi and you are an active member of the new congregation. And so you're seeing the Ohev congregant, because a good many of us are now at the new consolidated congregation. You're seeing us in the new place. And do you have any advice to help us become stronger, more integrated as these two groups have come together? It's been short of 1 month short of a year, and we're on a path of integrating. It's not an instantaneous process.
And again, a very good question. Some advice. Let me start with this while I'm thinking about whether I have a piece of advice, which is in response to your observation about my, wearing a different hat now, having a little bit of a different identity, pardon me, within the congregation. So I want to tell you something with the context of Sivia and me. Because as you guys know, Sivia just finished her first year as the religious school director, the education director at the consolidated congregation. And so now she's the Jewish professional and I'm the Rebbitzin when we're there. So that's been kind of amusing, at least theoretically for me. And I enjoy the change. I enjoy the change going from being a producer of Yiddishkeit per se to being a consumer. Like the congregants, I've always enjoyed being. I mean, even when I was the rabbi, I didn't sit up on the pulpit unless it was the high holidays. I was in the congregation, so I've always liked, and early on when we started, that was kind of the theme of my transition into becoming the rabbi of the congregation, because I had been years before a congregant, and I still identified as a member of the congregation sitting in the pews. So anyway, but to answer your question as far as advice would go, I think finding the right balance between going all in, I belong to Beth Shalom, and all of its history and culture now becomes mine. It's like the mystical notion that we're all at Mount Sinai, so we're all at Beth Shalom. On the one hand, being all in as active members of Beth Shalom, but at the same time, not losing our identity, at least in the generation, our generation. 20 years from now, maybe not so much.
Are we like in the desert
But
now, Bobby Bob?
I think so. I think it's what you're doing is very important for us to continue to identify with our history, okay, and not to lose sight of that, and to cherish that. And in some ways, it happened naturally. Using as an example the Kiddush on Saturday mornings, because even though we're integrated and it's not cliquish per se, it still tends to be the case that the OF people sit down at the tables, because we're all friends and family, and continue to schmooze while we're eating the way we did when we were at 75th and Mall. So just finding a way to keep that balance so that 20 years from now, OF is not completely forgotten. You know, it's not just a matter of an artifact of the congregation that's associated with the space in Beth Shalom, the artifacts that are there, the records like what we're creating, but so we also keep that identity that people will know about 20, 25 years from now when the memories are more distant, because people like us will probably be at Village Shalom services instead of Beth Shalom in 20 years.
That's right.
Right. So I just think I think keeping that balance, keeping our awareness of where we came from, at the same time as being very enthusiastically involved in the consolidated congregation and having kind of that dual identity would be my advice. That we try to do both. I think it can be. I think we're doing it now. But I think if we set up the infrastructure in terms of people's mentality and attitude, and actually what we have to offer as a consolidated congregation, which includes the fact that there's a second congregation within it, the next generation and then the generation after that will have a keen sense of the fact that it's one congregation, but it has a rich history, and the rich history of the congregation that consolidated into the physical plant and into the name of Beth Shalom is still a live and breathing entity within the congregation, the larger congregation. So.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. Joel, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I guess looking back at your tenure, looking back at your history, because you knew Ohev before you became the rabbi.
I did.
So maybe just a moment, kind of how you learned about Ohev, went to Ohev, and then your thoughts about Ohev.
Okay, so Ohev was the closest geographically to the home that I grew up in, 75th and Mall, and I grew up at 82nd and Row, under a mile by foot. And so, as a strictly practical matter, when I came home from my junior year abroad in Israel, and I had become a traditional Jew who didn't ride on Shabbos, it was like process of elimination. And the congregation just accepted me, what can I say, wholeheartedly.
What year was that?
That would have been the summer of 1978 is when I returned from Israel. Rabbi Joe Schoenwald, Rabbi David Littke were the clergy. They were young men, both around 30 at the time. I was 21. And so they and the congregation, and the two of them lived on the route to walk from my parents' home to the congregation. So I would literally stop on Shabbos morning at the home and walk with them. And often it meant on the way home, stopping for a bite to eat at one of those places. But the congregation at large, some of the same people that are still very active now in their mid and upper 80s, I remember from that time almost 50 years ago, and how warm it was for me to be there. So
that's a long history.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's 45 years. You can believe that. It goes by in a flash.
And how would you describe Ohev?
The word that comes to mind for me is tenacity. Okay, because even before my time as the spiritual leader, knowing the history of occasions when there were challenges that, for example, the paying off the mortgage, and having a ceremony for that, whenever it seemed like there were threats to the existence of the congregation, we made it through. I mean, the consolidation process was something that, as you all know, it was attempted in 2009. And I know there were probably occasions before that, there was
yes,
some
at least,
overture with KI.
yeah.
But we found, you know, whether or not they worked out, it wasn't like what happened. If it didn't work out, it wasn't like, well, we'll just decide, we'll close our doors and people can go where they want. We had the tenacity to re-establish, regain our footing independently and move forward in a very creative and productive way. So
Yeah, and this time when we did have our talks with Beth Sholom, the dynamics were entirely different. So
Right.
it was a positive effort on both sides going forward.
Yeah.
And that made a big difference.
So the only other thing that I could say is that from a very personal standpoint, as someone who grew up here in Kansas City and has a lot of friends in history there, it was very fortunate for me to have Ohev close to my parents' home when I came back a religious Jew at 21 years old, and to have Ohev here as a prospect for me to serve a significant portion of my rabbinical career, more than half of, well, 3/4 of my career as a congregational rabbi, because there were 10 years or so where I was, a teacher and not in the formal rabbinate, congregational rabbinate per se. Pardon me. So just for me, very personally, incredibly grateful that the congregation was there for me to be a part of in the ways that I was and continue to be.
I remember we had a final celebration when you were retiring. It was really a wonderful event. It was a big brunch.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that was the design that you wanted. You wanted
that message.
Yeah.
I remember I wrote that message into my remarks. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it was just great to be a part of the family and to kind of gently. I always enjoyed working behind the scenes. If we had something in the sanctuary, we brought up special speakers and the soundboard, and I would notice that it needed to be the frequencies. The soundboard needed to be reconfigured. I always enjoyed being able to go up there and do those little things.
See, these are the things we don't know.
Right, absolutely. To make things work. I always liked behind the scenes. I enjoyed being out front and speaking as well, saying my say. But working behind the scenes was always very satisfying too. Even if it meant helping out in the kitchen a little bit, which we all did, and I was always glad to do as a full-fledged member of the congregation on an equal basis as everybody else. And
now I know you had frustrations. With governance from time to time.
That's to be expected. Yeah.
And even when you came on board, there were people who left. But as I understand from Rabbi Horowitz, he said this happens every time a new rabbi comes in, and the new rabbi should never take it personally. It's just how it is that people need to. People need to leave.
That's an accurate and helpful perspective. It's nice that he said that. It's true, and it's also good to hear. And I think everybody ended up landing on their feet elsewhere. So all's well that ends well, as they say.
I think did you institute the Pizza in the Hut program?
It was under my tenure, but I think it may have been Sally Gordon.
Okay, but we definitely wanted.
Yeah.
We would have really celebrate Sukkot by having lunch during the week during Chol HaMoed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I always loved our courtyard. Kind of a funny little shaped space, but I just thought it was when we were out there for Shavuot in the spring and Sukkot in the fall with nice weather. It was just a great place to be. Going up those stairs into the sukkah and making kiddush, and then coming down and having the tables there in the courtyard. Yeah. It's just a lovely, intimate experience for 50 or 60 people. I really enjoyed that. And I mean, the best thing about the congregation overall, I think, was always the food that came out of the kitchen. Just, listen, I mean, that's how I got to traditional Judaism. Rabbi and Rebbetzin Solomon and that junior year abroad lived in the neighborhood. And, going over there and enjoying her culinary creations. We had so many good, similar meals at Ohev. It's like an army that marches on its stomach. The congregation did the same.
We did. We had wonderful Shabbat dinners, and we had wonderful morning kiddushes. It became harder and harder as time went on because that crew became older and older.
Starting to age out. Aren't we all?
As we all are. Yeah. So, but it's for many of us, that's a very sweet memory.
Absolutely.
Schmoozing
Yeah.
with food and just having connections with one another.
Absolutely. As we continue to do in the Consolidated congregation with a few other new friends.
Right, right. Well, I want to thank you for what you gave us as our pulpit rabbi for
Thank
all
you.
those years.
It was
On
my
behalf
pleasure.
of not just me, but I think I speak for many of us. And thank you for this morning and for giving thoughtful answers to some of these questions so that it helps us preserve a history that we consider precious. We interviewed Rabbi Baruch Pador on June 8, 2023. Rabbi Pador served from August 2019 until the time of our consolidation on July 1st, 2022. Rabbi Pador recalls with great affection her love for our congregation. She describes her beginning months, then the transition to Zoom services due to COVID. This shutdown affected how our synagogue operated, and Rabbi Pador recalls how she worked to keep the congregation together through Zoom services and educational, social, and family programming. Rabbi Pador, I'm so glad that we were able to find time so that we could talk this evening. So welcome to an evening discussion where I hope you have an opportunity to just reflect and share some memories that you have for the period when you were at Ohev. And as I had mentioned to you before we just began recording, I'm recalling that you started in 2019 at Ohev, and it was in August? Would that have been the month?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, so you had a very short period of time until it became COVID shut down.
Correct.
And there was so much that was peculiar about that COVID era. But I wondered if you could share some memories you have, something that you will hold dear in your heart about the time you spent with the Ohev community.
So thank you for the question. There are many things that I hold very dear. First of all, I was a member of the congregation. So I got to know the congregants I think I moved back here in 2012. And I had that time for a couple of years before I took a position elsewhere that I got to know the community and I got to know Ohev, and so I felt very comfortable there from the very beginning. And then, as you said, I started August 1st of 2019, followed immediately by Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, which was joyous and wonderful. And when Yom Kippur was over, Mike Silverman came up to me and said that I was everything that they had hoped, meaning Ohev, hoped that I would be. And it meant so much to me to have somebody say that to me because I love Ohev. I felt very connected to the community there and to the families, and we started family programming. Some of my really joyous moments were Friday night Shabbat with families that we did, and for the holidays, the family programming with all the children. And I loved when the children came to services and would run around. That was wonderful to see that.
As I'm recalling, there was quite a challenge when you began because we had many deaths and there were funerals that you had to do several in a row, which must have been exhausting.
I believe I have Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, and intertwined with that and continuing for the 6 months, there were 12 deaths.
Oh my.
So
yeah.
I barely, and sometimes didn't even finish one when there was another. And it was tragic and sad, but also I formed really strong bonds with those families during those 6 months and still have many really intimate, strong relationships with those people from that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as you said, we were supposed to have my installation, and the day that we were going to order the chicken, we had to stop the order because we thought we were closing for 2 weeks. And of course, it was closer to 2 years. So I learned how to use Zoom, and we continued to have services and people attended, including the high holidays. So grateful for Zoom and to be able to continue with the community in that way. But it, there were many plans that I had to have outreach to the community and invite more people and hopefully increase the membership that I wasn't able to, nor was Ohev able to put into place because of COVID.
It was remarkable, though, with how we held together as a congregation community during that time. And I know one of the activities that people really enjoyed was schmooze and booze.
Schmooze and booze was great.
Yeah.
So we did that on Saturday night for Havdalah, and I got my guitar out and we did Havdalah, and then we had a little something to drink, and mules, was that what it was called? Some people had a mule. I think it was Sally and her husband
Larry,
had, Larry had the, I never heard of it before, but a mule, and it was in a special cup, and I think I just had wine. I'm not, I don't like to drink while I'm working, especially, and I don't drink in general, so wanted to stay with my wits. But it was nice. It was really nice, and different people would come, and we would just have time to talk to each other. And I think it was one of the things that some of the other things we did on Zoom was we had that progressive Sukkot, even on Zoom, where different people, I remember Rabbi White did a liquor tasting with different kinds of liquor, and I think the Allmeyers did something, and we each showed our sukkahs on the Zoom cameras in our background.
Didn't we have miniature, because I think I participated
We did.
We created dioramas of a sukkah.
I think Sisterhood did that as
Oh,
I
okay,
recall.
maybe it was Sisterhood.
But yes, you had miniature Sukkot, and so we had that as well. And so I think we did the best we could to keep some of the traditions of Ohev. We just did them on Zoom.
I was getting a lot of comments, receiving a lot of comments about how pleased people were with how the high holidays went smoothly on Zoom. And did you feel good about that?
So my biggest fear was that where I was living at the time, every day at 11:30, right when I'd be reading the Mourner's Kaddish and the list, my Zoom would go out. So we got a special, and the computer I had didn't have an internal capabilities to hook it directly into the modem. So we got a special computer just for me to lead services that had the capability so I could hook it directly into the modem, and it wouldn't stop in the middle of services. So, but yes, Anna and I work very well together in general. And so, in fact, we started working on high holidays my first year that summer, even before I was officially at Ohev. And, we worked together to plan something that we thought would be meaningful and spiritual. And on Zoom, you can't go too long. I mean, people just, your attention span only lasts so long. So we did our best to create something that was spiritual and meaningful and would fit in the time that we thought people's attention would be okay on Zoom.
Quite an experience for all of us for the first time.
Yes, even the second time.
Yeah.
But at least we had a format to go by. The first time we really had to come up with a whole new format. So, and then making sure people had their machzorim so that they could which, people came into the parking lot and we gave them their Maxarim, and as I recall, we gave them gift bags as well for the holidays,
And we had some members blow the shofar so people could hear the blowing of the shofar.
Right, we did. So that was great.
And there was also morning minyan that continued.
Right, we continued with morning minyan on the days that we normally had morning minyan. And I still taught Talmud, as I recall, and we did different kinds of study, and I wrote, at first, before we actually were doing services on Zoom, there was a short period of time where we hadn't quite gone to a regular service on Shabbat, and I wrote a spiritual message in the bulletin that we sent out, so that there'd be something spiritual tied to the parasha, to the Torah, and to spirituality. So
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now, when we transitioned back after it was okay to go back, it was a little bit hard to think that now it's okay, we can be back in the synagogue again.
Even today, there are different people who still respond in different ways to the circumstances. And when we went back, we had morning minyan in the main sanctuary so that people could sit spread apart. And some people knew to do that, and some people didn't. And then we had Shabbat services, and we still were, we were all still wearing masks, and that was a challenge. And then, really by last summer when we consolidated, then most people took their masks off.
And that was another big change that you saw occurring, the whole planning of a consolidation.
Yes, so I'm glad that I was there for this year to be supportive to not only the Ohev members. I've been so pleasantly, so pleased that so many of the Beth Shalom members have had so many kind things to say to me directly and to thank me for being there. So I'm happy to be there, and I'm glad that other people were happy that I have been there as well.
And I understand that you have quite a few people coming to your Learners Minyan.
So the Learners Minyan started out with 15 people, and there's anywhere from, it depends, like the weekend, if there's something else going on, then it diminishes. So, but usually around 10 people, give or take, a few people. And this will be our last Learners Minyan this coming weekend, this coming Shabbat. And we've managed to go all the way from Birchot HaShachar, Pesukei de Zimra, Shachari, the Torah service, the Amidah for Shabbat, and the Amidah for Yom Tov, for holidays, announcing the new month, the Torah reading, the Haftorah reading, the blessings, and we actually used 2 books, 2 Sidurim, to look at the service. So I'd have everyone pick up a Lev Shalom and a Lusim Shalom, and we would look at the service in both of them, and also the differences. It's so interesting to me that there are 2 couplets of blessings for Birchot HaShachar right in the beginning, the morning blessings, where the verses are reversed. And so if I'm leading out of Lev Shalom, then people who, which I do, then people who are in the Sim Shalom are probably looking at it, and so I've been able to explain that to the people in the Learners Minyan who are trying to become more familiar with the service of Beth Shalom.
I know that one of the programs that's near and dear to you is Shir LaShabbat. And that started with, I think Rabbi White started.
Correct.
Rabbi White started it, but you continued it. And what is it about Shirley Shabbat that makes it that really draws you to it so much?
I love the music and the singing and the joy. It's meant to be a joyous service. And that's what Anna and I have tried to make it. And I always say my favorite psalm is Psalm 150, because it doesn't tell you what to say. It tells you how to pray. And it tells you to pray with cymbals and tambourines and drums and stringed instruments and the shofar and, all kinds of musical instruments, and with your whole neshama, your whole neshama, your whole breath and your whole soul, everything that you are physically and everything that you are, your neshama, inside too, your spirituality, that this is how you pray. And for me, that's what Shirley Shabbat is. It's a way to, on Shabbat, express our joy being together as a community and to praise God and do it with abundant joy with our souls and our voices and our spirituality and as a community together. It's wonderful.
And one aspect of it is that we maintain the religious service format.
Correct.
So it's not just a sing-along.
No, it's taking the prayers that we have on a regular Shabbat and raising the level of spirituality through music and song. But it is our basic traditional service. And we still have the full Torah reading, and it's a full service. It's not a truncated service, really. It's a full service. We don't have a sermon, but I always create a theme. So last week the theme came from the part of the Torah portion which had the priestly blessing. And we started out by saying, who can be blessed? What does it mean to be blessed? Who is blessed and how are you blessed? And we began with that question, but also looked through the liturgy as we went through the service to talk about the different blessings that are there and what they mean to us as a congregation and as individuals.
Well, it was a lovely service last week. I know that there was a lot of enthusiasm, which is what we want to have for the joy of Shabbat. There's something else I recall that you brought to the Shabbat morning services pre-COVID, and that was to communicate the joy and sweetness of reading the Torah.
First of all, personally, I love reading Torah, and we're blessed to have you, Audrey, and David, and Rabbi White, and Adam Miller, and I'm sure there's others that I'm not mentioning, but we have wonderful Torah readers, and it's just it's been great to have so many people participate, and for me to be able to
Well, you had a
participate
particular
as well.
innovation where you walked around during the Hakafot.
Oh yes, pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID,
That's right.
pre-COVID,
Now,
yeah.
So I did it during weekday services as well as on Shabbat, and I handed out candy, and that was everybody's favorite part.
Yes, it was.
And people had their favorite candy that
Yes.
they would.
You even
pick.
had sugar-free.
So
Yeah.
I had sugar-free candy. I had. Melanie Allmeyer's father loved the pineapple, so I always made sure when I got to him, I had pineapple in my hand, the pineapple one to give him so he didn't have to look for it. And some people liked the chocolate, I had chocolate, and it was, in fact, to sweeten the sound of Torah, and because Torah is supposed to be sweet in your mouth. So
I think we all love that custom.
that was right.
Yeah.
But good. I liked handing it out, and people loved getting it. So,
Well, it was a short time, but those years went by quickly. You were there from 2019 through 2022, and then we had that consolidation, so it's been a different structure entirely this past year. But through 2023, that's 4 years with, Ohev, the Ohev community.
Right.
And I hope that there's some good friendships and relationships that will be with you always, and some good memories of Ohev as we're doing the memorabilia room, which is where we want this video to go. There's so much that we want to hold on to and remember that we cherish about a very long-standing congregation that is no longer standing alone, but part of a larger one. So I want to just thank you so much for your service.
Well, I did want to say that one of the things I think is so special about the Ohev community is the warm, wonderful relationships that people have. And it wasn't just a community, it was a family. And when you walked in there, you could feel the warmth and the friendships and the wonderful spirituality from the whole congregation. And I am blessed to have been there for these 3 years just at Ohev, but to continue to be the rabbi for the congregation during this past year. And I hope into the future that they're wonderful, warm, loving people, kind, generous people. And I think that that's the outstanding part of Ohev is the wonderful congregants.
Thank you. Thank you for what you've given to us.
Well, and thank you for everything you've given to me. It's been great.